fine tool meant for stitching and sewing. With that said, let us look at the godskin god hunt itself, its ultimate conclusion, and its legacy. The term god hunt, coined by the Noble Presence incantation, is fitting when we consider the power that the Gloam-Eyed Queen and her apostles wielded. Let us revisit the description of the scouring black flame, which reads, "The black flame could once slay gods, but when Malekith sealed destined death, the true power of the black flame was lost." At this stage, when the scouring flame was first utilised, it could literally slay the gods, and clearly possessed a metaphysical connection to the Rune of Death that it no longer does. This flame literally channeled the power of the Rune of Death. But the threat of this flame could have been even more dire, and could have threatened more than just the gods. In a very astute observation, in their Flames of the Gods video, they hypothesized that the black flame may have well been the one that was meant to burn the Erd Tree. V-Limit highlights a cut dialogue from Enea during the burning of the Erd Tree cutscene that happens in-game. However, at one point, there would have been a cut dialogue that mentioned the black flame, and I quote that cut dialogue now: "The Rune of Death is unbound, black flames have devoured the Erd Tree, and the lands between are shrouded by death's dark fate." Tarnished Archaeologist builds upon V-Limit's premise by highlighting what we do in-game to burn down the Erd Tree. We first of all unleash the power of the Flame of Ruin, but it is tempered by destined death. Only together can they burn the Erd Tree. And to quote Tarnished Archaeologist directly, "What is the black flame but a combination of fire and the power of destined death?" And if our combination of the Flame of Ruin and destined death burns the Erd Tree, then it makes sense that the black flame of the Godskins would have been able to do the same. And with this understanding of the black flame in mind, it is easy to see why the fire monks of the mountaintops would abandon their charge to worship the black flame. Monks who had already been bewitched by the power of flame would no doubt have seen the black flame as something greater, a fire touched by the power of the Rune of Death, so they hastily dyed their robes and beards and lend their power to the Gloam-Eyed Queen and the Godskin apostasy. It is impossible to say how successful this apostasy actually was, but given the sheer amount of tortured faces found in the robes of the Godskins, I would hazard that they killed at least a few, and struck fear into the heart of the gods. Marika would fear the threat of the Gloam-Eyed Queen enough to the point that she would entrust Malekith to deal with this particular threat. It was at this stage, I believe, that Malekith imbued his sword with the power of destined death, which we learn of via his armour set and the Black Blade incantation, the latter of which has the symbol of Tarnished Archaeologist's ancient Erd Tree era, again suggesting that the events of the Godskin apostasy and Malekith's response to it took place in this era. Now we know from the description of the Scouring Black Flame that the true power of the Black Flame would eventually be lost with the sealing of destined death, and we know from Malekith's remembrance that he would eventually be the vessel for it. In the past, I had thought that Malekith imbuing his sword was the so-called confinement of the Rune of Death, that the very action of imbuing his sword with destined death was the act of sealing it, and that sealing it within his flesh after fragments were stolen on the night of the Black Knives was just a further precaution. However, thanks to the timelines presented by Tarnished Archaeologist, I do now acknowledge that Malekith imbuing his sword with destined death is not the same thing as him sealing it, becoming a vessel for it. And in fact, the murder of Godwyn and the slaughter of many of Marika's kin is a far more catastrophic event involving death that could have been the motive for sealing destined death. As Geraint, Malekith really does have a sole purpose, confining the Rune of Death, hence why he not only hides it within his own flesh, but also hides his true identity and form. However, at the time of the Godskin apostasy and his battle with the Gloam-Eyed Queen, he was a different being. He was Malekith. He was death made manifest. He didn't hide or confine death, he wielded it openly. And this is what really defines Malekith, not confinement like Geraint, but the open wielding of death, becoming death itself. And this is why when he unseals it during his fight with us, he reverts to his Malekith form once more. So just to tidy up the timeline a bit, at the time of the Godskin apostasy, he was death incarnate, Malekith. But following the slaughter during the Night of the Black Knives, he became Geraint. And this is when Death and Death was truly sealed, and the power of the Black Flame was sapped. This only makes Malekith's achievements against the Glowmide Queen more impressive, because he fought them at the full height of their power. He didn't confine the Rune of Death before he had defeated them, and he fought fire, with his death-imbued blade against the Black Flame of the Godskins. The item descriptions of both the Godskin Apostle Robe and the Godslayer Greatsword imply that it was Malekith who personally defeated the Godskin movement, Queen and all. This implies that he decimated their ranks and personally defeated the Glowmide Queen, ending this rival's claim on behalf of his god. His total domination over the Godskins and mastery over death really is well emphasized by the description of Geraint's Beastclaw incantation, which reads, "Long ago, Geraint was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods." Looking back on it, this incantation and its item description is a hint to the player, before they've met Malekith, that Geraint is Malekith. With Malekith's victory, no longer did the Glowmide Queen hold the threat of death over the demigods. It was Malekith who became known as such, Marika's henchman, who wielded this power, a not-so-veiled threat for any of those who would try to defy her rule in such a manner again. And given the power of the Godskins that we have discussed, this is no mean achievement. Indeed, his ferocity is backed up by his armor set item description, which reads, "Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with death and death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him." Malekith's reputation is clearly the result of this victory and his wielding of the Rune of Death. The Godskin Apostle set tells us that the Black Flame's power was drained, and as we have said, this comes much later, after Malekith would become Geraint and seal Death and Death, and at that point the scattered remains of the Godskin movement were truly robbed of their last vestiges of power. And yet they haven't given up, as we see they are active in the lands between. And with that said, it is now time to talk about the legacy of the Godskin movement and their gloam-eyed queen. So what is the legacy of the Godskins? Well, their low numbers attest to their destruction at the hands of Malekith. And as we have already said, when Malekith would seal Death and Death within his flesh, the power of the Black Flame would be sapped. And while it is still a dangerous flame attack that we can see when we fight them, it is no more than that. It has lost its connection to Death and Death. As such, the prospects for the Godskin movement seems dire, and yet they remain formidable, purpose-built killing machines that they are. The placement of the Godskin NPCs throughout the world is a masterful example of environmental storytelling, in my opinion, as each of their locations appears to have a story purpose, hinting that the Godskins have not quite given up and still relentlessly pursue their initial aims. There's a Godskin at the base of Caelid Divine Tower, defending their most holy of relics with a black monk, the Godslayer Greatsword itself. Perhaps at the defeat of the Glowmide Queen, this Godskin Apostle saw it as his duty to take this sacred relic and protect it at all costs. There's of course the Godskin Apostle found at Dominula, who we have already discussed, a figure who has manipulated an entire community to provide his creed with fresh skin. Then there's the Godskin Noble at Liurnia Divine Tower, acting as a barrier between us and Ranni's curse mark of death. Perhaps this Godskin is here to claim this fragment of the Rune of Death, so they can once again try and imbue their flames with its god-slaying properties. Likewise, we can find the menacing Godskin duo in Fire Missoula, shockingly close to the Rune of Death and Malekith. Their purpose here is quite clear. They are here for the Rune of Death. Perhaps they can sense it, and had they reached Malekith and killed him before us, who knows what may have transpired. Then of course we have the Godskin Noble found in Volcano Manor, and whether or not you agree with the potential deep ties to the Godskins and Serpents, the presence of the Noble here also makes sense in a general sense, as clearly they are allies of convenience. Both Rykard and the Godskins want the same thing, the destruction of the Erdtree. Thus, both benefit. Rykard gets a powerful ally who potentially has knowledge of forming artificial life. In return, the Godskin could help Rykard potentially complete what it wanted to do, whilst also having access to plenty of fresh skin. There are plenty of prisoners within Volcano Manor's prison town, and the description of the Albinauric mask found nearby, as well as Dedeka's woe, also found nearby, could imply that the Godskin gets to practice his skinning ways, and the legacy of the Godskins goes beyond the surviving Godskins themselves, as we interestingly find the Godskin prayer book within Stormvale Castle. Godric is desperate to destroy his demigod rivals and return to the land of his blood. It should therefore come as no shock that he would look to the rituals of those who once made god-killing their creed. Yet perhaps the Godskin's greatest legacy is the one found littering the streets of Leyndell, the ash that blankets the capital. We discussed Tarnished Archaeologist's theory regarding the first burning of the Erdtree, a traumatic event that brought a bountiful age to a close. The arboreal physical Erdtree is reduced to a withered stump through the act of burning that we can later recreate on our path to become Elden Lord. Yet who was responsible for this first burning? A burning which condemned the Erdtree to exist only as a phantom in the eyes of the faithful. As Tarnished Archaeologists suggest in their Serpent and Erdtree video, the vitriolic hate for the Serpent and why it became the focus of gladiatorial games is a mystery, and a fascinating one at that. But perhaps it is well earned. Perhaps it is the alliance of Serpent and Gloam that is responsible for the Erdtree's greatest calamity, and perhaps the Black Flames, a combination of fire and destined death, once stripped the Erdtree of its former glory. And should Melina be the Gloam-eyed Queen, she is a pale shadow of her former self, her true destructive power sealed behind her eye, as the Rune of Death itself is sealed beneath Malekith's skin. Her final purpose is fitting, however, yet the context is different from the Godskin movement. Instead of leading a coup against a god, she has been tasked by that same god to bring an end to suffering, an end to stagnation. And so she does what she knows. She burns. She burns herself, and she burns the Erdtree, so that you may bring destined death back into the world. Yet Melina isn't a person of unbridled destruction, and her attitudes towards life, to me, serve as one final piece of evidence that she may have been the Gloam-eyed Queen, a purveyor of death, not destruction, only bringing death in so that it may balance out the abundance of life. And so, should we choose a different path, the path of the frenzied flame, should Melina abandon us and not sacrifice herself in the flame of ruin, then perhaps the Gloam-eyed Queen will once again be unlocked, alongside the Rune of Death that we free from Malekith's flesh. Melina's opposition to the Lord of Chaos shows the true nature, to me, of the Gloam-eyed Queen. She is not a force of evil or destruction. Rather, she is the natural death that all systems need, a balancing force in a world that has fallen far out of sync. Yet a cog in the machine of order she remains, despite representing death. She does not wish for life to be universally extinguished, rather that the destined death of each individual is administered properly at the end of their life. Indeed, Melina begs the Tarnished to stay away from the path of chaos, from the path of true destruction.
However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There is beauty in that, is there not? If you would become Lord, do not deny this notion. Please, leave the frenzied flame alone.
And should we choose such obliteration, such chaos, then perhaps it is the Glowmide Queen, the wielder of destined death, who will stand as life's final champion.
Lord of frenzied flame, I will seek you as far as you may travel, to deliver you what is yours. Destined death.
The demigods have been forsaken by the greater will, a result of the prolonged and bloody shattering war from which no lord would arise. Yet there is one Empyrean who themselves chose to forsake the greater will and took no part in the shattering war. Rani was one of the few chosen by the greater will and the Two Fingers to be Empyrean, a potential successor to Queen Marika, marked for potential, the potential to become the new god that would usher in a new age. But Rani would come to resent the fact that her self-determination had been robbed from her, repulsed by the idea of being a pawn of the Two Fingers. In time, Rani would carve out a new identity as Rani the Witch, adherent of the Dark Moon, master of occultism, guided by a mysterious crone. By the time that the Tarnished arrive in the lands between, most of the great deeds of the demigods are history, and yet Rani's greatest achievements are yet to come. For as impressive as characters like Melania and Radahn are, their feats pale when we consider Rani's grand plans to upend the order of the world, ushering in an age of stars. To achieve this, Rani travels down the dark path of the Empyrean, a path of bloodshed, murder and mysticism. Frankly, one of the greatest stories told in Elden Ring. So join me this week as we examine the story of Rani, the Lunar Princess. At this stage, I would just like to acknowledge my thanks to Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout this video. There are as few in the lands between that have such an august heritage as Lunar Princess Rani. Firstly, Rani, Rykard and Radahn are born of Carian royalty, the powerful royal house of Liurnia, that was able to stand toe-to-toe with the forces of Leyndell in two separate wars. They are the children of Renala, the great lunar champion of Rhea Lucaria, and their father is the legendary Erdtree champion Radagon. In time, these children would also become the stepchildren of Marika through Radagon's second marriage, making them both Carian royalty and Erdtree royalty. Like me, if you believe that Radagon and Marika have been sharing a body since Marika became a god, then in a way Marika is their parent as well, as she would have been Radagon's other half during his marriage to Renala. If that wasn't enough to establish Rani as having an esteemed heritage, Rani is one of the three existing Empyreans, alongside the twin prodigies Miquella and Melania. This is more impressive when you consider that Miquella and Melania appear to have been chosen due to their auspicious birth, being born by the single-bodied Marika-Radagon union. Rani shares no such special birth, and thus her selection as an Empyrean must be due to her potential or power. I would like to address a theory that has been held by many, that Rani couldn't be the biological child of Renala because Empyreans are only born from a single god, citing Melania's remembrance as a source. As a result, such theories believe that Renala was instead born from the rebirthing of the Amber Egg, thus born solely from Radagon's meddling. It could therefore be seen that the sweetings that surround Renala are defective versions of such a process. Now, I don't think this theory is necessarily impossible, rather I disagree with the logic that it is predicated upon, that Empyreans can only be born of a single god. In my mind, Empyreans are chosen, and it just so happens that Miquella and Melania were chosen because of their birth, rather than that being a necessary precursor. I think that the process of Empyreans being chosen is better reinforced by Loki's translation of Rani's dialogue, where she talks about when she became an Empyrean. And I quote that translation now. I was once an Empyrean, for among the demigods only Melania, Mikola, and I were discovered by our respective two fingers and became candidates for the next generation of God to succeed Queen Marika. It is up to you what you believe, but I will go with Occam's razor on this one, and I believe that Rani is another child of Renala and Radagon, and we know how children's names work in this world. They usually have the same first letter as their parents, like Godfrey's lineage being Godwin, Godric, and Godefroy, and in this case all the children of Radagon and Renala have R's as their first letter. Ultimately, I leave it up to you to decide your truth, but the result is the same. Rani, no matter her birth, was raised as a Carian princess and was granted Empyrean status. We get scant details about Rani's early life, but we do get some thanks to Iji, and some other lore items and environmental details. Much like her sibling Radan, it seems that in her original body, Rani shared the iconic red hair of her father, Radagon, as we do see hints of red hair on her original petrified body, found at the top of Liurnia's Divine Tower. It seems as though there was one benefit to her being an Empyrean in her youth, and that was the relationship she developed with her shadow-bound beast, Blythe. We know from Malekith's remembrance and the Raging Wolf armor that Empyreans are granted a shadow, and for Marika it was Malekith, and for Rani it is Blythe. And Rani does explicitly confirm that Blythe was tailor-made as a vassal for her by the Two Fingers as a result of her Empyrean status, as she says the following.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own Two Fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
I discussed the Shadowbound beasts and their nature in a separate lore video, and so if you're interested in learning more about that, then I will link it below. But while Blythe appears to be a tailor-made creation of the Two Fingers, and in a way a reminder of what Rani would come to hate, it is clear that Blythe had his own mind. He made his own decisions regarding Rani, and it is clear that the two developed a very special bond that went beyond Shadow and Empyrean, as Iji gives us an insight into Rani's childhood.
Blythe is Lady Rani's stepbrother. Rani's mother, Queen Renala, approved of him, and they played like siblings from childhood. They were always happy to have me tag along as well.
So it seems as though, despite Renala being associated with the moon, and Blythe being a product of the Two Fingers, she approved of him as a companion to Rani, and it seemed as though they played together as many other children would, being almost brother and sister. This explains why she holds both Iji and Blythe so dearly to her, and in a way, it is nice to imagine Rani having a normal and innocent childhood, as stories like this are far and few between in the lands between. Yet Rani, as mentioned, was also born to the Carian royal household, founded by Queen Renala, whose power was centered around the moon. We learn of the house's origins via Renala's remembrance, which reads, "In her youth, Renala was a prominent champion who charmed the academy with her lunar magic, becoming its master. She also led the Glintstone Knights and established the House of Caria as royalty." So Renala is not only the last queen of Caria, as Rani calls her during Renala's boss fight, but she is also the first, having been the one who established her household as a royal one. Renala appears to have been an attendant of Rhea Lucaria, but one who rose to extreme prominence due to her affiliation with lunar magic. Lunar magic seems to have been its own branch, and we can assume that it was special to those at the Academy, because up until that point they mainly focused on glintstone sorceries. We can see there are certainly differences between the magic of the moon and magic of the stars, due to the fact a different shade of glintstone seems to align more closely to the moon, something we learn of via Renala's scepter, which reads, Magic Scepter of Renala, Queen of the Full Moon. The glintstone is known as Carrion Blue, enhancing full moon sorceries. The description of Carrion Retaliation also makes it clear that while Caria is associated with the moon, Rhea Lucaria is mainly infatuated with the stars, a clear delineation between two different schools of magic. We can even see the heterodox nature of this new school of magic via the Lazuli Conspectus crown, which reads, Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study Carrion sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equal to the stars. It is clear that Renala was the founding figure of this school of thought, and her mastery over this novel form of magic is what catapulted her to champion status, and subsequently led her to form the Carrion Royal House and rulership over Rhea Lucaria, even being honoured in paintings throughout Rhea Lucaria alongside other notable sorcerers. Thus being raised in the Carrion household, and by such a preeminent sorcerer such as Renala, it is no surprise that Rani herself would become such a powerful being. After all, Rani is powerful enough to bend a dragon, Ajula, to her will, who respected her so much that it took a knightly oath to serve her dark moon as well. The moon is of course the defining partner to both Rani and Renala, and we learn that Renala met her moon as a young astrologer via the Stargazer heirloom, which reads, A talisman engraved with the legend of a queen. The young astrologer gazed at the night sky as she walked. She had always chased the stars every step of her journey. Then she met the full moon, and in time the astrologer became a queen. This is very interesting to me, as it seems to be very similar to Rani's inauguration with her moon, which we learn of via Rani's Dark Moon spell, which reads, The moon was encountered by a young Rani, led by the hand of her mother, Renala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. It's almost as if Renala takes Rani on a journey so she can encounter her own moon, much as Renala did in her youth, a recreation of that first fateful meeting, if you will. This does of course make sense, given Caria's power is tied to the moon, and if Rani was to one day be queen, she too would need to rely on the power of the moon. I do want to briefly comment on the Carrion lineage and some strangeness that I personally find with the way in which it is described. Firstly, I do find it a little odd that Renala is referred to as both the founder of the Carrion line, and yet is also referred to as the last of the Carrion queens. This makes it seem like a new royal family and an old one at the same time, as if they are some ancient and august royal house, and yet they only have had one queen. The family also feels small to us, consisting only of Renala and her 3 children, and yet we get plenty of evidence that talks about their traditions and lineage that make it seem that Rani is only the latest in a long line of princesses. Take the Carrion Filigreed crest, for example, which reads as follows. An honour said to have once been awarded to Carrion knights who served as direct retainers to the kingdom's princesses. Now there's only one princess, Rani, daughter of Renala. Now there is only one princess. This leads us to conclude that there had been other princesses of Caria, and given Renala is the one and only queen of the House of Caria, then this would mean Renala must have had other daughters. In all honesty, I'm unsure what to make of this, and there's of course the possibility that Renala was married prior to meeting Radigan, and had a number of other children with another unnamed consort. What interests me though is how this lore interacts with the hill of the 3 sisters that exists behind Caria Manor. On this hill there are 3 towers, Rani's Rise, Selvis's Rise, and Rena's Rise. My presumption is that Selvis's Rise is an adopted name to reflect its new master, and this was once named after a sister. Could it be that Rena, Rani, and the unnamed sister were all daughters of Caria, and thus does the Carrion Filigreed crest refer to these sisters when it talks about princesses plural? Rena is a name that is essentially a derivation of Rennala, and given the way names work in Elden Ring, it would be logical to assume that Rena is the daughter, or was the daughter, of Rennala. Of course, a spanner is thrown into the works here when Ranni first introduces herself as Rena, a false identity, to hide the fact that she is actually one of the most influential players in the lands between. However, to me, it doesn't really discount the idea that Rena was once a separate person, and Ranni has just taken on her name to hide her true identity. The location of the three sisters, to me, heavily implies that there were at least 3 princesses of Caria. However, that is just my own speculation. There is of course the possibility that Rena is the name of the Snowy Crone, Ranni's secret mentor, especially since one can find the snow set in Rena's Rise. This would also make sense of Ranni's fake identity. She is literally pretending to be her mentor of old when she introduces herself as Rena the Witch. There is of course the possibility that this item description is poorly worded, but the impression we're supposed to get, I believe, is that the Carian royal house is an old one, with many traditions despite the fact that it has only had one queen. Thus, by the time Ranni came around, the conventions and traditions of Carian royalty would have been established. And Ranni had the benefit of growing up in the household of a powerful family, no doubt receiving a top-class education, and no doubt inheriting her mother's impressive sorceress powers. A very logical candidate for Empyrean status, if there ever was one. What is most unfortunate about Ranni's story is we are missing so much from her early days, and her relationship with the Golden Order, what her opinions on being an Empyrean was, and whether she was happy to go along with it at any stage. The facts are this: Ranni grew up in the Carian household. She was once more humanoid with red hair, who was granted Empyrean status early on in her life, growing up closely with Iji and Blythe, before being introduced to the Dark Moon by her mother. Now, obviously this introduction to the Dark Moon is one of 3, in my opinion, pivotal moments that set Ranni on her course to becoming who she is by the time we meet her. The other 2 being Radagon abandoning her mother and her meeting of the Snowy Crone and her mentorship. So with that said, let us now discuss the nature of the Dark Moon, the occult, and her mysterious mentor, the Snowy Crone. One thing that I'm sure most are aware of at this stage is that Ranni's moon and Renala's full moon are separate bodies, and in fact you can see them both at the same time at the top of Moonlight Altar. You of course can see the clear differences here in appearance. Ranni's moon, the dark moon, is a lot darker. Renala's moon is the full moon, as we know via her epithet, and of course via her signature spell, Renala's full moon. When you consider how impressive this magic is, and the fact it draws its power from a completely different source from that of glintstone sorcery, it is little wonder that Rhea Lucaria would have fallen under the sway of Rennala. And indeed, the description of the sorcery and its function is that it actually dispels other sorceries, suggesting that moon sorcery may well be superior or more powerful than regular sorceries. As a direct result from the prestige earned via her lunar sorcery, she would turn her family into a royal one. And as we have already discussed at length, Caria's power results from the moon, and thus it makes sense that Rennala would want to introduce her successor, Ranni, to her own moon. Another interesting aspect about this tradition is we need to consider the matriarchal nature of the Carian family, and their relationship to the moon, for it is Rennala who rules as queen, and it seems to be that Lunar Princess Ranni would be the next in line, as the filigreed crest gives more importance to princesses and their role within Carian society. We don't really hear much about the role of princes within the Carian royal family. In a prior video, I spoke on what I saw was another matriarchal society, the Nox Society. The reason that I see this society as matriarchal is due to the Night Maidens, a female-only class that appears to have been given special prominence in their society, to the point where they are appointed personal guards in the form of swordstresses. But why is this the case? Why do the Nox and the Carians both seem to be matriarchal? There are many crossovers between Noxian society and Caria, including literal pieces of archaeological evidence that show Noxian statues within Carian structures, like in the Church of Vows. However, the main connection is their association with the celestial, with the moon. Renala and the Carians have the full moon, Rani has the dark moon, and the Nox were once in contact with the black moon, as we learn of via the Moon of Noxtella talisman and the Memory Stone item descriptions. In symbology, there is a common interpretation that the moon is associated with the feminine, and the sun is associated with the masculine. For example, the philosophical concept of yin and yang reflects this very idea. Yin means moon or female, yang means sun or male. There's obviously far more to the philosophy than that, but ultimately it is a philosophy of balance, of opposing forces existing in a system of harmony. There is of course the fact that the menstrual cycle used to be associated with the lunar cycles in earlier cultures before science fully explained the process, and the idea that the moon is more associated with the feminine isn't a new idea in From Software games. We of course have Dark Sun Gwyndolin from Dark Souls 1. Gwyndolin was the child of the god Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, and by the time of Dark Souls 1, Gwyndolin is the last remaining deity in Anor Londo, City of the Gods. The description of his robes read as follows: the power of the moon was strong in Gwyndolin, and thus he was raised as a daughter. Then we of course have the School of Mensis in Bloodborne, a word associated with the menstrual cycle, which is especially relevant given the game's focus on childbirth and the moon. My point being is that when it comes to Dark Souls especially, we have a precedent set where the moon is connected to not only feminine energy, but magic. In Dark Souls 1, the moon is very firmly tied to Gwyndolin, Seath, and magic. This yin of intelligent-based sorceries is balanced by the yang of the sun and sunlight miracles and faith. So going into this game, I, along with other Souls veterans, can see similar tropes being used in Elden Ring. So perhaps the reason the Nox and the Carians are matriarchal is to do with the greater affinity that women have to the moon, that they are more in tune to its power. As such, Renala led Rani by the hand to meet a moon, not Rykord nor Radahn, because it was Rani who was meant to carry on her mother's legacy, and evidently next in line for the Carian throne. This is why a particular mention is made of Carian princesses, not princes. Yet there is something different about Rani's moon that separates it from her mother's. Each of the moons that we encounter in Elden Ring are specifically given a certain title, where Renala is the full moon queen and her moon is the full moon, the bright white one that we see in the sky. Rani's is specifically the dark moon. So let us read the second part of the item description for Rani's dark moon incantation, which reads: what she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. Cold, dark, and occult, all facets of its nature that appear to separate it from the full moon, and all three are aspects that Rani, in time, appears to have embraced, and no doubt was a factor in the rather dark path that she takes. Of course, her mastery over the occult and cold would not have been possible if not for her mysterious mentor, who we know only as the Snowy Crone. But when would she have fallen under the influence of this crone? At what stage in her life? Well, to me it makes perfect sense that it would have happened at another pivotal moment in her life, the moment when Radagon abandoned her mother Renala. Pastor Muriel speaks of this perplexing event, and he says the following:
However, when Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming Queen Marika's second husband and king consort, taking the title of second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Renala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
There came a moment when Godfrey and the Tarnished were driven from the lands between, and Radagon would abandon Renala and marry his other half, Marika, in order to fill the vacant seat of Elden Lord. This then made Ranni, Rykard, and Radahn stepchildren of Marika, but it would also break Renala. We learn of this via Renala's set, which reads, "When Renala, head of both the Academy of Rhea Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realised that Renala was no champion after all." Radagon's importance to Renala can of course be seen by the fact that a statue of Radagon remains in the Grand Library of Rhea Lucaria, close to where she herself remains. Renala does appear completely broken, in a dreamlike state, obsessing over the amber egg, rebirths, and her sweetings. This egg itself was given to her as a parting gift from Radagon, again explained to us by Miriel.
In the end, Lady Renala was left alone, cradling the amber egg Lord Radagon bequeathed her. Now she devotes herself to it through forbidden rite, the grim art of reincarnation. You would do well to remember, severing a vow, strongest of bonds, has consequences ever more dire.
Radagon leaving has some wide-reaching consequences for the Carian royal family. As we see in Renala's set, Renala's reaction to losing her husband is essentially seen as a sign of weakness by the Rhea Lucarians, a moment when they apparently saw that she was no champion at all, as if champions are only people who have no emotional reactions. The idea of a revolt by the Rhea Lucarians being triggered by Radagon abandoning Renala is outright confirmed by Miriel, who says the following:
"The great and beautiful full moon witch. Sadly, her heart was broken when Lord Radagon left her, and then, when the Academy rebelled against the royals, she was locked away in the Grand Library."
So there is the trigger of the Rhea Lucarian rebellion. They saw Renala's grief over the loss of her husband as a moment of weakness and struck at the Carians, locking Renala in the Grand Library, where she remains to this day until we meet her. No doubt the Rhea Lucarians may well have been planning this for a while. This was just the opportune moment, and we do learn that the Carians were preparing for the Academy's revolt via the Carian retaliation weapon art. So perhaps tensions had been boiling over for a while. Perhaps Renala marrying someone of the Erdtree Order was seen as a gross betrayal of everything that Rhea Lucaria and Liurnia stood for. We know then that following this revolt, the Rhea Lucarian and Carians would do battle, culminating in the siege of Caria Manor, an event we learn of via the sword monument just outside the manor itself, which reads, "The resting place of the contemptible cuckoos, lost in the siege of Caria Manor." We do also get some more details from Iji himself, a blacksmith to the Carians, who may well have witnessed these events himself.
When the Rhea Lucaria Academy turned on the Carians, the Knights of the Cuckoo descended on this tract. After leveling it, they carried on to the manor. The Carians were taken off guard, but their strength had not waned, and they repelled the Knights' onslaught by conjuring an enchanted snare that remains potent to this day.
So we can only imagine how Ranni, a princess of the Carians, would have viewed this chain of events. Not only did she effectively lose her mother to grief and then imprisonment, but she watched her family lose prestige, control of the Academy, and ultimately come under attack from those once considered Carian vassals. I also have to remind you that the Cuckoo forces are renowned as ruthless and cruel, as we learn via the Rhea Lucarian ashes, and no doubt they would have waged a brutal war against the Carians, before finally being driven to a stalemate outside the gates of Caria Manor. So all this, all the tragedy that Ranni's family suffers in the wake of Radagon's departure, is because he essentially chooses loyalty to the Erdtree over his own family. To Rani and her family, it would look like he was just choosing the Elden throne over their family bond, a choice that brought ruin to their house and grief to their mother. No wonder Rykard and Rani, 2 out of 3 of the children of this marriage, would become 2 of the most antagonistic figures to the Erdtree Order. So for me, this moment when Rani effectively loses her mother, this would be the ideal moment for her to meet a new mentor, the Snowy Crone. We learn of this character via the Snow Witch set, which reads as follows. Once warned by the Snowy Crone, who the young Rani encountered deep in the woods. She was a witch, and well versed in cold sorceries. It is said that the doll that houses Rani's soul was modelled after her. That old witch was Rani's secret mentor. I've always found the description of this crone truly fascinating, especially the term crone itself and her placement within the woods. Clearly the writers are playing up the classic witch of the woods trope, with the term crone conveying the image of an old gnarled witch. These are the classic tropes when one writes about the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, especially when we consider that the Snow Witch Hat considers this type of magic as heretical. For me, this is where Rani learned the darker aspects of magic from, that she would later wield to devastating effect in the Night of the Black Knives. Clearly this Witch of the Woods was an adherent of the Dark Moon, and in my mind there is no doubt that she helped form Rani's worldview and inform her of the dark path that she would need to take to bring about the Age of Stars. In an immediate sense, the Snowy Crone clearly embodied the cold aspects of the Dark Moon, not only because of her name, but because of the frost incantations that she taught Rani, and we learn of this via spells like Glintstone Icecrag and Freezing Mist. What is clear is that the cold is intrinsic to the form of the Dark Moon, as it seems if Rani herself exudes some kind of cold. For when she inhabits the miniature doll, the item description for the doll reads off that it gives off a pleasant cool, and after she departs this vessel, the chillness is described as being gone. There's also the fact that Blythe appears to be affected by Rani's cold, as his armor set states, the pelt serves as a cape protecting from cold. Blythe was the blade of Rani, but the cold bothered him anyway. Again to me suggesting that the reason Blythe is now cold is because Rani, now an adherent of the Dark Moon, exudes a type of cold. Rani also mentions the cold in the Age of Stars ending. She refers to the chill night, and to me the cold and the chill of her Dark Moon is meant to represent the cold of the cosmos, of the abyss of space. However, what interests me more is the occult nature of the Dark Moon and what it means for Rani's stories. There are a few other mentions of occult in Elden Ring, and it is essentially a weapon affinity strongly associated with death and the manipulation of vital energies. For example, it is associated with the weapon art Lifesteal Fist, Spectral Lance, Assassin's Gambit, and of course the Black Whetblade, which applies the occult affinity to weapons. We can get an idea of what the occult is all about by reading the description of Lifesteal Fist, which states, skill that demonstrates mastery over the art of controlling vital energies. So this is a life manipulation focused practice, which I guess isn't a surprise for those who are familiar with the term cult or occult, witchcraft that is about life and death, quite often the trope being that you require a blood sacrifice or a death for those powers. We see this idea of a blood sacrifice in the weapon art Assassin's Gambit, which is an occult weapon art, where one is literally required to offer some of their blood through a self-inflicted wound to take advantage of this occult power. As I suggested in my Black Knives lore video, Rani speaks of how she used a fearsome rite to imbue the Black Knife Assassin blades with the power of the Rune of Death. I have no doubt in my mind that this is an occult practice, an occult rite learned via the Snowy Crone, and an aspect of the Dark Moon's power. After all, the murder of Godwyn's soul and ridding herself of her Empyrean flesh very much as a manipulation of life and death, and to me it firmly earns the occult title. The heretical Snowy Crone playing up to the Wicked Witch of the Woods really does tie into the darker side of witchcraft and the occult, much like the 2015 film The Witch, which I highly recommend by the way if you like a slow burning horror. I therefore think that the occult aspect of the Dark Moon was the aspect that provided Rani the knowledge and rights necessary to manipulate the Rune of Death in the ways that she did. When it comes to the dark aspect of the moon, as mentioned by Rani and Iji when they talk of the dark path of the Empyrean that Rani is taking, I think it is a general representation of what Rani's moon represents. It represents the cold abyss of space. It represents the yin to the Erdtree's yang, the dark to its gold. It is not necessarily evil, but it is fundamentally opposed to the path laid out by the two fingers, and thus it is the dark path of the Empyrean. To make a long tangent short, I think Rani was first introduced to the moon by her mother, but it was the crone who taught her the deeper mysteries of the dark moon, of the cold, of the dark, and its occult aspects. The very fact that Rani makes her new body in the image of the Snowy Crone shows how much of an impact this character had on her. She was a mentor to Rani, meaning that everything that Rani is owes a lot to the teachings of the Snowy Crone. And ultimately, I believe it was the Snowy Crone who put her on her path that she is in game, and told her what she needed to do to bring about the Age of Stars. So with that said, let us talk about Rani's designs and the Night of the Black Knives itself. I'll obviously start this chapter by making it clear that I've already done an in-depth look at the Night of the Black Knives in its own video, so if you are interested in a comprehensive look on that subject, I will link it below. In this video, we will mainly be looking at the effects that this event had on Rani. Having grown a personal hatred for the Golden Order and resenting the Two Fingers for stifling her self-determination, Rani's mentor would have given her the teachings necessary to realise her true destiny as an instrument of the Dark Moon and bring about an Age of Stars. And as such, the conspiracy known as the Night of the Black Knives would have begun to be formulated. In my Night of the Black Knives video, I discussed that the Black Knife Assassins were women that were close to Marika in terms of blood, given that Rogier describes them as scions of the Eternal City, and that their armor set describes them as being close to Marika. And as Loki says in this tweet here, I've always believed that this means that these are women close to Marika in terms of society and terms of blood. However, Tarnished Archaeologist in one of their lore videos has a fascinating and more refined interpretation than mine, in a way that may explain why these women were close to Marika. In a series of videos, Tarnished Archaeologist lays out a theory that the Eternal Empire, those of the Eternal Cities, preceded Marika's civilization, and that it was from this Eternal Empire that Marika's Erdtree society evolved. Tarnished Archaeologist likens this to the evolution of the Roman Empire from a pagan empire to a Christian one, and in this case, it was the Eternal Empire evolving from a paganistic star-worshipping empire from which a monotheistic tree cult emerged, resulting in the dominant Erdtree religion that we see today, and that these three eternal cities that we find in-game actually once sat on the surface and dominated the lands between, connected by the highway that runs from Limgrave all the way to the Altus Plateau. And according to Tarnished Archaeologist's theory, the Black Knife Assassin Knight was the result of a counter-revolution of those who still believed in the old way of the Eternal Empire, and they revolted against the emergence of Marika's new monotheistic religion. That is the long and the short of it. Tarnished Archaeologist has an excellent series on this very subject, backed up by environmental details and in-game lore, and if you want to learn more about this theory, then I will link it below. And props to Tarnished Archaeologist for bringing out new ideas and theories this long after the game's launch. This would explain why the women of the Black Knife Assassins were close to Marika. They were the same people as her. Regardless, whatever you think about the origins of the Black Knife Assassins, it is clear that Rani was able to find a group of co-conspirators who shared her animosity for the Erdtree Order. My impression and speculation is that both sides brought something to the table in this grand plot. Firstly, the Black Knife Assassins, of course, brought the martial skill and physical participants who were willing and able to actually do the killing. I also believe that it was the night sorceries of Celia, assassin-focused skills that included magics of obfuscation, that formed the building blocks for what would become the assassin's iconic cloaks that fooled the eye, invisibility cloaks if you will. However, I believe it was Rani who brought her mastery of the occult to the conspiracy, and it was Rani who is responsible for the Black Knives themselves, and for that I mean the actual weapons. As we have already discussed, Rani was initiated in occult practices, and then she speaks of a fearsome rite in which she formed these knives.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
So clearly Rani was able to bring her knowledge to bear to give the weapons needed to kill the gods. And of course, again, what's a well-known fact at this point in the game's history is that the ritual performed on Godwyn and Rani simultaneously was specifically done in a way that would benefit Rani, that would rid her of her Empyrean flesh, cheating the system, so to speak, by taking one half of death, the body death, without being obliterated entirely, having her soul killed alongside it. The curse mark of death reads the following: curse mark carved in to the discarded flesh of Rani the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. Specifically, the Root of Death appears to have been carved at the same time into the flesh of Rani and Godwyn both, so that the effects of the Rune of Death would split, killing Rani's body only, and Godwyn was forced to bear the death of soul on her behalf. The clear and specific nature of this ritual shows that Rani planned this night primarily to rid herself of her Empyrean flesh, an intent that is made clear by several of her dialogues.
I stole the Rune of Death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away.
I believe this is Rani's main aim in organising and masterminding the Night of the Black Knives, and that she essentially misled and betrayed the Black Knife Assassins by obscuring the true purpose and leaving them out to dry following the night itself. This is why we find Alecto imprisoned by Rani, and why the Black Knives appear to attack her vassals in retribution. But for more detail on why I believe this, I would again refer you to my Night of the Black Knives video. And in general, it seems like the Black Knife Assassins take the full weight of the blame, as Rani does not seem to be known as the true mastermind in the modern era. It takes Rogier some investigation to find out this is the case, and aside from that, she is never mentioned as the mastermind behind this plot. Yet while Rani's objectives in organising the night are clear, there are other general political goals that night that were achieved. In my Black Knives video, I believe I did a good job in bringing some attention to an article from Bandai Namco that was published alongside the December 2021 story trailer. This article was essentially a flavour piece that introduced players to the world of Elden Ring and what they could expect from the story, complementing the story trailer that released at the same time. And it said the following on the Night of the Black Knives. One grim night, in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none were as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. The assassins' targets were multifold, and this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of Marika's kin. So while Rani clearly had an ulterior motive in enacting this plan, it's clear the conspiracy also achieved other aims that resulted in a devastating blow for the royal family of the Erdtree Order. So in a way, Rani kills two birds with one stone. She harnesses the frustrations of those who resent the Erdtree Order to create a counter-revolutionary strike, which not only achieves her primary goal of shedding her Empyrean skin, but it also destabilizes a rival branch of the royal family, and it strikes a blow that essentially the Golden Order never truly recovers from. Following this, Rani clearly exists in some kind of spirit or soul form, before anchoring her spirit within a new doll body. Now, at this point, I would like to take a moment to discuss Rani's new form, and assess how we see her in game to see what bits of lore that we can mine from it. So firstly, there's the blue spirit form of Rani that sticks out the side of her doll body. And I've always presumed that this is the true Rani, this spirit. This is her in soul form, and how she exists now that she has no flesh. Which of course makes sense when you consider that Rani's mouths, her spirit form and her doll form, move at the same time, meaning this is just Rani's spirit, it just kind of overlaps slightly with the doll that she now possesses. However, despite this, people have also often tried to tie Rani and Melina together, and there are certainly legitimate reasons to do so. For example, when Rani first gives you the spirit calling bell, she says she has been asked to do so by Torrent's former master, clearly Melina. Melina is clearly in spirit form much like Rani, describing herself as burned and bodiless. As pointed out by Ziostorm in his recent video on Melina, which I will link below, all three of Melina, Rani and Torrent fade away in a burst of blue particles. And given that Torrent is described in the spectral steed whistle as a spectre, it's fair to assume that all three are in some sort of spirit form. So for me, the first and most obvious connection between these two characters is that they both exist in spirit form. They don't have corporeal bodies. And we could go a little bit further down the rabbit hole if we consider that Melina could be the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I am in the camp that believe that Melina's most likely identity is that of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who has now been rebirthed as Marika as an agent. Rani was killed in body by the Rune of Death, and the Gloam-Eyed Queen once wielded this power before being defeated by Malekith. Perhaps Melina, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, being burned and bodiless, could be a hint at her ultimate fate at the hands of Malekith, who, now the wielder of Destined Death and the Rune of Death, burned her in the red-black flames. This is all wild speculation, of course, but in summary, I believe that if there is any connection between Rani and Melina, it is because they are both spirits who have come to be due to similar circumstances. I don't believe that they are the same person, nor do I believe that they are sisters. And while there are similarities in the two, I believe they are two clearly distinct characters on their own journey. That being said, Melina is a video in of itself, and I will eventually explore the possibility that they are one and the same person in a separate video, so look out for that. But tangent aside, in short, I believe that Rani's overlapping ghostly form is literally just that. It's Rani's spirit. Now, when it comes to the form that Rani has chosen, her puppet, as we have already mentioned, it is modelled after the most influential person in her life, the Snowy Crone. I believe that the crone more or less wore this type of outfit, and that's why her appearance in general is said to be modelled after the Snowy Crone. Yet I don't think this is a complete one-to-one recreation of what the Snowy Crone looked like. The fact the crone is referred to as such doesn't chime too well with the actual appearance, as the term crone literally means an old woman, yet Rani's puppet is clearly far more youthful. Given that it looks very similar to Rani's spirit form, my conclusion is that the youthful aspects of this appearance are based on Rani herself, and that she has modified the Snowy Crone's appearance slightly to more reflect her own spirit. Yet the most fascinating aspect of her appearance, in my opinion, are her 4 arms, possibly one of the most iconic parts of her whole getup. Many will of course recognise the obvious connections that this has to Hinduism. Many Hindu deities like Brahma and Vishnu have more than 2 arms. But why? Well, firstly, it helps illustrate that these beings, these gods, are not human. That by looking at an image you realise straight away this is a god. But to go a bit further, these are symbols of their divine power. My understanding is that multiple arms are used to show that these gods are able to perform multiple actions throughout the universe at the same time by using all their different arms. A divine multitasker, if you will. The arms can also be used to illustrate the different items of significance relatable to that god. For example, take this image of Ganesha or Ganesh, who has 4 arms. His bottom right hand is positioned in a flat palm symbol for a blessing, representing Ganesha's blessings that he bestows upon people. In the top right hand, he holds an axe, meant to represent detachment or the severing of ties. You get the picture. So let's apply this logic to Rani. In our first and last meetings with Rani, her hands are in a normal relaxed position, and so there isn't much that we can mine from this. However, what interests me more is the positioning of her hands when we speak to her in Rani's tower, and the iconic hand gesture she makes in the story trailer. I'm of course referring to the pose where one of the pair of hands is distinctly steepled, and we have to ask, what is this trying to convey? Well, usually this hand position is used to depict thinking, or planning, or scheming. Rani is a schemer. The bringing of the Age of Stars ultimately is the culmination of centuries worth of planning.
There's nothing wrong with a well-laid scheme.
To me, her 2 sets of hands represent this. She is a multitasker, one who is capable of active immediate action, symbolised by her free set of hands, but one that is always planning ahead, looking to the future, no matter what's happening in the present, symbolised by her steepled hands. It symbolises Rani as a master planner, and it makes me think of Mephala from the Elder Scrolls, who also is shown with multiple arms, and Mephala is a god of scheming and plans. That is of course my speculation, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts in the comments below what you think Rani's 4 arms are meant to represent. With that all said, we now know what happens after the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn becomes the Prince of Death and gives rise to those who live in death. Possibly the greatest instance of collateral damage in any Souls game. As I have said in multiple videos, I see the crime against Godwyn, his death of soul and the fate he is forced to suffer just so Rani can achieve her aims, as a terrible crime, never mind the condemnation of other innocent people who are forced to live in death as a result of deathroot spreading from Godwyn, the source of this terrible crime. And so no matter what you think about Rani's ending, I always bear that in mind, that the steps she has taken to get here are extremely ruthless. I am not saying that she is a bad guy, but in my eyes she is far from a hero. But what happens to Rani after this? Firstly, we know that it is after Rani has disposed of her flesh that she divulges her plans to Iji and Blythe, thanks to a dialogue from Iji.
When Lady Rani renounced her flesh and chose the dark path of the Empyrean, Blythe and I swore allegiance as vassals.
So this makes Iji and Blythe rather innocent of any involvement in the Night of the Black Knives, as it seems like they didn't know her plans until this moment. Yet Rani and her vassals appear to have been in hiding for quite a while, as we do get a rather interesting piece of dialogue regarding Rani's whereabouts from Rogier, who says the following.
I have some idea of Rani's potential whereabouts. There's a manor to the north of the Academy of Rea Lucaria. It is the familial home of the Carian royals, from whom Rani descends. There's been talk of the old royals' vassals gathering there in recent years. Rani's whereabouts since the shattering are a well-kept secret. She hasn't been seen even once, but I suspect she might have returned to the manor in which she was born.
The shattering came after the Night of the Black Knives. However, from Rogier's dialogue, it's clear that Rani really hasn't been much of a player ever since the Night of the Black Knives and the Shattering War began. We of course learned via Gideon Ofnir that Rani then set aside her Great Rune, and now this is interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, it means that she did claim a Great Rune at some point, as we know that this is an active action taken by the demigods from the introduction to Elden Ring.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring.
My speculation is that she did initially claim a great rune for the reasons that everyone else did: power. Then, upon the outbreak of the war, she set hers aside and vanished, leaving her siblings to destroy one another, while she waited patiently to enact her plans, following the end of the war, at a time when many of her potential rivals would have been eliminated, and in general providing a more quiet landscape for her to enact her plans. The setting aside of her great rune is very symbolic to me. To me, it really does represent that Ranni sees her path, the dark path of the Empyrean, as separate from that of the Elden Ring. While others may be hoping to claim the Elden Ring for their own and harness its power through the great rune that they hold, Ranni's path is detached entirely from the existing order of this world, and as such, great runes, remnants of an order that she seeks to supplant entirely, really is detached from her concerns. As such, her dark path of the Empyrean does not require a great rune, nor would it benefit from taking part in the shattering. Returning to Rogier's dialogue, he also talks about Ranni's vassals gathering at Caria Manor. The implication being is that this is a recent activity after years of the manor being abandoned and Ranni being missing. The overall impression is that Ranni essentially skipped town while the Shattering War played out, and only recently, following the end of the war, has there been activity at Caria Manor. This brings us to the here and now, and Ranni's next step in her plans, severing the bonds between her and the Fingers for good, and then finally, at the defeat of the Elden Beast, she'll be able to herald in the Age of Stars. Yet despite Ranni's return and the fairly exhausted state of all other demigods, her plans are locked in stasis thanks to the actions of her own brother, General Radahn. At this stage in the lore, we all know the story of Radahn, a great warrior who learned gravity magic so he could continue to ride his beleaguered horse. Yet he became so powerful in its usage that he imposed his will on the stars themselves during the Star Scourge conflict. According to a sword monument found in Caelid, this was to keep Celia safe from something, either from its fate or a direct threat from the stars. However, with the movement of the stars arrested, fate is tethered along with it, and as we learn from Selin and Iji, this means that Ranni's destiny is also held in stasis. Indeed, whether Radahn intentionally wanted to prevent Ranni's plan or not is not clear. However, it is clear that he is currently the greatest impediment to Ranni's plans. The Dark Moon itself appears in the skies over Caelid upon Radahn's defeat, as if it is an omen that Ranni's destiny can resume. This brings us back to a rather tricky subject, that of fate, a subject I have dealt with in some detail in my Primeval Current lore video, which I will link below. But let us start by understanding the fundamentals about fate before we apply it to Ranni's destiny. A good place to start is with the Celestial Dew item description, which reads as follows. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. Therefore, in the world of Elden Ring, fate is literally attached to the stars. Fate itself is defined by Oxford Languages in the following way. The development of events outside a person's control, regarded as predetermined by a supernatural power. In short, fate is the way a person's life unfolds, and that the events of their lives happen outside of their control, and is instead guided by an outside force. And in this case, that outside force is the stars. This is more simply put by the Amber Starlight Shard, which says that the stars command people's fate, and the Carians seem to have had a special relationship with fate. The Carians descend from astrologers, with Rennala herself being described as an astrologer in the Stargazer heirloom. The astrologer armor set tells us that astrologers are able to read fate in the stars. When Rennala established Carian royalty, it looked as though she preserved such practices via the preceptors, For the Preceptor hood reads, large hat with the movement of stars drawn on the inside of the brim, worn by magic preceptors who serve the Carrion royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers, a fact that the Carrions remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. This heavily implies that the preceptors very much are stargazers, given their hats have the movements of the stars drawn on the inside, and given one of the only preceptors we meet in-game, Celavis, is obsessed with fate and manipulating it through his puppet drafts, I think it's a fair bet to say that these preceptors acted as personal fate readers for the Carrion royal family, and continued to observe the practice of astrology that was linked to the reading of fate. So this in turn implies that some Carrions were well aware of their fates, because they are able to read them in the stars. And it seems as though fate is fundamentally important to the Carrions, as it seems to literally dictate their lives. And we learn of how much an influence fate has on the Carrions via Selin, who says the following regarding fate.
The stars alter the fate of the Carrion royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
The stars alter the fate of the Carrion royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged these swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory, arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny. So Selin specifically states that Rani's fate, her life, is unable to really move forward until the movement of the stars is resumed. It is hard for us to truly understand what is happening here, but here are the main takeaways. The Carrions are able to read and therefore predict their fate and destiny in the stars. In a way, it is preordained to them. For example, Rani seems to know exactly the way her fate will play out. Second, fate is tied to the movement of the stars, and if the stars do not move, then there is no fate. And the way in which fate plays out in the stars that has been read by the astrologers cannot come to pass until movement is resumed. This seems to be some sort of metaphysical power that we don't fully understand. When fate resumes, everything plays out as Rani would like it to. With the moment that Radahn is dead, a meteorite hits the ground, opening up the way for Nokron. Now we could just say that Radahn was actually just holding back a shooting star that was going to hit here anyway, and there wasn't really any fate involved. However, there is more to this, as if we try to open the chest containing the Finger Slayer blade, but we are not serving Rani, and we're not therefore retrieving it for her, then we get a message saying that we are not destined to open it, and we are unable to open it. Furthermore, the Finger Slayer blade item description itself states that it cannot be wielded by those without fate, and if fate is arrested, that means that Rani wouldn't be able to wield this blade. So fate and destiny appears to be a power exerted by the stars onto the mortal plane, a power that is weaved into being through their movements. And ultimately I believe fate to be a tool of the stars. It ultimately seems like a way that they can guide their adherents. This is of course my speculation, as we know the power of fate can be used to control the actions of other people, as Celavis uses the fate latent within the stars to create puppet drafts from starlight shards, meaning that fate is an actual power of some kind that can exert control over people. Yet things still happen while Radahn is frozen the stars. For example, we are still able to ascend the Elden Throne without killing Radahn, and therefore without the stars resuming their movement. This is why I believe fate is less of a wide-reaching, nebulous concept that affects everyone, and rather it is a force of control, of guidance, that is from the stars themselves. Regardless, Rani's plans are in essence frozen until we come along. Rani is unable to wield the Finger Slayer blade to finally sever her connection. But when we resume her fate, her destiny, she is able to wield the blade. We destroy the baleful shadows for her, and she slaughters her own 2 fingers. She is completely cut off, detached from the influence of the 2 fingers and the greater will. She is able now to adhere herself to a new order, the Order of the Dark Moon. So all that remains for us to do at this stage is to defeat Radagon and the Elden Beast. So now let us talk about what actually happens with Ranni's ending, and what the Age of the Stars actually means. There has been a lot of debate about what the ending of Ranni's quest actually means. What happens when we choose the Age of Stars? And I think there's a lot of confusion that is very quickly cleared up when you speak to Ranni back at Ranni's Rise, when you've become her consort, but before you've triggered the end of the game. If you return to Ranni's Rise and you still have the miniature Ranni in your items, you can speak to her once more, at which stage she will explain more about what her new order will actually entail.
Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet. As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together. But I would have them at a great remove, and have the certainties of sight, emotion, faith, and touch all become impossibilities, which is why I would abandon this soil with mine order. Wouldst thou come to me even now, my one and only Lord?
So I think Ranni clears up a lot here. Ranni's new order will not be one that is situated on Earth. And what she means by this is that she herself and the controlling artifact of this new order, the Dark Moon, will not be on the Earth much as Marika and the Erdtree would be. Instead, Ranni would be at a far remove from the Earth in the cosmos. And as such, it wouldn't be subject to the same weaknesses and flaws that Marika's order would be, the same corruption that it opened itself up to. Zioswarm did a good video on this months back, clearing up this confusion and citing an article from Frontline JP, which I will link below alongside Zio's video. In this article, the author not only retranslated the ending of the game, but also the dialogue we just spoke of. And while I don't think this dialogue is nearly as cryptic as the ending, I do think the author's translations do make the point I'm making slightly more clear. For example, for the dialogue we have just discussed, in the line where Ranni says, "As it is now, life and souls and order are bound tightly together, but I would have them at a great remove," the author of the Frontline JP article offers a slightly clearer translation, which I will quote now. "Even if life and souls are one with the order, it, the order, could be kept far away." Ranni would have order physically separated from the world that it governs, and have these certainties of sight, faith, and touch all become impossibilities if she as a god, as the new order, is far removed from Earth. Then people wouldn't be able to worship her, wouldn't be able to interact with her, nor even see her. Order would just function, it would just govern the world without all the emotion, without all the faith, meaning that Ranni is unlikely to be swayed by emotions of what she sees and feels around her. It would be an order of logic. To quote the author of said article, they say, "Ranni believes that while the order may have to exist, as it is entwined with life and souls, it causes problems for the people. Her solution is thus to take it and leave, keeping it far away, where people cannot see, feel, touch, and believe in it, embarking on a journey into fear, doubt, solitude, and darkness to do so." In a way, this also lines up with the problems that Goldmask himself identifies with the Golden Order. If we look at the Mending Rune of Perfect Order, the culmination of Goldmask's work, he believed that it was the fickleness of the gods that caused the issues. And Ranni would essentially eliminate that problem by removing herself from the Earth. She and the Order would exist far away from the Earth, meaning there would be no politics, no emotions, and no faith that would pollute the perfection of order. This implies an order of logic, a nuance that is easier to see with Loki's translation of Rani's final dialogue, which I quote now. To all life and all souls, from here on is the era of the stars, the logic of the moon, a 1,000-year journey, a logical order of the moon. I do think this is a nuance that is really missed from the final dialogue of the Age of Stars ending, and admittedly the English is a little confusing. Many people thought that Rani was taking everyone with her on a voyage into the stars. However, with these translations, it is clear that Rani means that she, as the new order, will travel far away from the plane of existence that she herself governs. Now let's listen to that dialogue now.
The battle is over, I see. I do solemnly swear to every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness, as the path stretcheth into darkness. Well then, shall we? My fair consort eternal.
With this new understanding in place, we know what is really being said here, despite the cryptic language. Rani is ushering in the Age of Stars that will be governed by her and her dark moon. Yet she will depart into the cosmos, no doubt to join her dark moon, beginning her journey into the chill night, a path of fear, doubt, and loneliness for Rani. She will rule from afar, out of sight, and thus the problems of the prior order will fade. Again, I will quote the translation from the Frontline JP article, which makes this all more abundantly clear. I shall swear to all lives and souls. From here on is the Age of Stars, the laws of the moon, 1,000-year journey. To all you may think of the chill night as infinitely far away. And now let us go on our path of fear, doubt, and loneliness into the darkness. So with that made abundantly clear, let us talk about the greater picture. What does this mean for the greater will and the Elden Ring? Firstly, I think it's clear that the Elden Ring is no more in this ending, symbolised by Rani picking up the head of Marika, the vessel for the Elden Ring, who then fades away. In the various Elden Ring endings, we defeat the Elden Beast, but then we take the time to repair the Elden Ring inside of Marika, and implement a new order that is imposed through the power of the new Elden Ring and any modifications that we added to it. However, in Rani's ending, Marika fades away and presumably the Elden Ring fades with it. I think the erasure of the Elden Ring is necessary. After all, Rani doesn't implement her plan until after we have defeated Radagon and the Elden Beast. This to me implies that Rani's order could not be implemented until the power of the Elden Ring was neutralized. Until then, the Elden Beast, a powerful vessel for the current order, had been in existence. Clearly its presence and the power of the Elden Ring kept the power of the Dark Moon at bay. But with the Elden Ring and Beast no more, the Dark Moon lays claim to the mortal plane. In the announcement trailer for Elden Ring, the narrator refers to the Elden Ring as that which commanded the stars. And so, is it possible that the Elden Ring has been such a power that it bent even the stars to its will, that it is the preeminent force in the universe, and even the stars must obey its laws? I believe so, but I also believe that the moon and the stars have their own agenda. As we spoke of earlier, they are a yin to the Elden Ring's yang. They are opposite, and while the Elden Ring was present, it was ultimately the preeminent force in the universe that commanded the stars themselves. So through agents like Renala, the Nox, and now Rani, celestial bodies have tried to free themselves from such an order and impose their own. With the Elden Ring's defeat, and Rani freed from her two fingers, she is able to wipe away the last vestiges of the Elden Ring's power, and beckon the moon, implementing an Age of Stars, free from the Elden Ring and free from the direct intervention of gods. And while I've always seen Ranni's act against Godwyn as a terrible crime, is this a case of the ends justifying the means? Now that we have a god that will act like a god rather than a human warlord, for Ranni will have no family, have no castles, and be involved in no politics. Is this the right way for a new order to be implemented? I leave such judgments to yourself, my fellow Tarnished. Elden Ring has a few pivotal events in its story that punctuate its fascinating timeline. Key events that have all helped shape the world as it is now. The fracturing of the One Great, the War of the Giants, and the shattering of the Elden Ring, to name but a few. But arguably, no event casts as large a shadow as the infamous Night of the Black Knives. On a night of wintry fog, a group of conspirators stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith. With their knives imbued by its power, these assassins murdered the demigod Godwyn the Golden, and the rest is history. Yet despite these well-known facts, very little is known about the smaller details of this fateful night. When exactly did it happen? Did Ranni betray her co-conspirators? Was Marika actually involved? Were other demigods murdered on the same night? In this video, we are going to unpack this event, from the formation of the conspiracy itself to the fallout, and review some fascinating and largely forgotten material from Bandai Namco's website, in an attempt to have a deeper understanding of this monumental event in the lore, who was involved, and what the true outcome actually was. At this point, I would also like to offer my thanks to Mirko, translator for Sabaka no Meiko, and Loki, author of the Abyssal Archive, both translators who offered me a lot of help in understanding some of the finer points in this video. Before we talk about the event itself and the build-up of the conspiracy, we need to talk about where this event sits in the general Elden Ring timeline. This event, of course, must have taken place after the Godskin apostasy, because it is the aforementioned event that led to Malekith sealing Death's death within his Black Blade. And of course it is from Malekith that the conspirators of the Night of the Black Knives would steal the Rune of Death from. Thus the events of this night must come after the Godskin apostasy. We also have the story trailer in which Ranni narrates the events that led up to the Shattering War, and I quote Ranni's narration from that trailer now. "The Rune of Death was stolen, and the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden, Queen Marika was driven to the brink. The Shattering War ensued, a war that wrought only darkness." The way in which this is delivered seems to imply a direct chain of causality. The Night of the Black Knives happened, and as a result, it pushed Queen Marika to the brink, leading to the shattering of the Elden Ring. This is always the way I've interpreted this story trailer, and indeed, an article from Bandai Namco themselves, released alongside this story trailer to help explain what we're seeing in the story trailer in December of 21, also seems to imply a direct causal link. It is important when looking at outside sources, as is the case for the story trailer, and of course the Bandai Namco article, that we make it clear that these are not canonical sources, so you are free to disregard them as you so choose. So we do need to be careful when using these types of evidence. Firstly, thanks to the work of those like Sekiro Dube, Lance McDonald and Zuli the Witch, we know that a lot actually changed between December of 2021, which is when this article and story trailer came out, and the release in February of 2022. The story trailer isn't an in-game cinematic, and it is more like a thematic appetizer for fans a couple of months ahead of release. That being said, there is no evidence that the overarching lore surrounding the Night of the Black Knives has changed substantially with what we have in-game, and so I am more willing to lean into this idea that the intentions of the developer and publisher behind the story of the Knight of the Black Knives is still relevant to what we are seeing in the game, that this was what they conceived of the story at least of December 2021, but it would be intellectually dishonest of me if I didn't make it clear that of course this article and the story trailer to a degree are non-canonical sources. And as you can see from the parts I'm showing on the screen, there are many interesting details included in this article, especially in regards to Marika, that we will return to later. But for now, let's just stick with the timeline aspect of it. The heavy emphasis in both the story trailer and the article on a causal link seems to suggest to me that this event took place closer to the end of Marika's reign, rather than closer to the earlier Crucible and Age of Plenty eras. There's of course another similar retelling of events by an in-game NPC that lines up pretty well with the story trailer. I am referring to Sorcerer Roger, who is someone who has dedicated his life to researching this event and its fallout. When describing the importance of this event and when it came to pass, he says the following.
The misshapen corpse under Stormvale. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
So again, Roger reiterates the fact that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, was specifically the catalyst that would lead to the Shattering. Again, a chain of causality between this event and the Shattering. This is a sentiment backed up by Loki, who believes that the kanji that was translated as catalyst could be more closely translated as trigger, and in short believes that linguistically, the language is trying to imply that the Night of the Black Knives is directly connected to the outcome of Marika shattering the Elden Ring. When talking about when this event took place, Rogier specifically mentions a golden age as well, and again Loki was kind enough to offer their perspective as it is written in the original Japanese, specifically what their interpretation of what Rogier means when he says a golden age, and I quote Loki now. Prosperous age is its own term, and basically refers to what we would call a golden age. Rogier is talking about the period before things fell apart, so of course that would be deemed a prosperous era of peace. So in essence, Loki believes that Rogier is simply referring to a time in general when things were good, and before the peace was broken. And in general during Marika's reign, we do seem to have long periods of peace, from the Godskin apostasy really to the Night of the Black Knives when everything fell apart. And in general, if you want a greater view of the things that happened during Marika's reign, I would recommend my Elden Ring timeline video, which I will link below. There are also some other tangential pieces of evidence that may help to give us a general idea of when this took place. For example, we know that Godwyn took place in the War of the Ancient Dragons, and so again, the Night of the Black Knives has to have taken place after this event. But not only that, there is some evidence potentially that Godwyn met Miquella. For example, there is the Golden Epitaph sword, which reads the following: a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with the humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. The sword is made to commemorate Godwyn's death, so after it, and is infused with the prayer of a young boy, who most likely must be Miquella, not only because of his youthful appearance, but because of Miquella's other potential associations with Godwyn, and trying to grant him a true death. If you're unsure what connection I'm referring to, I am talking about Castle Sol and the NPC that can be found at the top of its battlements after defeating Commander Nile. The dialogue of this ghost NPC suggests that the denizens of the castles were looking for ways to restore the soul of soulless demigods, and in particular, Miquella's comrade. But if you want a more in-depth look at this, then I would recommend my Miquella lore video, which I will link below. Now, these are of course important things to look at when talking about a timeline, because surely, if Miquella cares so deeply about his dear brother, about Godwyn's fate, then surely they must have had a relationship and known each other for such love to exist. And if we assume that to be a given, then surely the Night of the Black Knives has to have happened after Miquella was born, and thus later on into Marika's rule after she had married Radagon. So with all the context we've looked at and all the linguistic nuance, I do think it is most likely fair to say that this event, the Night of the Black Knives, comes later on in Marika's rule, the end of a long period of peace and prosperity. Mirko did offer a different perspective on the translation of Rogier's Golden Era, and I will quote Mirko on screen now, and essentially, Mirko suggests that linguistically, the Japanese could be translated to mean the age of prosperity, the age of plenty, therefore putting it closer to the beginning of Marika's reign and earlier on in the timeline than many may assume. However, I do leave it for you to decide which fits more carefully with your understanding of the timeline. Regardless, all we can say definitively is that this attack must have occurred during a period of relative peace, growth and prosperity under Queen Marika's rule, between the Godskin Apostle Godhunt, but before the shattering of the Elden Ring. And with that said, let us go on to assess who actually took part in this conspiracy, who they are, and how they came to become known as the Black Knife Assassins. So now we have a general idea of when, we now need to talk about the conspirators and how this conspiracy was formed. The heavy hand and muscle of this operation were of course the Black Knife Assassins themselves. These nimble and deadly warriors are described to be scions of the Eternal City by Rogier, who says the following.
They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye. The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite.
But are also simultaneously described as Numen by the Black Knives armor set, which reads, the assassins that carried out the deeds of the Night of the Black Knives were all women, and rumoured to be Numen who had close ties with Marika herself. I think there's little value me in going over this in depth once again, but here are the main general ties to why the Nox are essentially an offshoot Numen tribe. And if you'd like to hear a more in-depth explanation of that, then I would recommend my video on the Eternal Cities, which I will link below. What is more interesting is that I believe we can specifically track the development of these assassins and how they tie into the Eternal Cities and the Numen themselves. The armor set describes the assassins as all women. They are also extremely nimble warriors, and fittingly, there is also an all-female nimble warrior class found within the Eternal City, the Swordstress. In prior videos I have suggested that maybe the Black Knife Assassins were Swordstresses themselves. I think there is more nuance to be had here as we will dig in deeper, and I've refined my own opinions on it as I've dug deeper into this very topic, but it is still fitting that culturally the Nox have a precedent for nimble female warriors. This is where I want to return to the term scions of the Eternal Cities, as mentioned by Rogier. Scion means a descendant, usually used in reference to a notable bloodline. Loki was able to provide further insight into who these women may be, and he translated Rogier's dialogue in the following manner. I told you before about the Night of the Black Knives conspiracy, The perpetrators are said to be assassins who are descendants of the Eternal Capital. Then Loki would go on to tie this to a dialogue that we've looked at on the channel before, Gowry's one regarding Celia's ties to the Eternal Cities, and I again quote Loki now, which ties into this. As promised, I shall teach you about the lost sorceries of Celia, descendant of the Eternal. And this is the same term for descendant used in both dialogues, and both in regards to descending from the Eternal Cities. This is also a subject we've talked about in my Eternal Cities lore video and others, that the Celians are indeed descendants of the Nox as well, and it's therefore fascinating to me that Loki has linguistically tied these two references of two different groups together, the Black Knife Assassins and the Celians referred to in the exact same manner. However, the potential link between Celia and the Assassins is also found within the lore. One of the other defining features of the Assassins themselves are of course their cloaks, that fool the eye, a fact that is reflected in gameplay by the Assassins who are essentially invisible to us, unless we are using the Sentry Torch, and even when we can see them, their cloaks seem to warp the light around them. So what is this technology or magic, and how are the Eternal Cities able to craft these extraordinary pieces of armor? Well, again, I think if we look at the culture and sorcery of Celia, we can get the answer. As we have already mentioned, Gowry directly ties Celia as an offshoot colony of Noxian descent, calling them descendants of the Eternal.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
But even without Gowry, the player would be able to tell these ties through visual and implicit storytelling. The most obvious, of course, is the crypt chair found in the rear of Celia, guarded by none other than a Noxian monk and sordstress. Indeed, the Celian throne is integrated into the Celian coat of arms, and given how iconic the crypt chairs are to Noxian society, it really shows how important the ties to the Eternal Cities are to this small town. Now, the architecture of Celia itself is different from the architecture of the Eternal Cities, but they are close enough that you could imagine them being built by Noxian offshoot. Indeed, the architecture of the lower regions of Leyndell matches that of Celia and Ordina as well, and credit to Tarnished Archaeologist who makes this connection in his video on Leyndell. And given that Celia is connected to the Nox, and therefore the Numen, it's a logical conclusion that this lower Leyndell is also connected to the same tribe, Marika's tribe in Marika's city. Tarnished Archaeologist also brings attention to the main gate of Leyndell, and how it essentially leads to nowhere, suggesting that it must have been built with this Numen settlement, Lower Leyndell, in mind. I leave it to Tarnished Archaeologists to explain the implication this has for the Eternal Cities underground, some directly below where this gap between the wall and the Lower Leyndell settlement is, as that is not the subject of this video. I'm just highlighting it because it shows the deep connections between the Numen and the Nox and their history with Marika and the lands between, that even in the heart of Leyndell, we can see traces of the Nox's heritage and how important they are to Marika and the royal family. A fact that is even more stark when you consider that the signature floral patterns on the leaden windows of Celia are the same patterns on the very gates of Leyndell itself. Yet, to be clear, the Celians are certainly descended from the Nox, as is said by Gowry explicitly, and the fact they are called scions by Rogier, which again means descendants. And so while Lower Leyndell most likely precedes the Eternal Cities and shares an architectural style with Celia, Celia most clearly comes after the establishment of the Eternal Cities and the Nox. But the point in highlighting the connections of architecture between Celia and Lower Leyndell is not necessarily to put it in the same date as Lower Leyndell, but to highlight the connection and heritage that Celia and the Nox and the Numen share. In turn, this raises questions about Ordina Liturgical Town that also shares the same architectural design, but we will get there near the end of the video. Then of course there is the Celian spell Night Maiden's Mist, one of the night sorceries of Celia, and the description of this spell reads as follows. one of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. This is of course one of the greatest ties between the two. Firstly, it is a Celian night sorcery, and yet it originates from one of the Night Maidens of Nokron. Night Maidens, of course, being the highest ranking members in Noxian society that we are aware of. Indeed, when we fight Night Maidens in Nokron and Noxtella, they quite often use this technique and spell against us, again stressing the connection between Celia and its sorceries to the Nox. We can get a feel for what these night sorceries are all about and why they were developed by reading the description of Ambush Shard, which reads the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. So this is a school of sorcery dedicated to assassination. It is about obfuscation and killing, which is reflected in the fact that when you use these spells, they fool the eyes of opponents, who will not try to react or dodge as they may well do for regular spells. However, what is more important to this current discussion when talking about the assassins of the Black Knives is the spell known as Unseen Form, which reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery, makes the caster semi-invisible. While on horseback, effect extends to cover the mount. This sorcery can be cast while in motion. The Celian assassins considered every option that aided their dirty work. So here we have specifically a sorcery that makes one invisible, developed by a town that specialises in assassination. The description of the Black Knife armour makes it clear that there is a power in the veils that fool the eye, and I think it is more than likely that these night sorceries will have been employed to empower these specialised veils so that they could fool the eye, much like the Unseen Form spell. I want to briefly speak on the design of the armour itself. According to the description of the Black Knife armour set, it was forged to make no sound, and again we could attribute that to the night magic of the Celians, or perhaps the tight and sophisticated scale design. However, what I'm more interested in is the iconography. There seems to be a large focus on feathers, both on the lower part of the cuirass and the teal feathers found on the shoulder joints. When trying to explain this, fortunately for us, there is another group of assassins who employ similar iconography, the Ravenmount assassins. The armour set of these read as follows. A ritual implement for transforming into a deathbird, if only by imitation. We are birds of prey, bringers of death. As I discussed at length in my Deathbirds lore video, deathbirds in the lands between are literal symbols of death, much as crows or ravens are to us in the real world. The Ravenmount imitated the deathbirds to show that they are bringers of death. Given that the Black Knife assassins are also assassins, my presumption is that the design of this armour is meant to employ the same sort of symbolism. So I think it's clear that the work developed in Celia, both in regards to training assassins and in developing spells that help obscure the assassins from their targets, were used to help equip and train the assassins that would go on to be known as the Black Knife assassins, really cementing this Celian link. So with those deep connections to Celia in mind, let us once again return to specifically the women who would become the Black Knife assassins. Straight up, the most obvious answer to me, given all we've looked at, is that these assassins are from Celia themselves. They are assassins who were trained by the town and are from there. This would quite easily tick all the boxes we know about the assassins. They are related to the Numen. They are Celian trained in assassination. It's a town that developed invisibility sorcery. And it is a town of descendants of the Eternal City, much as the assassins themselves are described. I'd be certainly happy with this, and we could move on. However, we could potentially go deeper if we examine another signature element of the assassins, the Black Knife weapons themselves, because they have another tie in game. Rani states that she forged the blade through fearsome rite.
I stole a fragment of the rune of death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
And shortly we will discuss where Rani may have got this occult knowledge from. However, despite Rani using the term forged, the actual description of the black knife reads slightly differently. It reads as follows: a ritual performed on the oddly misshapen blade imbued it with the power of the stolen rune of death. So the ritual was performed on the blade, meaning presumably this ritual was performed on a mundane knife that was forged the traditional way. And if we are looking at a base template for what type of knife may have been used in this ritual, we should look no further than the Blade of Calling. For those who don't know, the Blade of Calling is a very similar size and shape to the black knife one, except for the protruding aspects and it isn't black. But more importantly, the weapon art for the Blade of Calling, Blade of Gold, is basically a golden version of the Blade of Death weapon art that the black knife uses. This is also the Blade of Calling, wielded by Melina when we summon her for the Morgoth fight, and she uses the exact same moveset as a black knife assassin. So this begs the question, who is Melina, and how can she inform us on who these assassins may be? So this is heavy speculation, but I want to try and tie together everything we know about Celia and Melina and her moveset and the Blade of Calling. It is heavily implied that Melina is a child of Marika, and yet she shares a combat style with these Numen kin, who have descended from the Noxian split of the Numen tribe. Taking Celia as an example, despite the place retaining heavy ties to the Nox, these are kind of hidden, such as the Noxian throne being hidden right at the back of Celia, and I'm sure many don't actually know in the world of Elden Ring that the Nox are related to the Celians. And in a lot of ways, the Celians have reintegrated with surface society. Lusat is a great example of this, a Celian native who was once Grand Master of Rhea Lucaria's Academy and founder of the Elevenus Conspectus. And thus, if Lusat is able to integrate into normal society despite being of Noxian descent, is it possible that we can explain the closeness of the Black Knife Assassins in a similar manner? That these are Celian women who are reintegrated into Marika's court, bound through ties of kinship. I'm saying all this because of the implications of what is said in the Black Knife Assassin armor set in regards to closeness of these women to Marika, and in turn how that can help us explain the curious links between Melina and the Black Knife Assassins and the Blade of Calling with the Black Knife. And does this mean close in blood relation, or close as in familial or friendship? And for now I'm disregarding the idea that it means close that they were her co-conspirators, as I will deal with that later. But for now I wanted to get to the truth of what is being said here when it says close, and so once again I turn to Loki, who is able to provide this appraisal of the original Japanese, and I now quote his translation of the Black Knife armor set and appraisal. It is said that the assassins, who were the perpetrators of the night of the conspiracy, are all women, and according to one theory, were visitors close to Marika. Then Loki goes on to explain, close in the psychological sense, not in terms of dealings. So what Loki is trying to get across here is that the original Japanese, in his opinion, is only trying to convey that these women were close psychologically to Marika. Close in terms of psychology, so friendship, kinship, or companionship, and nothing else. And again, this all makes sense without going any deeper if you consider their blood ties, that they all come from the Numen tribe ultimately. So in general, if these Numen were close to Marika and close to the court, perhaps they would have been trained in the same manner as Melina, another woman of the court, and armed with the same blades. In European courts, royal women often surrounded themselves with noble women, who would serve as their advisors, confidants, and companions, known as ladies-in-waiting. And perhaps this explains their proximity to Melina, and why they would share a combat style and armament, that these Numen women, possibly from Celia, acted as women of the court, and will have interacted and been around at the same time as Melina. That is of course wild speculation, but it's something that could explain the proximity of Melina to these women and why they share similar combat styles. And so my final word on my speculation on who the Black Knife Assassins were specifically is that they were probably Selians, and they were Numen that were probably known to Marika in some capacity, and that is all we are able to say with any certainty. And again, we will return to the idea that Marika was involved later, and why I do not believe that it is the case. When it comes to the assassins as characters and named people, we do have two named members of the leadership, Alecto and her daughter Tyche. Both have ancient Greek origins. Alecto meaning unceasing anger, who was one of the Furies in Greek mythology, which indeed feels fitting for an assassin who brings vengeance for her people, the Nox, against the gods. And we will talk more about the Nox's motivation in the next chapter. Tyche is a letter-swapped spelling of an ancient Greek word that represents the Greek deity of fortune, which is why I'm pronouncing it that way, by the way. And I find this somewhat ironic given her ultimate fate. However, when we look at the way Greeks viewed fortune, there is a little more here. Fortune could sometimes be seen as a force of uncaring reversals of fate and arbitrary violence, which is fitting given the fate of the Nox and Godwyn himself. What is interesting is that the Bandai Namco site that I've cited frequently already names the Black Knife Assassins as a foul covenant, and given Ranni's connection to the occult in the Dark Moon, perhaps Ranni corrupted them with her beliefs, and thus they made a covenant between them. This of course brings us to the main conspirator, Ranni herself. Whatever you think about the timeline we have discussed, it is an immutable fact that Ranni was involved.
I see. Quite the sleuth, aren't we? Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
Now I have a fairly good idea who performed the rite upon the blade. The person who orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives. Lunar Princess Ranni. One of the children born to King Consort Radagon and his first wife, Renala. Demigod and sister to General Radahn and Praetor Rykard. Hers was the name I discovered in the imprint.
These dialogues both suggest that Ranni was not only a conspirator, but in fact the orchestrator of the entire conspiracy. And this certainly makes sense, given that Ranni wanted something very specific out of this event, and we will look at that in the following chapters. At this stage, Ranni would still have her original Empyrean body, with red hair, as we can see from its remains. She would have been a princess with some privilege, and thus unsurprising she would have had the resources and influence to organise such an operation. It also seems that Ranni's magic was necessary, as she claims it was she who imparted the power of death upon the knives through fearsome rite. This also seems backed up by the knife print that we give to Rogier, who can detect her hand in the ritual which imbued the knives with their power.
The knives they wielded, though, were imparted with the power of the Rune of Death through sinister rite. Please, I beg of you, lend me the knife print for a time. I'd love nothing more than to tease out its secrets. Though only a fragment, a very specific ritual had to be performed to impart the power of the Rune of Death. Traces of the one who performed the rite are sure to remain in the imprint.
The term used by Ranni, fearsome rite, smacks of occultism, and it makes sense that Ranni would have this type of knowledge due to her association with the Dark Moon. Ranni's Dark Moon spell reads as follows. This moon was encountered by a young Ranni, led by the hand of her mother Renala. What she beheld was cold, dark, and veiled in occult mystery. So Ranni's Dark Moon, specifically, is tied to occult mystery, and it is no doubt via the Dark Moon that Ranni will have learned or gained the skills necessary to imbue the Black Knives with death. But there is another player in the story of the Dark Moon, the Snowy Crone, Ranni's secret mentor. We learn of the crone via certain spells, such as Freezing Mist, which reads as follows. The Snowy Crone taught the young Ranni to fear the Dark Moon as she imparted her cold sorcery. And via the Snow Witch set, which reads, Once worn by the snowy crone who the young sorcery encountered deep in the woods, she was a witch and well versed in cold sorceries. The old witch was Rani's secret mentor. Witches, the term that is used to describe this woman here, are generally associated with dark, occult, or blood magic, and Rani in turn would become known as Rani the Witch. So while it is probable that a lot of Rani's powers are tied to the power of the Dark Moon, I believe that it was the crone, the Snow Witch, who told her how to wield them and taught her occult magic. As such, it is most likely from the crone that Rani learned of the fearsome rite that would allow her to forge the Black Knives. Rani's brother Rykard also seems to have been tangentially involved, as we learn via the Blasphemous Claw, which reads, "On the night of the dire plot, Rani rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade." So the English here is a little confusing as to why Rani is actually giving these items to Rykard. So again, Loki has been kind enough to provide a clearer translation of what is being conveyed here. And I quote their translation of the Blasphemous Claw now. "Rock fragment engraved with a scale of the Rune of Death can divert the power of the Black Sword. On the night of the conspiracy, Praetor Rykard received a scale as a reward from Rani, as the trump card to challenge Malekith the Black Sword, the Black Beast, who is destined death, when blasphemy someday comes." Now, blasphemy is a subject we talked about in great detail in my Rykard lore video. In essence, blasphemy means the turning against the Erd Tree, Rykard turning against his own kin, and to take their power for his own. So in essence, it is his rebellion. That is what the Day of Blasphemy is. So from Loki's translation, it seems as though Rani was giving Rykard this fragment so that he can challenge the gods in his time of blasphemy. He must have already shared his blasphemous ideals with his sister. That is why she trusts him enough to let him know about the conspiracy and her involvement in it by handing him these shards. And in essence, she's just causing more trouble for the Erd Tree Order. She has just armed a future enemy of the Erd Tree with a great weapon against their most powerful member. So in essence, Rykard is not really involved. Rather, he and his sister have both shared their ideals, and they both share a hatred for the Erd Tree and its order, and thus she's given a weapon to her brother just in the hopes that he can one day cause some trouble. But now that we've discussed Rani's involvement, her involvement with making the blades, and organising the conspiracy in general, we now have to talk about the big elephant in the room, Marika, and why I believe she was not involved. So this brings us to the Marika question. Early on in the game's life cycle, many believed that Marika had a hand in the Night of the Black Knives, and many familiar with the channel, or people who follow me on Twitter, will know I'm very cynical of that theory, as it has never felt right to me, and I have included it for completeness in certain videos, but it's never been the one that I've held to be the truth. However, again for completeness, let's just go over why this is such a popular theory. It is mainly anchored by one central item, the Black Knife armor set, which states that the assassins had close ties to Marika. People have taken this to mean that Marika was tied to the conspiracy, that she had close ties to them through the planning of this conspiracy, and they believe it is reinforced by her perceived callousness towards her children.
In Marika's own words, "Hear me, demigods. My children, beloved, make of thyselves that which ye desire. Be it a lord, be it a god. But should ye fail to become aught at all, ye will be forsaken, amounting only to sacrifices."
If you'd want to see a video in more detail that discusses this theory, I'd recommend my good friend Ashen Hollow's lore video on this very subject. According to proponents of this theory, Marika's motivation for doing this, for killing her own son, is a way of rebelling against the greater will by killing her own child. Yeah, it's never really chimed true to me, and it just feels a little contrived, like they believe she's playing some kind of 4D chess. And really, the main person that gets something out of the Night of the Black Knives is Rani, who specifically has it planned in a certain particular precise way for her benefit, as we will look at in the next chapter. So to jam Marika's ego and motives and 4D chess on top of Rani's plans doesn't feel quite right. Emotionally, I also think a lot of people view Marika as some kind of Machiavellian schemer, and therefore readily accept this theory despite its flaws. Now, at the beginning of this video, I quoted an article from Bandai Namco themselves, an article from December, which explains the intent of what is being conveyed to us in the story trailer that also was released in December. Of course, we do need to bear in mind that the article is pre-release. It's December of 21, and some details did change thanks to the work of Sekiro Dubey and Lance McDonald. But it is only 2 months, and I reckon the broad details of the story trailer are generally correct. So I will quote the relevant passage from the article now. One grim night in the depths of winter, a flock of unknown assassins stole across the lands between. In a coordinated attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous and too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. After his death, the Elden Ring was somehow shattered, and the order of the world broke with it. So Bandai painted a picture of a god who wanted to protect her children from this attack, not involved, and that Godwyn's death caused her a great deal of grief. So to those that believe that Marika did have a hand in the assassination, at the very least need to acknowledge this as a major flaw in their argument. A article from the publisher themselves that isn't in-game, so can't be subject to the usual unreliable narrator arguments that we can sometimes get when discussing the finer points of the lore. Bandai Namco will have no doubt consulted with From Software before releasing this article, and no doubt got the finer details of what is being conveyed here from Software. And I think it is fair to say that FromSoft will certainly have greenlit the article, especially given how much they care about their lore and worlds. The reality of the Black Knife Assassin armor description to me is just a case of slightly awkward English that can be read in different ways, because while many people have read it as definitive proof of Marika's involvement, I simply have never read it that way because of the language used. And indeed this also does seem to be the opinion of Loki, who tweeted the following in a Twitter debate regarding this exact subject. To clarify, Marika's close ties with the assassins isn't in terms of dealings, but with familiarity/emotional affinity, kinship you could say, which makes sense given their blood ties. Whether that is alluding to more than just coming from the same tribe, no comment at this time. And that is exactly how I reviewed it. That there's a blood kinship tie, and in fact this makes the tragedy all the more, because Marika and her children are betrayed by those of their blood, those closest to them. So to me, and as directly stated by Bandai Namco, Marika is in fact a secondary victim of the event, someone who loses her son, rather than some Machiavellian mastermind who's playing 4D chess and kills her son in some bizarre convoluted plan to hit back at the Elden Ring, but then she shatters the Elden Ring anyway, rendering this scheme moot. For if Marika really was wanting to hit back against the Greater Will all this time in some clever plot, why not just shatter the Elden Ring straight away, as this is the real blow to the Greater Will's authority. The event is still important to Marika, even though she isn't involved. As the story trailer says, this event pushed Queen Marika to the brink, and as we have looked at in the previous chapters, in regards to the linguistics involved thanks to Loki, it is the trigger for the shattering of the Elden Ring, so it is still important. It's just that it causes someone who has lost her son to break the foundations of the world that she rules. So in summary, the causal link between the Night of the Black Knives and the shattering of the Elden Ring most makes sense if the tragedy of the Night of the Black Knives caused Marika, in her grief, to shatter the Elden Ring, combined with the linguistics shown by Loki and the Bandai Namco page that straight up exonerates her. I think we can safely put Marika's involvement to rest. With that being said, and the conspirators defined, it is time we discuss the motivations of those involved and why they were motivated to take part in such a dangerous conspiracy. Let's look at the motivations of the Black Knife Assassins themselves, why they were part of this conspiracy, and what they expected to achieve from it. The first could be pretty simple, that they are simply Ranni's co-conspirators, and they believed initially in her mission to become the Lord of Night and bring about the Age of Stars. There's of course another more general explanation, is that they are kin to the Nox, and there's an underlying resentment for the Greater Will and its representatives held by Nox society. The armor sets of the Nox of course make it clear that the Nox are where they are, banished underground, because of past grudges against the Greater Will and its proponents, and we get evidence via the Finger Slayer blade that they have acted against the Greater Will before. So I think the motivation for this group could be fairly straightforward. Revenge. Revenge for their kin's banishment, and a chance to overthrow the gods, put them to the sword, and bring about the Age of Stars. Either of those two fit. However, either way, I believe that Ranni later betrayed the Black Knife Assassins following the Night of the Black Knives, and there are two possible reasons for this as far as I see it. Explanation A is that Ranni deceived them as to the true purpose of the attack, and used them to achieve her real goal. While the assassins believed that this was a strike to bring down the gods, to kill them all, Ranni uses it as an opportunity to perform a ritual and free herself from her flesh, and she kept the truth of this purpose from the assassins, and used them as tools. Explanation B is that the assassins were fully aware and on board with the true purpose, but Ranni still turned on them following the attack, and imprisoned their leader to cover up her involvement, and left the rest of the assassins hung out to dry at the mercy of Leyndell guards and forces. And so at this point I should probably explain why I think Ranni deceived and betrayed the Black Knife Assassins. And mainly, I think my evidence comes from environmental storytelling. First of all, near the conclusion of Ranni's quest, there seems to be a coordinated attack against her people. And while I once thought that Ranni was still in control of the Black Knives and she ordered this attack to cover her tracks, I don't think this quite fits, given she does seem to show a lot of care for Iji and Blythe, even telling the player to tell Iji and Blythe that she loves them when she departs after we defeat the last baleful shadow. So no, even though she is ruthless, I don't think she had Blythe and Iji killed. So what happens here? Iji is killed, and surrounding him are the bodies of Black Knife assassins, and he is burning in the black flame of the Godskins. The potential connection between the Godskin Apostles and the Black Knife Assassins is something I've ruminated on before in my Eternal Cities lore video, so I shan't go over it again in huge detail. But regardless, the main takeaway here is that Black Knife assassins attacked Iji and killed him. Continuing with this Ludo narrative, when we free Blythe from the Everjail, he expresses fear for Ranni's safety and races to be by her side. When we next see him, he is indeed where Ranni should be, but he is in a bad way, maddened and surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. And to me it is implied that these assassins were here for Ranni, given their location right outside her tower. Unfortunately for them, Ranni has already departed through Renna's Rise, and they ended up meeting Blythe's blade instead. It shouldn't be too far of a stretch to believe that Ranni may have people out for her blood, as we do have definitive confirmation that there has already been an attempt on her life. We learn of this via the Black Wolf mask, a mask that perfectly mimics Blythe's appearance, and its description reads as follows. Relic of an assassin who assumed the guise of Ranni the Witch's loyal shadow. The likeness is striking. Now the implication here is that someone took on the guise of Blythe in order to get close to Ranni and essentially kill her. In prior videos I have speculated that this assassin may have been Darrowell. This is of course the Bloodhound Knight that you can kill in the Evergaol and Limgrave and Blythe is looking for. But ultimately whether or not it's Darrowell is irrelevant, because either way it would certainly fit the narrative we are talking about of the Black Knife assassins attacking Ranni. Perhaps this was the Black Knife's more subtle first attempt at seeking retribution, hiring an assassin or having one of their own to try and get close to Ranni through subterfuge. But when it failed, they instead resorted to this strike team of Black Knives that Blythe ultimately kills. There is also the fact that Ranni asks us to retrieve the Finger Slayer blade from Nokron, but the Nox clearly aren't willing to give her the knife, hence why we have to break into the city, kill the Nox that are there, and steal the treasure from them. If the two factions were allied, and both ultimately wanting to bring about an Age of Stars, why wouldn't the Nox readily give Ranni the tool that she needs? And why are the Black Knife assassins, scions of the Nox themselves, and apparently Ranni's allies, attacking Ranni's people? Well again, I think all of these things can be explained if Ranni had betrayed them, either by deceiving them to the true purpose of the mission and using them as disposable tools, or she betrayed them in the aftermath either way. We will talk about this more in the aftermath chapter, but consider why Alecto, ringleader of the Black Knives themselves, is imprisoned in an Evergaol in Ranni's territory, in Moonlight Altar itself. To me, the Ludo narrative is clear. The Black Knife assassins and Ranni are no longer allies. The Black Knife assassins have a grudge against Ranni, and Ranni has imprisoned Alecto. But with that said, let us now go into Ranni's motives a bit more, and what she wanted exactly to get out of the Night of the Black Knives, and why she wanted it. Ranni's true end goal is more than simple assassination, as we can hear it from her directly.
I was once an Empyrean, of the demigods. Only I, Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers, as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika, to become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean. But I would not acquiesce to the two fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
Ranni's death in body was not an unwanted consequence of the attack. Rather, it was the purpose of the attack in Ranni's mind. She wanted rid of her Empyrean flesh. She resented being controlled and tied to the greater will through her own body, tied to a fate she did not choose, a disposable pawn for the greater will. These are very understandable motives on a personal level for Ranni, but we also have to remember that Ranni will have fallen under the influence of the Snowy Crone and the Dark Moon, and no doubt they would have been encouraging her to take steps towards an Age of Stars and ascend as the Lord of Night. But it would do her plan no good if she was destroyed totally, obliterated in both body and soul, just to sever her connection to the greater will. And so she needed a plan, to rid herself of her body but remain in spirit and soul. What she needed was a totem to take the soul death consequence of destined death, while she was freed from her flesh prison. We will look at the specifics as to how this ritual worked in the next chapter, but it is important to understand Ranni's true reason for being involved in this conspiracy. Not to overthrow the gods, not yet at least, but specifically to begin to sever the bonds between herself, her two fingers, and the greater will. By being an Empyrean, she is tied by her body to the two fingers and the greater will, unable to make her own fate. And again, we will later see her complete this plan by killing the baleful shadows and then finally slaying her 2 fingers, finally severing that connection and confirming that this has been Ranni's long-held intention to all of her schemes. So with the stage set, the motives of both main parties clear, let us talk about the specifics of the night itself. That night of wintry fog, the night of the Black Knives. As the story trailer tells us, it was on a night of wintry fog that the Rune of Death was stolen, and this was the first part of the scheme. And so the first question may be, how were they able to achieve this? How did they steal a fragment of the Rune of Death, given that Malekith is such a powerful being? Well, the truth is pretty simple. Malekith was far more careless in the past than he is now. When we meet Malekith in our story, he is very reticent to even reveal his real identity, pretending to be someone known as Garank. And he has the Black Blade, the sword that is imbued with death and death, hidden within his very flesh. However, this is a precaution that essentially came too late, as we learn the following from the Black Blade item description. After a fragment of death was stolen on that fateful night, Malekith bound the blade within his own flesh, such that none might ever rob death again. Rob death again and after that fateful night, meaning that prior to this, Malekith did not hide his black blade within his flesh, and indeed there is evidence that he wielded it quite openly and publicly. For example, Malekith's armour set reads the following. Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with death and death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. Champions knew what was at stake. Indeed, that is what made them champions. The fact that Malekith is widely feared and everyone knew what was at stake if they stood against him suggests that Malekith was just openly wielding the Black Blade, imbued with death. He was Marika's Grim Reaper, a symbol of her power, and a subtle reminder that in a world where death is confined, Marika's Black Blade was the only one capable of slaying a demigod. Yet it was this arrogance that evidently gave the conspirators their opportunity, and Ranni seems to claim that she specifically stole the Rune of Death personally. As she says in her speech,
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I did it all.
I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death. I did it all. Meaning she did all the parts she just confessed to, stole the rune, and forged the black slaying knives. In fairness, this does also make quite a bit of sense when you think about it. Ranni would be in the best position to get close to Malekith and steal a fragment of the Rune of Death. She was royalty, and given the fact her involvement seems hidden for a long time, at this stage she would have just been part of the royal family beyond suspicion with a lot of access. Then, using the knowledge learned from the Snowy Crone, or the Dark Moon, Ranni imparted the power of death through a fearsome occult rite. Now, we spoke earlier on the knives themselves, and how Ranni no doubt used the Blade of Calling weapon as a template and imbued these blades with the power of death. And in essence, this is why the Black Knife acts as like a corrupted version of the Blade of Calling. And it brings us to an aspect of the blades we haven't yet mentioned, their unusual shape. In the description of the blade itself, it is described as oddly misshapen, and indeed, I believe it was the ritual itself that morphed the blade to take on this form, because despite it being misshapen, it is not random. All the blades are uniform, and I believe it is taking the form of either the Rune of Death itself, or the half-wound wheel of the centipede. You see, the actual form and shape of the Rune of Death appears to hold some power because of the shape itself, as we will see when we discuss how Ranni and Godwyn had the runes literally carved into them. And I believe that the blades have been warped by the power of death and death to take on the form of the Rune of Death. Once the blades were forged, the assassins headed out to attack their victims, and thanks to their special garb that we've already discussed, they would have been able to reach their victims undetected and unseen. The sentry's torch may shine a light, pun intended, on how effective this was and how defenseless the demigods were. It reads as follows: torch given to protectors of the Erd Tree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils, furnished on behalf of the Erd Tree and the grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again. So this implies that on the actual Night of the Black Knives, the authorities and guards had no defence and no answer to these hidden veils. How could they if they'd never experienced them before? And they really had no idea of numerous assassins simply slipping past them and reaching their targets unaccosted. Now, at this juncture I want to return to the Bandai Namco article that describes the event, as it does give some details as to how the event might have played out. In-game, we are only directly referenced to one victim of the Night of the Black Knives, and that is Godwyn, yet this article suggests that more than one was killed during this attack. And again I will read the relevant passage. In a coetaneous attack, this foul covenant snuffed out the lives of many of the God Queen's kin throughout the Empire, too numerous, too scattered for her godly protection to save. The assassins' targets were multifold, but none was as devastating a loss to the Eternal Queen as that of Godwyn the Golden. This of course ties up with the story trailer as you'd expect, given this article accompanied it. In the trailer, Ranni narrates the events of the Night of the Black Knives, and again I will quote her narration now. And the demigods began to fall, starting with Godwyn the Golden. The fact she says starting with Godwyn the Golden suggests that many demigods were to die in this event, and that Godwyn was just the first. Now this does tie up with some interesting mentions in the game that could give the claim some validity. Firstly, in the intro to the game itself, it says something of a similar nature.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
The first to perish, again meaning that more than one demigod was killed in that night, and that Godwyn was just the first. So we can imagine all the assassins spreading out the lands between, as Bandai Namco describes it, a coetaneous attack, to strike at different targets simultaneously. This also supports the idea that the aim of the assassins could have been to generally strike against the gods, to cause as much damage to the regime as possible, and that Ranni obscured the real truth of the operation to them. Now, how does this help explain the other soulless demigods that we find in the mausoleums throughout the lands between? I think it is meant to explain them, that these are the soulless demigods, that the other kin of Marika that died in this attack were the soulless demigods that we now see in the mausoleums. There are some difficulties when it comes to the specific of soullessness, but we will talk about that at the end of the chapter. But in general, let's just accept that more than one demigod was slain during the attack, and these may well be the demigods found in the wandering mausoleums. Let us talk about the killing of Godwyn now, as it is the pivotal moment of this whole event and whole subject. Firstly, when it comes to the location of where it took place, it almost certainly took place in Leyndell, given that Tyche's ashes describe a flight from the royal capital after she slew Godwyn the Golden, showing not only that Alecto and Tyche were directly involved in Godwyn's murder, but this murder took place in the royal capital of Leyndell. Given how this scene is almost tragedian in nature, it would make sense thematically if this happened at the heart of the Erd Tree Empire, right in Leyndell, that the assassins slipped past the guard right into Godwyn's personal chambers in the heart of Leyndell. Given that we see Godwyn partially dressed in the intro slides and in the story trailer as he's being murdered, I imagine that they caught Godwyn unawares and unprepared, and given that he is mighty enough a god to have defeated Fortisax, this would certainly be the prudent way to kill him. Yet the assassins did not merely stab him to death, his death was far more ritualistic in nature, and we can already get hints of this in the opening cinematic. You can see he's being held in place by two assassins, while a third is carving a very specific shape into their back. We can learn more about this carving via the curse mark of death, an item pulled from Ranni's original body which also has a carving in it. This item reads as follows: curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Ranni the Witch, also known as the half-whale wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Ranni was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So this gives us an insight into the specifics of Ranni's plan, and how it worked, and what happened to Godwyn. Firstly, it does mention that the 2 curse marks, the one on Ranni's back, which we can still physically see, and the one carved onto Godwyn, were physically carved. The carving of this mark upon flesh apparently gives power to the rune itself. This brings death to the bearer of the rune, the person whose flesh this is carved upon. In this case, however, Ranni used this ritual for her own means, to split the effects of death, to only take half and put the other half on Godwyn. She used Godwyn as a totem to take the death of soul part, while she merely took the death of body part. And this is what is meant by the part that says, this curse mark was carved at the moment of the death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. This suggests that at the exact moment Godwyn was having the half wound carved into his, Ranni was also having the other half carved into her back. The effect of this was that it made a full wheel of death, splitting the effects between the 2. This paints a pretty dramatic picture of Ranni atop the Liurnian Tower that wintry night, having a half wound carved into her back, while Alecto and her cohorts did the same to Godwyn at the exact same moment in Leyndell. This was Ranni's plan, the purpose for her involvement in the conspiracy. It freed her soul from her Empyrean flesh. The fact that the curse mark item description describes her flesh as discarded shows that this was a purposeful design. She wanted rid of this flesh. Yet the price was high, and even Ranni probably didn't see the extent of the consequences of her actions. For not only did it condemn a being to a soulless living death, which must be a hellish state of existence, given what we see of Godwyn and his new body, but it also resulted in the spread of the death root and the rise of those who live in death, starting a brand new cycle of suffering all over again. Again, these are points I would like to remind people of when they see Ranni as some kind of hero. She isn't a villain, but she ruthlessly condemns Godwyn for her own aims to an eternity of suffering, and her recklessness gives rise to the pitiful beings known as those who live in death, and through no fault of their own, these beings will just be hounded and hunted by those of the Golden Order. This also brings us back to the issue of the soulless demigods I mentioned earlier. Godwyn was the first to die, and he was killed in soul only to benefit Ranni's plan. So why would these other demigods, if we're presuming the ones in the mausoleum were the ones killed in the Night of the Black Knives alongside Godwyn, be described as soulless if it was only Godwyn who was killed in this ritualistic manner? Well, there are a few ways to explain this. The first one is a bit of a case of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation being that the other soulless demigods are dead in soul but also in body. The curse mark of death says that the rune should have taken the form of a wheel, should have, meaning perhaps the other assassination attempts went ahead as normal and the whole rune of death was carved into the back of the targets, killing them both in body and in spirit rather than just soul. I think this does make sense. There is a distinction between being dead and being dead and soulless, and it would still give a reason that their fate would be mourned by the likes of those at Castle Sol. It is because they are without souls, unable to pass on properly, not that they are just dead. There are a few other alternative explanations for this, but I don't want to get into a rabbit hole about this, as this is probably a subject for another video. But I think it's fair to say that the soulless demigods found in the mausoleums are meant to represent probably the others that were killed that night. And now, with the devastating effects of the night itself discussed, let us move on to the aftermath of what happened following this event. In the immediate aftermath of Godwyn's death, we learn of the assassins fleeing from the scene of the crime, and we learn this via Taiki's ashes, which read as follows. Taiki was one of the assassins who, on the night of the plot, imbued her black blade with the rune of death and slew Godwyn the Golden. She was the daughter of the Black Knife ringleader Alecto, and was killed protecting her mother during their flight from the royal capital. So a flight from the capital suggests that despite slipping into the capital undetected, that their escape was far more eventful. Indeed, I get the general impression that Rani basically hung the assassins out to dry after the attack. We find them scattered throughout the lands between, hiding in caves, dungeons, and the capital itself, giving the impression of a panicked flight from Leyndell as they were hunted and killed by the authorities. Indeed, if one looks carefully at the assassin found in the death-touched catacombs, we can see that they are greatly wounded, armour rent and bloodied. Elsewhere, the assassins are hiding, and their resting demeanour gives off the impression of a fugitive, exhausted and hounded to the fringes of the lands between, and no doubt many were hunted and killed in the hours, days, and months following the assassination. Later on, we learn via the Sentry Torch that the grace-given lord, Morgott, would equip his forces with sentry torches, meaning that the Black Knife assassins would never have the power over the Leyndell capital that they once did, and perhaps these tools were even used by Leyndell forces to hunt down the remaining Black Knives in years to come. And while I have no doubt that the Leyndell forces fell upon the assassins, I suspect that Rani is responsible for Alecto and Taiki's final fate. Whether Carrion forces killed Taiki and arrested Alecto, or whether Alecto fled to Rani with her daughter in her arms being killed by Leyndell forces, it is clear to me that either way, Rani imprisoned Alecto following the assassination, and conveniently, her involvement in the conspiracy would be hidden for years until Rogier uncovered the truth finally. Rani was probably content to let people believe she too was a victim of the slaughter, and I would guess that she did not return in her new form until some time later, perhaps when she returned to claim a great rune after the shattering, but that's just speculation, of course. Meanwhile, we learn that Godwyn was of course buried at the roots of the Great Tree, and from him would spread the death root throughout the lands between, bringing those who live in death. This event is something I look at in great detail in my Godwyn lore video, but in short, this is the biggest consequence of this fateful night. It exposed the flaws in the deathless Golden Order, and began a cycle of persecution that would lead to Goldmask examining the nature of the Golden Order and what went wrong here. The wrongness of this act, the slaughter of Rani's own kin, and to deny him a true death, is reflected in the corruption of the world. Godwyn's growths and tendrils reach even to Farum Azula and the deepest caverns. It is a rot born of a terrible crime and the breaking of fate. It is Kigare. Then of course came the shattering of the Elden Ring, and the great suffering of the Shattering War that followed. I think we have shown fairly conclusive evidence that it was the trauma of this night and the loss of her child that drove Marika to shatter the Elden Ring, bereft and disenchanted with the Golden Order she once served, an order that couldn't even save her son from a horrific, endless fate. And so she brought a hammer down in a fateful blow that would change the world. As a sort of epilogue, there's something else I want to touch upon: Ordina Liturgical Town, and the Black Knife assassins found here. I feel it is no coincidence that Ordina has the exact same architecture as Celia, and we have strong evidence that the assassins themselves are Celian, and we here find in Ordina plenty of Black Knife assassins, one of the most concentrated locations for them in the entire game. To me, it is very possible that a group of assassins fled here and have built a new township, following the architecture of where they are probably from. Perhaps they built this under the aegis of a new, forgiving lord, one they still serve in their exile by protecting access to his lands for any who would want to access the Halig Tree.
The misshapen corpse on the Stormveil. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Erd Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
The lands between have suffered in many ways. Most recently, the Shattering has upended the order of the world, plunging the world into utter chaos. Yet before that, a slower corruption was unleashed upon the world. On a dark night of treason, the demigod Godwyn the Golden was struck down in an event that would shake the foundations of the world. Not only was Godwyn the first of the demigods to die, but it also set into motion a series of events that would erode the very foundations of the Golden Order. For Godwyn did not die in the normative sense. Instead, it was his soul that was slain, and his body left to rot without it, and Godwyn's body would live on as the Prince of Death. From Godwyn's living corpse would spread the Death Root, and from its loins a whole host of life within death would spring. These beings exist outside the boundaries of the established Golden Order, the order of the world. They pollute and taint its truth, and the signs of this corruption can be seen everywhere, from Liurnia even to Farum Azula. The result is some of the most tragic stories in Elden Ring, of a prince and a people who through no fault of their own have been left to rot outside of the bounds of order. And yet conversely, we also get some of the greatest heroes arising from this tragedy, individuals ready to sacrifice everything to undo the wrongs that have been done. So join me this week as we assess the history and undeath of Godwyn, the Prince of Death. What we know of Godwyn the Golden before his murder is sparse, but we can build a somewhat semi-coherent impression of a fairly gallant and heroic figure. Of course, Godwyn is one of the most famous early members of the Golden lineage, the offspring of Marika and Godfrey. For example, the finger reader in the Deeproot Depths says the following of Godwyn.
A scion of the Golden Bough, sentenced to live in death. How could such a thing come to be?
Of course, the term scion of the Golden Bough, meaning that he is a branch or offshoot of the Golden Bough, the Golden lineage. And while it's never directly mentioned that he is the son of Marika and Godfrey and he could just be an offshoot, it is implied that he is through the Golden Epitaph sword, in which we quite often associate the prayer from a young boy being of Miquella, and we will certainly go into that in more detail later in this video. But Miquella refers to Godwyn as a brother, and of course being his brother would make sense if they are both the children of Marika. And given Godwyn is heavily involved in the early events of the Golden lineage's history, I think it is a fair assumption to make that he is Marika and Godfrey's son, rather than just a relative or offshoot a couple of generations removed from Godfrey and Marika. However, I do just bring this all up because it is worth remembering it isn't directly stated that Godwyn is Marika and Godfrey's son. However, his clear connection to the early Golden lineage means that he was one of the first demigods. For example, Godric's Great Rune reads the following. The first demigods were the Elden Lord Godfrey and his offspring, the Golden lineage. And while Godric specifically admires Godfrey, Godwyn in his early years is essentially everything that Godric wishes to be: powerful, respected, and a member of the Golden lineage who wears the title Golden with pride. We know that one of the greatest exploits attributed to Godwyn's life is his role in defeating the dragons who invaded Leyndell in the war against the dragons. We learn of this war via Gransax's bolt, which reads the following. A great ancient dragon, Gransax, once rained calamity upon the royal capital, the only time in historical record that Leyndale's walls have fallen. This marked the dawn of the war against the ancient dragons. This mighty dragon, Gransax, is the gigantic corpse that we can still witness in Leyndale today, alongside his mighty bolt spear. This war appears to have been a massive challenge to the Erdtree forces, as it is noted that this was the only time that the Falls of Leyndale would fall. This is significant, for we know that even in the warring tribes of the demigods during the Shattering, that no one could pierce the mighty barriers, and we know of 2 instances specifically where the forces of Leyndale repelled all invading demigods, the first and second defences of Leyndale. This helps emphasise the power and brutality of this assault, for it even eclipses what the demigods would be able to muster. Another dragon that took part in this assault would be Fortisax, a dragon who is one of the mightiest amongst his brethren, and we learn of Fortisax's renown via Fortisax's lightning spear, which reads as follows. During the War of the Ancient Dragons, these twin red lightning stakes were the hallmark of one ancient dragon, who is called the mightiest Boulderstone. Fortisax was one of the most dangerous dragons in this conflict, and yet Godwyn the Golden would step up in this war and earn the respect of this adversary, something we learn via the relevant sword memorial, which reads as follows. The routing of the ancient dragons, Godwyn the Golden fought to the last, earning the friendship of dread Fortisax. So this sword memorial tells us quite a lot about Godwyn as a person and a warrior. He was clearly a great fighter and a courageous one at that. The term fought to the last suggests a real brutal conflict in which Godwyn was one of the last fighting, one of the last standing. And given Fortisax's reputation, it makes Godwyn's renown as a warrior even more when we learn that Godwyn was actually able to defeat the mighty Fortisax, and we learn this from the lightning spear incantation, which reads as follows. Long ago Godwyn the Golden defeated the ancient dragon Fortisax, and befriended his fallen foe, an event that would give rise to the ancient dragon cult in the capital. So Godwyn is evidently a respected and powerful warrior, but is also magnanimous in victory, for not only does he spare the mighty Fortisax, a dangerous foe, but is so honourable that he befriends him, a loyalty that will be repaid in kind tenfold later down the line, as we will see later on in this video. So while we don't get many pieces of information about Godwyn in his early life, what we do learn about him is pretty interesting. He was evidently a powerful warrior, a powerful demigod, powerful enough to contend with the dragons, but he was also a man of mercy and foresight. His friendship with Fortisax inspires both sides of the conflict and turns a devastating war into an alliance between the capital and dragonkind. As the lightning spear states, this friendship would result in the rise of a dragon cult, and even Lansax, Fortisax's sister, would become the priestess to this cult, and we learn of this specifically from Lansax's glaive, which reads as follows. Lansax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the dragon cult. Therefore, the worship of dragon and the incorporation of their powers would become highly popular among the Leyndale knights. We can even see them wielding these powers in the game. And, as is said by the Gravelstone seal, the worship of ancient dragons does not conflict with belief in the Erdtree. After all, this seal and lightning itself are both imbued with gold. One of the most famous of these dragon cultists would be Dragon Knight Kristoff, who would be mighty enough to capture Godefroy, one of the golden lineage. Yet another famous adherent of this cult would be none other than Vike himself, who we learn from Vike's Dragonbolt was Lansax's favourite, and it is clear that before pursuing the Frenzied Flame, he was a distinguished Dragon Knight. All of this is a part of Godwyn's legacy, a tribute to his actions prior to his murder, and as I said at the beginning of the video, it paints a fairly positive picture of this fallen lord. Everything thus far attributed to him is positive. A powerful, warrior, and yet a gracious one. And there's one other interaction that we can attribute to Godwyn, tentatively, and this is some sort of relationship developed with his half-brother Miquella, and he himself one of the greatest among their number. So to earn Miquella's respect is a good thing indeed. We get the evidence that Miquella appears to have developed a fondness for his half-brother from the golden epitaph sword that I mentioned earlier. That item reads as follows: a sword made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die, infused with a humble prayer of a young boy. O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death. So the reason that we attribute this prayer to Miquella as the most likely candidate is because later we find another connection between Miquella and Godwyn at Castle Sol that implies Miquella's enduring empathy for Godwyn's position, but we will return to that in a later chapter. The point of highlighting this relationship is just to humanize Godwyn the Golden further, who wasn't always the lifeless Prince of Death. It shows that he was a figure of such stature and personality that he even gained the love and respect of Miquella, himself a beloved, wise, and respected figure. In totality, this has always given me a very positive image and view of Godwyn, a pretty colossal figure in the early years of Erdtree royal family history, and a proud representative of the Golden Order. So with that being said, let us now turn to the Night of the Black Knives, the event that would transform Godwyn and the world forever. So I'm really interested to analyse this event from a Godwyn-centric perspective, so we can get into the real nitty-gritty of what actually happened, and try and understand the origins of Godwyn's current situation. So with that said, let us start with what we know from Roger's description of the event itself.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history.
So this happened during the height of the Erdtree's rule. However, it obviously happened after the Rune of Death was confined and sealed by Malekith, following the Godskin apostasy, as the rune needed to be with Malekith for it to be stolen by the Night of the Black Knives conspirators. Malekith's sealing of Death's and Death following the Godskin apostasy is an event well evidenced by the Godskin Apostle Set, which reads the following: the Apostles, once said to serve Death's and Death, are wielders of the god-slain Black Flame, but after their defeat by Malekith, the Black Blade, the source of their power was sealed away. The source of that power that Malekith would seal is of course the Rune of Death, or Death's and Death, as we learn via Malekith's remembrance. We learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was only after the Night of the Black Knives, that fateful night, that he would seal the rune within his own flesh, and when we come for Death's and Death, this is where it yet remains, as we see when he draws it out of himself in the second stage of his fight. Prior to this, however, he wielded it rather flamboyantly within his Black Blade, as we learn via the description of Malekith's armour, which reads as follows: Malekith, Queen Marika's loyal half-brother, bore a blade imbued with Death's and Death, and there was not one demigod who did not fear him. And while it is not easy for us to seal Death's and Death, in fact we need to kill the Black Blade himself, at this stage, if it is just within his sword, it would certainly set the stage for the ultimate heist.
On a night of wintry fog, the Rune of Death was stolen. And the demigods began to fall. Starting with Godwyn the Golden. Queen Marika was driven to the brink.
From Malekith's blade, a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, and it would remain the greatest failure of Malekith. for which he would attempt to atone for the coming years, to little success. Before we go any further, we need to understand what the Rune of Death is, so that we can better understand what the assassins were trying to achieve in this attack.
The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Destined Death, also known as the Rune of Death, was confined upon the creation of the Golden Order, something we learn about via the mending rune of the Death Prince. So the Rune of Death was clearly a part of the greater Elden Ring prior to this confinement, given the term rune is used here, the same term used to describe these shattered fragments of the Elden Ring found throughout the world and in the possession of the demigods. Further cementing this idea, when we use a mending rune at the end of the game, we are incorporating a new rune into the Elden Ring, which is built up of different runes that govern the lands between. For that is what the Elden Ring is, a source of power that influences the world and governs its laws. The best illustration of how the Elden Ring and its incorporated runes work is the confinement of the Rune of Death itself, for when it is removed, we very much see the effect of death being removed from the laws of the land. The removal of the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring has made the world a deathless hell, hence why everyone in the world is a pathetic dried out husk, a zombie, and this is best described by the aristocratic set worn by the wandering nobles, who are very zombie-like. And so it was literally the power of death, a rune of death that the assassins wished to imbue their weapons with, so that they may once again bring death to the gods in a world absent death. These knives, their iconic knives that they forge, were made using the power of this stolen fragment of the Rune of Death, a process described by Ranni, one of the ringleaders of the event.
Indeed, I am the witch Ranni. I stole a fragment of the Rune of Death and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite.
So with a fragment, and only a fragment, bear in mind, Ranni and her co-conspirators forged these knives using the power of Destined Death, meaning each blade was literally forged from death itself. This is not the only time that a fearsome rite was used to forge a god-slaying blade, and it is one of those nice instances of coherent lore that establishes precedent. What I'm referring to, of course, is the Finger Slayer blade, forged by the Nox as well. The Nox, of course, being Ranni's allies in the Night of the Black Knives. And so therefore, for me at least, it makes it a lot more easy to understand where the ability to forge such dangerous blades had come from. In my opinion, it is the method of creation that also influenced the very shape of the blades, their spiky, iconic form not too dissimilar from the half-wheel of the centipede, the form of the Rune of Death. The result is obviously a blade drenched in the power of Destined Death, as is most easily seen when the assassins use the power of the Red Flame, much like Malekith can. In my Eternal Cities lore video, which I highly recommend watching for a more in-depth look at the Nox, I spoke on how the Nox were a community of Numen defined by their allegiance to the stars, and that they are evidently excellent craftsmen and alchemists. We can see their craft in the many creations attributed to them, like the Dragonkin, the Finger Slayer blade, puppetry, and now, tentatively, these black knives, which no doubt combined Nox knowledge with Ranni's power and sorcery. I mention this because I believe Noxian ingenuity is no doubt what provided the science or magic behind the iconic assassin cloak and armours, and we learn of the potency of these relics from Roger, who says the following.
You recall our conversation about the Night of the Black Knives, yes? They say the assassins who carried out the deed were scions of the Eternal City, a group entirely of women arrayed in armor of silver under cloaks which fooled the eye.
Indeed, when we meet some of the assassins ourselves, we know this to be true, given they can strike at us entirely unseen until it is too late. Again, this is a well-written bit of lore for me, because we actually have precedent of the Noxians having developed sorcery that revolves around fooling the eye. I of course refer to the sorceries developed in Celia, Town of Sorcery, a town, descended from the Nox and the Eternal Cities.
I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Aside from this statement from Gowry, we get other bits of proof tying the town to the Eternal Cities. Of course, most notably, the Crypt Chair, which is also incorporated into Celia's coat of arms, not to mention the presence of a Nox monk and swordstress guarding the chair. Finally, the Celian sorceries themselves are called night sorceries, tying it closely to the Nox, the Latin word for night. And if that still doesn't convince you for some reason, one of these Celian night sorceries, Night Maiden's Mist, taught by Gowry, is explicitly a Noxian practice. Not only is it a spell utilised by the Night Maidens of Nokron and named after them, but it also says the following. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. Below Celia, the eternal city of Nokron sleeps. This sorcery originates from the maiden of that place. So now that we have firmly tied Celia and its night sorceries to the eternal cities, let us now consider the practices actually developed within this town. Well, having a look at it, we quickly come to realise that these sorceries are developed with the intent of aiding assassinations. For example, the Night Shard reads as follows. One of the night sorceries of Celia, Town of Sorcery. The Celian sorcerers were assassins, and it is said that they often hunted their fellows. And so we begin to get an idea of how the Black Knife Assassins could have been developed as a concept, especially when we look at the most pertinent sorcery, Unseen Form, which to me is no doubt linked to the assassin's hidden form. I think that this is again one of the most satisfying and well thought out pieces of lore in the entire game, because everything that makes up a Black Knife Assassin has a tie to existing background lore, and it is a holistic combination of Noxian scientific and magical developments. We have the Finger Slayer blade, which explains the Nox and Newman penchant for forging these weapons. We have the night sorceries of Celia that can help explain the development of invisibility. And finally, the Black Knife Assassins themselves are all nimble female warriors, extremely reminiscent of the all-female bodyguards of the Night Maidens, the Swordstress. It all makes it feel real. The Black Knife Assassins aren't just a plot point shoehorned in, they are a culmination of a culture's development and practices, and I really appreciate this detail. It's also a pretty cool thought that the Night of the Black Knives was partially gestated from the Town of Sorcery, that seems pretty good at hiding its deeper secrets. Let us return to the assassination itself. The way in which these blades were brought to bear against Godwyn is unusual. The assassins did not merely stab Godwyn, but seem to have carved his flesh instead. Indeed, we see this taking place in the intro cinematic, where Godwyn is being restrained so that the rune of death can be carved into his flesh. This carving of the Hallowbrand is actually well described by Fia, who says the following.
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede.
So it seems for this fragment of the Rune of Death to actually work, the curse mark must be carved in full upon the intended victim. And this is further illustrated by the other victim of the Night of the Black Knives, Rani. She herself has another half of this Hallowbrand carved into her original flesh, found atop the tower in Liurnia. The curse mark pulled from her body gives us more details, as it reads the following. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Rani the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. This curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigod whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So we can physically see the curse mark wounded into Rani's flesh of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigod whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So we can physically see the curse mark wounded into Ranni's flesh, again reinforcing the fact that not only are these blades imbued with death, but to take the intended effect, the curse mark of death needed to actually be carved onto the victim's flesh, as it is both carved onto Godwyn's flesh and Ranni's. However, we learned some specifics to the outcome of the Night of the Black Knives. The wounds on both Godwyn's and Ranni's bodies are halves of the one whole, that if put together would form the circular whole of a curse of death. Now, the fact that this item description says should have may lead one to believe that the intent behind the attack was to fully kill Godwyn with both half of the wheel, so he died in soul and in flesh. That it was an accident that led to Ranni dying in body when the wheel fractured. Yet this doesn't appear to be the case, and it appears the breaking of the wheel was actually intended by Ranni, as she says the following.
But I would not acquiesce to the 2 fingers. I stole the rune of death, slew mine own Empyrean flesh, casting it away. I would not be controlled by that thing.
So I'm quite sure this nuance is clear to most people at this point in the game's life cycle, but this dialogue heavily implies that Ranni planned for the Night of the Black Knives to go the way it did. Her real objective was actually to slay her own Empyrean flesh. Her flesh is even described as discarded flesh in the curse mark item description, suggesting that she got rid of this flesh. How she actually achieved this result and broke the wheel is an interesting process to consider, as she too seems to have the half wound, the other half, carved into her back physically. It's hard to get your head around, but my belief is that while the assassins were carving the rune into Godwyn, Ranni was committing a similar act upon herself, and the fact it happened at the same time broke the Hallowbrand between them, condemning Godwyn to shoulder the burden of the soul death half, while Ranni benefited from the death in body. In the curse mark description, it describes the breaking of the wheel in the following way. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 wheels. The use of that word creates a chain of causality with what comes next in that sentence, i.e., it was because 2 demigods died simultaneously that the wheel was broken, splitting the totality of death into 2 halves, one dying of flesh and one dying in soul. Ranni only wanted to have the effects of one side of the wheel, and so used Godwyn as a totem for the other half to achieve her aims. This does tie up with what we know of Ranni, and we see in her actions. She is trying to sever all ties with the 2 fingers, as it appears that when she was chosen as Empyrean, she was in some metaphysical way bound to them, and unable to follow a path of her own choosing. But by doing this, by cruelly forcing Godwyn into her bid for freedom, she condemns a man to a horrific fate and would inadvertently cause the spread of the death root. However, it is the first step in her ultimate goal of severing her connection to her fingers, and we do see her carry on this path in her questline. She has first slayed her own flesh, she then kills the pursuing baleful shadows, and then finally slays her own 2 fingers, allowing her to pursue her own objectives and cast off her predetermined fate as an Empyrean for the greater will. If this is the case, then Godwyn's death is even more tragic, as it makes him seem as mere collateral damage to Ranni's plans, and the fact she has essentially condemned a man to live forever in undeath as a soulless ghoul is something people should consider if they view Ranni as a hero. And while I think this is true from Ranni's perspective, as in this was the objective of the Night of the Black Knives, I don't think it is as simple as this for the rest of the conspirators involved. I believe they had different ideas as to what would happen, so let's try and analyse the aftermath of the Night of the Black Knives and what the other motivations may have been for the other conspirators, though I do want to make it clear what follows is my own speculation based on environmental storytelling and in-game lore. So the first co-conspirators are of course the Black Knife assassins themselves. Were they aware of Ranni's full intentions? It would certainly make sense if they did, given both parties want to bring about an Age of Night, and yet despite this, I do believe there's evidence that the assassins and Ranni are now at loggerheads. Firstly, Ranni asks us to retrieve the Fingerslayer blade from the city of Nokron. Consider why we would actually need to do this if Ranni was still allies with the Nox. Surely they would give her this tool that would help her achieve the Age of Night. Furthermore, Ranni doesn't even know where the city of Nokron is. Again, a curious state of affairs for someone supposedly allied with the Nox. And then there of course is the bizarre series of events that involve Ranni's counsellors and their attempted and actual deaths at the hand of the Black Knife assassins. As Blythe seems to be surrounded by Black Knife assassins as if they have tried to kill him, and Ichi's body is similarly surrounded by the corpses of Black Knife assassins. So I had once considered that this was Ranni cleaning house, that she had commanded the assassins to take out Blythe and Iji, and while I am more or less certain that she turned Celovus into a puppet as an ironic punishment for his plans for her, I don't think this makes sense that she would just kill the others, given she says this near the end of her quest.
Now I can finally stand before them. This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love them.
They are her childhood friends, and as ruthless as I see Ranni to be, I very much she could bring herself to slaughter these two in cold blood, directly at least. Leaving them to their fates is another matter entirely, of course. So what do these attacks mean? Well, I speculate that Ranni misled the Black Knife assassins, and these attack on Ranni's people is an attempt at retribution. Remember the curse mark item description. It says, should have taken the form of a wheel, as if that was the intention behind those who were carving it. I believe that the Black Knife assassins believed they were truly planning to slay the gods, to overthrow the Erdtree Order, and to pick up where the Godskin apostasy and the Glomide Queen had failed. Godwyn, as a leading member of the royal family, would have been a juicy target for them in their plans to overthrow the Greater Will. A great act of revenge for their punishment at the hands of the Greater Will. In my Eternal City video, I spoke on the potential connections between the Eternal Cities and the Glomide Queen's apostles, and while Iji burning in the Black God Slayer flame could be a mistake, I am of the belief that the Godskins were an Eternal City creation. I won't go into as much detail as I did on that video, and again, I recommend it, but essentially the fascination of the Nox with creating artificial life is very much a facet of their society. Most notably the Albinaurics, which we learn were a creation of the Eternal City from some cut Topps dialogue. Artificially created life ties in with the description of the Godskins found in the Swaddling Cloth, which to me implies accelerated growth and hand-rearing by the Glomide Queen herself, suggesting they aren't people that become Godskins, rather they are created. Then there's of course the implied connection between the Black Knife assassins and Godskins working together. This is at Ichi's murder scene, of course. Scattered around his body are the corpses of Black Knife assassins, who Ichi evidently killed defending himself. However, he is not burning in the red flame of destined death, the weapon used by the assassins. Rather, he is burning in the black flame of the Godskin apostles, suggesting it was one of their number who got the final blow on the troll. I think this suggested connection between the Godskin movement and the Black Knives lays bare their intentions, to bring about the deaths of the gods and overthrow them, not help Ranni further her own agenda. And while the Nox armor set tell us that they too want to bring about the Age of Stars, I imagine they wouldn't take kindly by being used by another usurper wanting to take the throne for herself. Whatever the motivation or reason behind it, I think it is clear now that the Eternal Cities and Ranni are at loggerheads, and it's further backed up by Electo, the leader of the Black Knife's assassins, being imprisoned in the Moonlight Altar, a Carrion Everjail. I speculate that post Night of the Black Knives, having used them to achieve her goal, Ranni imprisoned Electo, and the assassins take the heat, which is why we see them scattered throughout the land, hiding in the fringes and deep places of the world. No wonder we need a star to break into Nokron. Quite a tangent, But now let us look at another co-conspirator and what they aim to get out of this. Praetor Rykard. We learn of Rykard's involvement via the blasphemous claw item description, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, Ranni rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of Destined Death. So it looks like Ranni brought Rykard into this plot, and given what we know about him in his later, more overtly blasphemous years, it is easy to see him as an obvious fit. Much like the Eternal City cohort, I believe that Rykard will have just wanted to strike against the gods and America. He doesn't have any connection or care for the Age of Stars. Ranni's motive in bringing her brother in is pretty clear. He is just a last-minute defense against Malekith. And then of course we need to discuss the possible involvement of Queen Marika in the plot itself. Now I do discuss this possibility in my Marika lore video in far more depth, so please go and watch that if you are interested in a more detailed analysis. But in short, as I am sure most of you are aware, the main evidence for Marika being involved comes from the Black Knife Assassin armor set that describes the women as Newman closely associated with Marika, as well as certain dialogues that imply a sort of utilitarian view of her own children. As I said in my Marika video, I am not someone who personally believes this to be 100% true, yet I do also acknowledge the legitimacy of the theory, especially given the language used in the Black Knife Assassin armor set. And so with that said, if she was involved, what do I believe to be her motivations? Well, as said in my previous Marika video, a thoughtful Reddit post by the user Ha links the scrolls and tablets found in Marika's chambers to the declaration she makes regarding studying the depths of the Golden Order for an answer.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
In my mind, if we are to entertain the idea that Marika murdered her own son, I believe it is a reaction to her study and identification of the flaw in the Golden Order, and that it was a calculated move to expose this flaw that she had identified through her studies. This flaw, of course, was the absence of death, a glitch in the system that could not rectify itself when the rune of death was reintroduced through Godwyn's murder. And so with that said, let us actually examine the resulting effects of Godwyn's murder, the spread of the death root, and the rise of the Prince of Death. After his murder, the corpse of the fallen demigod was buried in the deep root depths, something we can pick up from the Prince of Death pustule. In your first playthrough, most likely the first sight you get of Godwyn is the intro cinematic that shows him being murdered by the Black Knife Assassins. Yet despite this gruesome scene, we get the picture of a beautiful godlike figure, a muscular physique, and flowing golden locks. This is also in line with what we see in the story trailer, which again could have been many people's first sight of the Golden Prince. So this later becomes very unsettling when players get their first look at what we learn to be a visage of Godwyn, hidden at the bottom of Stormvale Castle. I genuinely find the look of this face subconsciously disturbing and repulsive. Something deep within me does not like this face. It feels wrong, and when we look at the thematics in a later part of this chapter, you will see this is exactly the intent. It reminds me of an oyster, with its multiple folds of skin, and it is distinctly unnatural and incredibly well done. And indeed the oyster does seem to be spot on, because we will see the full aquatic form of Godwyn later, as well as tying it in with the relevance of water to Godwyn and those who live in death. It is Rogier who later confirms that this haunting face is a relic of the Night of the Black Knives, a visage of Godwyn. Indeed, Rogier warns us away from this face because it does indeed possess the deathblight of Godwyn, the power of the Prince of Death, something Rogier himself has fallen afoul of, an event we can witness through his bloodstain. and now the Deathblight writhes through his body. He is saturated by the power of death. When we finally do find Godwyn, the true Godwyn, in the depths of the lands between, in the deep root depths, it is made all the clearer that the visage we see under Stormveil is a spot-on replica, more or less, of Godwyn's true face. And indeed, this visage is actually just one of many faces of Godwyn. These aren't just relics or bits of skin, these are considered to be true copies of Godwyn's face. For example, the face under Stormveil is actually referred to as a visage of the Prince of Death, something we can see from the Prince of Death's pustule that we pull from this very face. It reads as follows: a fetid pustule taken from facial flesh. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. So this is actual facial flesh. It's real. It's a real replica of Godwyn. It initially appears to be a confusing contradiction, given we find the true face later, but Godwyn's appearance is superbly analysed and explained in two videos from Zuli the Witch. They are Godwyn Prince of Death and the Terrible Truth About Godwyn videos. I also just want to let you know at this stage that Zuli's work will be heavily referenced in this section, as a lot of the details we learn of the Prince of Death's influence and matter comes from the environmental storytelling, and Zuli has by far been the most prolific in these subjects in regards to Godwyn. Let us first deal with the replica visage that we've just been discussing. In the video, The Terrible Truth About Godwyn, Zuli identifies that Godwyn's image is spreading throughout the lands between, as we can see from the deathly pale eye growths in areas where the death root has spread, even spreading as far as Fire Missoula, suggesting this isn't a growth in the normative sense. It is more like a curse, spreading in the lands between, but we'll discuss that thematic in a moment. These eyes are clearly reminiscent of the Prince of Death's true eyes, but we can also see these eyes on the growths surrounding him in the deep root depths, giving us the true nature of these strange eye growths found spreading with the death root. Zuli therefore suggests that the Godwyn visage in Stormveil could very well be a more advanced type of this growth that has grown from beyond just being eyes, but has become an almost full replica of the Death Prince. And I agree that this is the most satisfying explanation to me, as I'd long considered this to be some kind of vestige of the true Godwyn, and given that this is actually made of facial flesh, it seems to be that these eye growths, or the growths spreading throughout the lands between, may well all turn into true copies of the Prince of Death. This does also seem to be backed up by the fact we see his visage duplicated elsewhere. Firstly, in the cysts and pustules, you can see the outlines of Godwyn's face. But of course, there's also the crabs that we find in Altus Plateau and Liurnia. And again, you will note that these are all waterlogged areas, and we will deal with that soon. These crabs straight up have the visage, face of Godwyn upon their backs, eyes included, again reinforcing the fact that Godwyn can literally spread his face, his body, far and wide through the death root and through the spreading blight of those who live in death. Does he see through all of these eyes? Does he feel all of these faces? The implications of this are pretty huge, and given enough time, could Godwyn seep through the entire world, turning it into Godwyn? It is definitely suggested that this is the case. It is an unending spread, and the spread of the death root has already transformed patches of the world. Before we go further, we do need to talk about Godwyn's appearance in general, given we are going to be talking about the thematic overlays in the next part of the chapter. In a very surface level analysis, we of course get the immediate allusions to the themes of water, both in the oyster-esque head and the fish-like tail that has replaced his legs. And just as a quick personal note, I absolutely love this design. Godwyn is one of the best designed parts of the entire game. I find it so abhorrent and so shocking compared to his original description in the introduction. It reminds me of the shock I felt when I first faced True King Allant in the original Demon Souls. The cherry on the top, of course, is the blonde hair, still present in this wretched form, a mockery of his original form, and a reminder that this was Godwyn the Golden. Yet there are deeper connections to Godwyn's appearance that we can mine, not just it being an aquatic theme, and again Zuli has delivered on this front in their Godwyn Prince of Death video. In this video, Zuli makes a possible suggestion of Godwyn's appearance being linked to the Japanese myth of the Ningyo, and that it may be seen as a part of a recurring theme in FromSoft games, such as the Divine Dragon, which is referred to as a Ningyo in the game files, and of course Kos from Bloodborne, that share very similar facets to the Ningyo. The Ningyo are essentially mermaids whose flesh, if consumed, confers immortality, but catching one is meant to bring calamity, and this does tie in with the cursed immortality of those who live in death, and so this satisfies me on the aesthetic level. However, there is more thematically, and at this point I'm going to reference another content creator, Acer Aesthetics, and specifically I'm referencing their stellar video on the ideas of pollution and taboo found within Silent Hill, a video called The Horror Lost in Translation, a video that looks at the Eastern cultural influences found in Silent Hill that the Western audience may miss. And in general, Acer's channel is filled with these amazing video essays on some of your favourite games, so please go and check out their channel. The Silent Hill video is extremely useful to me, however, not only because Silent Hill is one of my favourite games of all time, but Acer analyses themes that are also very useful in analysing the themes tied to Godwyn. In this video, Acer uses a certain Japanese term to discuss defilement, pollution, and taboos: kegare. Kegare is described by Wikipedia as a state of defilement caused by varying events, including contact with any form of death or corpse. But Acer goes further, describing kegare as the crossing of boundaries, the transitions between life and death, for example, and when these boundaries are crossed, you get impurity, you get kegare. In Silent Hill, the boundaries being crossed vary from game to game, but in each game kegare is represented by the horrible nightmares that each protagonist must face. In the first Silent Hill, for example, we witness the horrendous birth of the cult's god. Childbirth is the crossing of a boundary, and thus can fall under kegare. And in Silent Hill 1, some of the enemies we face are representative of that corruption caused by the kegare of the birth of a god, such as maggot, grub, and moth enemies. To me, this can be specifically applied to Godwyn's appearance and his corruption throughout the land. To straight up quote Acer when he is talking about a corpse relation to kegare, he says, and I quote, "Kegare can also mean corruption and defilement. For example, the presence of a corpse corrupts the environment around it, because a corpse is a seedbed for maggots and other impurities, real and spiritual. If you touch it, you will also get kegare, and you will spread it until you clean yourself." End quote. Does this sound familiar? The presence of a corpse causing corruption that spreads to others, who then spread it further? This is why Godwyn's appearance is so deeply corrupted. He is a living corpse who has been buried, and his corruption has spread. He has crossed the boundaries of natural life. The moment his soul was obliterated, and his corpse was left behind, he became a seedbed for the corruption that pollutes the lands between. Godwyn, through no fault of his own, has crossed these sacred bounds, not only between life and death, but outside the boundaries set by the Golden Order. And he will continue to be a source of impurity, a source of kegare, until he is destroyed or is brought back within the bounds of what is accepted. And as Zuli points out, there aren't just those who live in death, but there appears to be new life forms that are created by contact with the Death Prince himself, spreading this corruption even further. The examples Zuli gives are of course the basilisks, that have clearly had their eyes modified from prior Souls games to be more in line with Godwyn's eyes in this game. In addition, their connection to Godwyn is made all the clearer by their location in areas connected to death, such as in the Deeproot Depths, the realm of the Prince of Death. They wield the Deathblight of the Death Prince, again spreading that corruption, and they also have amphibian features, tying them to the water themes, which we'll look at in the next chapter, and the Piscine features of Godwyn himself. You'll see his arms are very similar to the arms of these basilisks. They of course aren't the only life forms capable of inflicting Deathblight. There are of course the mysterious and confusing worm faces. These are the tree-looking humanoids with worms burrowed into their faces. The connection to Godwyn is of course clear from their appearance. The maggots or mealworms in their face very heavily connected to death and decay. They also spread the death blight. In Zuli's video on them, she interestingly identifies the fact that the file name for these enemies in the game is Deracine, which is a French term referring to the uprooting of trees. Now this does line up nicely with the appearance of worm faces. The worms look like the roots of upturned trees, and I would suggest that their locations are also significant. The two main areas that we find them in are A, affected with deathblight, and B, have trees. This is the location in Farum Azula and Altus Plateau respectively. So my most likely explanation for their appearance is that they are somehow connected to the areas that are affected with deathblight that also have trees. Farum Azula does have the infection of Godwyn, so this area we find them in is also afflicted with the deathblight. Is it possible they are actually trees that have been corrupted? They are very tree and wooden looking. Otherwise, of course, they could have just taken their appearance from their surrounding environments and are pure creatures of corruption. This is of course my speculation on Zuli's video and what we see of the environmental details, but it is one that satisfies my understanding of these beings to a degree. Now, while I'm sympathetic to Godwyn and his plight, this does all paint a terrifying picture about his reach and the transformative, corrupting nature of his power. So with that said, let us look at the spread of his corruption in more detail in the next chapter. The spread of the death root was facilitated by the manner in which his body was handled and buried. We know from the Prince of Death's pustule that he was buried at the roots of the great tree, as it reads as follows. It is said that this pustule came from the visage of the Prince of Death, he who used to be called Godwyn. As first of the demigods, it is said he is buried deep under the capital, at the Erd Tree's roots. Indeed, this obviously marries up with what we see in-game, Godwyn's corpse slumped against its very roots in the deep root depths. While this may seem like a pretty silly idea in retrospect, it does make sense with the lore of the world, given we know from numerous sources that the Erd Tree burial was the idealized form of honouring the dead, where the dead were returned to the roots of the great tree. Yet it was this connection of his body against these roots that facilitated the spread, something that we have confirmed by the description of Deathroot itself, which reads as follows. On the night of the dire plot, the stolen rune of death enabled the first death of a demigod. Later, the rune of death spread across the lands between through the underground roots of the great tree, sprouting in the form of Deathroot. And as expected from Software's masterful environmental storytelling, this too is reflected by what we see in-game. At Godwyn's throne, we see the deathblight spreading from his shattered form and infecting the roots of the great tree to spread throughout the world. And of course, it is important to comprehend what this deathroot really is. The item description says it all. The deathroot is the fragments of the rune of death that was stolen on that fateful night. These are the fragments of the fragment that was stolen from Malekith, and as such it explains his motivation in working with the hunters to retrieve this deathroot. He is trying to undo his mistake, to restore the rune of death proper, and thus restore the Golden Order. Geraint actually hungers for the rune of death, for the deathroot, because he feels the rune of death since it is bound within his own flesh, and we learn from Malekith's Black Blade that it was actually bound within his flesh after the Night of the Black Knives. And as such, he hungers for it to be complete because it is part of him as well. Tragically, for Malekith, some bells cannot be unrung, and while we return all of the Deathroot, Malekith realizes that the affliction of the Wheel of the Centipede has spread too far and has seeped into the very soil of the lands between. The rune of death can no longer be restored.
It is all consumed. Still, I am not sated. Not nearly sated.
So this is where we return to what happened to Godwyn on the Night of the Black Knives. Godwyn only received half of the wound of the centipede. half of the Rune of Death. This half concerns the death of the soul only, and said death root obviously contains the same half, hence why those afflicted by death root are dead only in soul, but still exist in a corporeal sense. They literally live within death. The reference to this as the mark of the centipede is obviously quite fitting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, this half of the rune does indeed resemble a centipede, but the more relevant connotation and to why it's probably shaped like a centipede in the first place from a design perspective is to more do with the ideas of rot and stagnation, a cultural understanding from Japanese Shinto, where flowing water is seen as good, pure, and representative of life, where stagnation is seen as corruption, death, and decay. In short, the idea of purity and the ever-flowing cycle of life in Shinto is commonly represented by flowing water of that flowing circle of life. So conversely, stagnant water is used to represent the perversion or halting of said cycle. Pests and insects thrive in stagnant water, and thus they are often used to depict corruption and rot. And again, this is something prominently seen in the first Silent Hill, in the form of moths, cockroaches, and grubs. Again, as aptly described by Acer, stagnant water is another thematic indicator of Kegare. And to quote Acer directly once more, they say the following: "Flowing water is life, and so it is good. Conversely, still waters are death." Now, in Western culture, we are of course familiar with flies, insects, and maggots being a symbol of death and rot and decay, and indeed this is represented by the flies swarming around Godwyn's decaying corpse. However, it is important to remember that a Japanese team made this, and so it's great to understand the cultural context behind these thematic designs. And so, with the understanding that flies, insects, and other types of pests are representative of Kegare and stagnant waters, we again move to the centipedes. Centipedes fall within this category as a life form that thrives in decay and stagnant waters, and thus, in Japanese culture, centipedes are often used to symbolically represent stagnation or rot or pollution. Of course, the best representation of this is in From Software's media in Sekiro, where the presence of centipede parasites are meant to denote the stagnation and pollution of the divine waters, best illustrated by the monks of Senpo Temple, who are literally overtaken by parasitic centipedes. The association with centipedes is made even more interesting then when we consider the golden centipede, which reads as follows: "The golden desiccated remains of a centipede, material used for crafting items, kept as a fetish by the Golden Order fundamentalists, especially the hunters of those who live in death. As such, they're found near churches or similar." Now, a fetish is usually a talisman or some other object used for spiritual protection, and given it is a golden centipede, the mark of those who live in death, it makes sense that the Golden Order fundamentalists would use this when hunting those who live in death, given it's a golden inversion of their enemy's symbol. This is why the half wound of the centipede is representative of those who live in death, because they are literally stagnant forms of life. They are stuck living in death, stuck at one part of the cycle of life. They are existing outside the boundaries of the established laws. They are an extension of the pollution spilling from Godwyn's corpse. They are Kegare, and so the associated imagery of centipedes and insects make sense. The idea of Kegare and crossing sacred bounds is why so often those who live in death are described to be out with the Golden Order, such as in the description of the holy water pots, which reads as follows: "Highly effective against those who live in death, even preventing them from rising again. The Golden Order has no mercy for those who trespass beyond life's bounds." It's again the idea of trespassing beyond the boundaries, leading to pollution and stagnation, and the idea of their existence outside the bounds of order leading to a pollution of the order is reflected in the language of the hunters such as D, who states the following:
"Following only the guidance of the Great Elden Ring, Those who live in death fall outside the principles of the Golden Order. Their mere existence sullies the guidance of gold, tainting its truth. And so it is the vermin must be exterminated, down to the very last.
And the ideas of stagnation make sense why the areas we find those who live in death are in stagnant waters. And it also maybe helps explains the aquatic tibia marinas, who seem to be an infection vector for the death root. It is just another thematic manifestation of the themes of stagnation and Kigare. Now, while the half-wound of the centipede, being death only in soul, helps explain the undeath of those who live in death, I feel it is only part of the equation when it comes to explaining their existence. As we have just discussed, those who live in death are essentially a glitch in the system, and for this to occur, for a glitch to occur, there has to be a fault in the Golden Order.
You may find this peculiar, but I discovered something in my examination of the Night of the Black Knives. These souls have committed no offense. They have every right to life, only they happen to touch upon a flaw in the Order.
Like Rogier, I actually have a lot of sympathy for those who live in death, and the Dustborn ending was the first one I chose, despite also having Rani's ending ready to go. Rogier correctly states that those who live in death have happened upon a flaw within the Golden Order. It is not perfect, as the fundamentalists would have you believe. And this flaw will be one that those familiar with my channel will of course heard me mention many times, as in my Gold Mask and Marika videos. That flaw being the removal of death and confinement of it. And this is fittingly described by the mending rune of the Death Prince, which reads as follows. Formed of the two Halobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. So the very foundations of the Golden Order are built upon an order absent death, and we see this effect on the denizens of the world, a world where nobody dies. It really is a pitiful state of affairs. Unending life sounds great in theory, but in usual FromSoft fashion, we are quickly disabused of that notion, and when you peel away the surface layer and grandeur of the Golden Order, you can see it is fundamentally broken. For while it is true that those who live in death are stagnant, so are those within the Order. No one ever dies within the Order. How is that any less stagnant than those who live in death? The removal of death and then the murder of Godwyn are the two main events that broke the world, as much as the shattering of the Elden Ring did. And indeed, Rogier seems to agree with that statement, that these were the pivotal events that led to the world becoming crooked.
I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way.
And yet, there are those looking for a workaround, a way to undo and reverse the corruption, rather than simply purging those who are afflicted. And so it is time to look at those who would undo the corruption and restore Godwyn to his former glory. We have already covered the fact that Fortisax and Godwyn developed a close bond due to their mutual respect in the War of the Dragons, and Godwyn's sparing of the former's life. But the depths of this bond isn't really illustrated until we get to the latter parts of the game, and we find Fortisax for ourselves, who to me is one of the most heroic characters in the entire story. Fortisax's remembrance reads as follows. After Godwyn the Golden became the Prince of Death, the ancient dragon fought long and hard against the death within its companion. Alas, victory was never achieved, and its only reward was corruption. And this is indeed how we find Fortisax, renamed the Lich Dragon, due to the fact the ancient dragon himself has been suffused with death. Even the ancient dragons are not free from its pollution. This is apparent from his appearance. All other ancient dragons have a sort of golden beige hue to them, including his own sister. However, Fortisax is now stained with black, and you can see how well the design team have done here. He isn't just a black dragon, he still actually has his gold scales underneath if you look carefully, but it is more like he is stained with a black soot over the top, the mark of death. Much like when Rogier becomes suffused with death, Fortisax also seems to be sprouting the blight even bursting from his eye socket and through his skin. And it is no wonder Fortisax is now called the Lich Dragon. He is a dragon living within death. What is interesting is that it again shows the real corrupting power of the death this pollution caused by the crossing of boundaries. The extent to which Fortisax is afflicted is pretty eye-opening, and it is elaborated on by the Death Lightning incantation, which reads as follows. Incantation that channels the power of the ancient dragon Fortisax, now corrupted by death. It is said that this golden lightning was wielded by Godwyn, and so this lightning was actually once Godwyn's power that Fortisax now channels, and the corruption of death is so powerful that even this lightning is afflicted by it, showing it is a true metaphysical curse. And this is all well and good, but when you fight Fortisax you may have some burning questions. Why is he so corrupted, and where the hell do we fight him? Well, Fortisax's remembrance implies that Fortisax is within Godwyn's mind, within his soul, battling within the death in his old companion's body. Now this is a confusing concept to wrap your head around, but it does appear to be that there is a realm within Godwyn that represents being within his corrupted body. We can enter this realm ourselves at the end of Fia's quest, when we are invited to enter the deathbed dream. Now given Fia is a deathbed companion, this must be Fia's dream bridging her mind to Godwyn's, and so we use her as a medium to connect with Godwyn's mind, and that is how we end up fighting Fortisax, or something along those lines. We'll discuss it more in the later chapters regarding Fia, where I will also talk about why we have to fight Fortisax. If this does represent a realm or pocket dimension within Godwyn, it does let us know the true extent of death's saturation. The sky itself seems to be covered in a death blight. And it is in here, in this hellish realm of death, that Fortisax has spent a long time fighting against the death, trying to push it back, trying to cleanse his good friend from the inside out. Yet, as should be obvious from the spread of death in the world at large, and the suffused nature of Godwyn's mind represented by the skybox, this was a doomed endeavour, and Fortisax has paid the price for his bravery. Yet it is one of the most heartwarming stories in the game, and I see Fortisax as a true hero. It wasn't just Fortisax who felt great sorrow at Godwyn's fate. We of course now return to the Golden Epitaph as promised at the beginning of this video, which is most likely tied to Miquella. More specifically, we can make this tie-in via the specific ghost dialogue from Castle Sol. So that does bring us to the location of this ghost, Castle Sol, a bastion that appears to hold a cult dedicated to the resurrection of the soulless. So let's discuss this. Castle Sol, as seen by its banners, is a castle containing a group that seem to venerate the Eclipse in some capacity, and this is further supported by the great treasure of this castle, the Eclipse Shotel. The Eclipse is of course used elsewhere in Elden Ring, and is closely associated with the mausoleums and their knights, and the soulless demigods housed within. The Eclipse Crest Great Shield, wielded by the Mausoleum Knights, reads the following. The Eclipse Sun, drained of colour, is the protective star of the soulless demigods. It aids the Mausoleum Knights by keeping death and death at bay. So the Eclipse is obviously a symbol associated with the soulless, and it is seen as a ward that will keep death and death at bay. Obviously something to avoid for these soulless demigods so they don't die permanently before they are restored. A really great video on the subject of the Eclipse is one by VLimit, and I highly recommend you check that out, and I will link below. The protective nature of the Eclipse as a type of ward therefore explains why it appears on the shields of the defenders of these soulless demigods. The Eclipse also thematically neatly fits in. Not only is the Eclipse extremely similar to the two sides of the Hallowbrand, but again there are some cultural connotations to the Eclipse which are relevant to death, and we will shortly deal with those. But I want to first ask, what is the point of Castle Sol? What are they actually trying to achieve here? Well, let us try and uncover the purpose behind these people, the people who existed in Castle Sol, those who seem to venerate the eclipse. We have already looked at one ghost dialogue, which implies the eclipse could restore the soulless demigods, and so now let us turn to the other ghost dialogue found within the castle, one in the main chapel, who echoes the veneration of the eclipse. O great sun, frigid son of Sol, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. So the connecting factor here seems to be the belief that the eclipse, swallowing the sun, can restore the soulless demigods to full life. Yet what is the basis for this theory? Fortunately for me, I am friends with a curator far more familiar with Japanese cultural implications, as well as the language itself. Of course, people familiar with the channel will know I'm referring to Last Protagonist, who has once again provided some excellent information in regards to the eclipse. In a comment on V-Limit's video regarding the eclipse, Last Protagonist said the following, and he's given me permission to share this comment. The term for eclipse comes from shoku, which is the same kanji for mashibamu, which means worm-eaten, corroded, deteriorated, etc. This comes up a lot in Dark Souls to describe the way curses and the dark eat away through things, like in Gnaw, Dark Fog, Wolnir's Holy Sword, etc. In Elden Ring, the term also comes up in items associated with Godwyn, the Weathered Dagger, the corruption of Fortis Axe, etc. This all ties into the eclipse Shoto, which is described as a sun being drained of colour. It might imply that there is or was a connection between the sun and the grace of gold, and might coincide with the Sun Realm Shield, or how warming stones say the Erd Tree was as warm and gentle as the sun. End quote. So again, brilliant insight from Last Protagonist, and if you're new to the channel, please check out their channel as they often help me out with Japanese translations and cultural connotations. And again, thanks to Last Protagonist. Now the part I want to focus in on is how Last Protagonist says this worm-eaten description ties into the eclipse Shoto, which is described as a sun being drained of colour, being worm-eaten of colour perhaps. I find this interesting because it's in line with the idea of the sun being eaten, like the ghost at Castle Sol mentions the eclipse swallowing the sun. Is it then possible that the cultists of Sol are beckoning for the eclipse to swallow the sun, to steal its vitality, to restore the soulless demigod? I do believe that this is their belief, that they wish the eclipse to eat the vitality of the sun and take this vitality to restore the demigod. At least that's their belief, even if there isn't any weight to it. Specifically, it appears that the Castle Sol is a joint venture between the group at Sol and Miquella, given the ghost dialogue that we reviewed at the beginning of this chapter. And this is unsurprising given Miquella's great empathy for the outcast and forgotten, as well as his implied sympathy for his half-brother, as suggested by the Golden Epitaph. And I now want to make an editorial note here. I had far more planned in this chapter for the soulless demigods, for necromancy, but as with my last video, the video is already becoming far too long, so I have decided to cut certain elements from the story. However, don't worry, I am already planning the next video that will pick up these pieces, and I'm going to do a combined video on death, including the death birds, necromancy, the soulless demigods, and perhaps Rosas. So, something to look forward to, more time talking about death. Woohoo! With that said, I want to turn to an important figure who champions Godwyn's cause, in an attempt to stand up for those without a voice. I am of course referring to Fia, and the conclusion of Godwyn's story. Fia is a fascinating character, whose story is presented to us right at the beginning of the game, during the introductory cinematic, where we quickly learn that Fia is a deathbed companion and also a tarnished. When trying to understand what a deathbed companion is, a good place to start is probably from Fia herself, who says the following.
I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. to grant him another chance at life.
So Fia pretty much gives us the bare bones of what her position entails. They absorb the vitality of champions they embrace, such as us, and they use that stored vigour to breathe new life into those who have already passed. In this dialogue, Fia also seems to describe exactly what is depicted on her introductory slide art. She was lying with a noble to bear him into new life. I find the term bear him into new life interesting. It has connotations of childbirth, and as you'll see later in this video and in her quest, she does seem to birth new life from the absorbed vitality of other champions. It isn't just a transference of energy, it is almost a recycling or reincarnation of the original vitality taken from the embraced champion. There is actually a lot of surrounding lore that can help explain the deathbed companions. For example, we get an allegorical description of their origins as a profession via the perfumer Tricia Ashes, which read the following. Tricia was once known as a healer who dedicated her efforts to treating misbegotten, omen, and all those seen as impure. When her efforts failed, she was a companion as they died, watching over them to ensure that they could pass on peacefully, free of pain. A tale akin to the origins of the deathbed companions. So by using Tricia's story as a comparison, the description seems to suggest that the deathbed companions were once that, an order of people who would be deathbed companions, companions to people on their deathbeds, to watch over and help them pass peacefully. However, in time it clearly evolved to where it was more about restoring people from their deathbeds. And I do find it interesting to consider the origins of the deathbed companions, mainly because the only one we meet is out of their context. But we can glean a little of that context. Firstly, let us look at the baldachin blessing. It seems to show a temple covered in curtains or canopy-like fixtures, and the description of this item described these as being temples in the guise of a bedchamber, and obviously with beds, deathbeds, being an important part of this order, this makes sense. This also matches up with the term baldachin, for a baldachin, according to Merriam-Webster, is a cloth-covered canopy fixed or carried over an important person or sacred object. So this matches the canopies we see on the temple shown in the baldachin blessing, and the very cloak that Fia wears over her deathbed dress for travelling. These black robes look very much like curtains or canopies. Most likely then, the term baldachin blessing most likely means a blessing from these baldachin covered temples. I could be wrong, and baldachin could be the name from where Fia is from, or the name of a god associated with these temples. But either way, it does tie in to what we see as the kind of aesthetic overlay of this culture. However, the darkest part of this role is the fact that deathbed companions never choose who they lie with. This is directly told to us by Fia herself, who says the following when she chooses to lie with Godwyn.
This is goodbye, my dear, but I am satisfied. I choose to lie with Godwyn of my own will, not the remains of one chosen for me.
Therefore, Fia and her kind are directed to lie with the remains chosen for them, and given Fia tells us that it was a noble she was last told to lie with, I would assume the implication is that the upper classes benefit from this particular brand of resurrection. And the radiant baldachin blessing also suggests that the deathbed companions don't even get to choose who they embrace to get the vigour to resurrect the nobles, as it reads as follows. It is said a deathbed companion will only produce a blessing of this kind for a champion but once in her entire life, the sole blessing which she imbues of her own volition, meaning that any other baldachin blessing that is bestowed by a deathbed companion is not of their own volition. It is just a part of their duty. This lack of choice is quite key in Fia's motivations. So when Fia becomes tarnished and is exiled from this land that she hails, she chooses a new path and chooses to use her skills and powers for another purpose, her own purpose. She says the following.
I see. Then you must kill me, for I am the companion of Godwyn, Prince of Death. I wish to be a mother to those who live in death. So it is that any loathing, any hatred that overshadows them, I must bear as a matter of duty with my own flesh.
Fia chooses to defend those who, through no fault of their own, are hunted, persecuted, and have no voice, have no choice. Given Fia's life of being told what to do as a deathbed companion, and being chased from her homeland, and now being bound by grace through no choice of her own, we can easily see why she would have great sympathy and empathy for these people. I feel her ideals must be similar to her allies, Rogier's, who quite rightly states that their existence, those who live in death, is no fault of their own. Sophia takes it upon herself to try and right this wrong, and finally make some choices for herself. And the first way she does this is via her embraces. Not only is she using this energy in a build-up for gestating her new child, but she also uses it in a more creative, defensive way. Fia appears to take a portion of the vitality of champions that she embraces, and can summon them as champions to defend the Prince of Death, akin to the practice of carrion puppetry. This makes sense since we do see Rogier and Lionel in the fight against Fia's champions. Both tarnished, we know she has embraced, as she mentions Rogier in that context, and we later find her belongings alongside Lionel's in a bed in Lane Dell. To be clear, these are akin to puppets. These blue manifestations are the same colour as the carrion puppets. They are not the actual champion themselves being summoned like a blue phantom, rather an imprint of them, especially since Rogier will be dead by this stage that we face him as a Fia champion. This is actually a rather impressive feat, and it really emphasises how much power Fia gains from absorbing the power of champions, and it will play a key role in her gestation of the Mending Rune. And yet, to make this Mending Rune, she needed the two sides of what brought the curse of unlife to the lands between, the two sides of the Hallowbrand. And so she sets ourselves and Rogier in motion to retrieve it, though she makes great efforts to hide her true motivations and interests, only portraying herself as someone who is interested in helping Rogier, a friend, while mysteriously handing us a pivotal map that she got from a friend of a friend of a friend. Meanwhile, Rogier also seems to let a secret slip to her. Fia has already mentioned how Rogier says things while abed, and he appears to hold another secret that would be of much interest to Fia. It is the same secret he divulges to us in the form of a note after his death. Written in a trembling hand, it says the following: "I forgot to tell you, but it seems Dee has a younger brother. I heard he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct besides the eternal city of Nokron, and it is said he stood before the Prince of Death, not far beyond that spot." Now with this note, everything that transpires between Fia and Dee makes complete sense. Fia knew that Dee's brother had stood before the Prince of Death, and this no doubt explains why we find the twin huddled and broken, not far from where Godwyn lies. And now, with that in mind, let us look at the weathered dagger that Fia asks us to return to Dee. It reads as follows: "Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. She wishes for it to be returned to its rightful owner. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver entwined, but is now worn down and marred by a black gash." A knife, marred by a black gash and worn down. Evidently a weapon of Dee or his brother. And surely given those two bits of lore, we can assume that this blade was turned against Godwyn given the black gash on the blade. But to what end? Well, the answer, I believe, comes from Fia herself when we reach her in the deep root depths. She says the following:
Have you ever seen a Hallowbrand? When the first of the demigods died, his flesh was marked with the half-wheel wound of the centipede. Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at the Round Table Hold, but there is another Hallowbrand out there somewhere, and I must find it.
Godwyn's Hallowbrand has since been recovered at Round Table Hold, meaning it wasn't on Godwyn's person, meaning someone had it at Round Table Hold, And thus, to me anyway, it is explained why Fia actually kills Dee. It isn't because he is a Golden Order hunter. No, he has Godwyn's Hallowbrand, and she takes it from his cold, dead hands. This is my speculation again, but what I see to be the chain of events given the lore we've examined just now. Dee's brother stood before Godwyn and carved out his Hallowbrand from Godwyn's very flesh, the act that mars his blade and drives him to slumber. And given his state, the brand will come to be possessed by Dee, his twin brother, for safekeeping. Fia learns of this via Rogier, the secret he will tell to us later, and knowing she will come into conflict with a Tarnished, she develops Fia's Mist, an incantation only effective against the undying Tarnished. For all his martial strength, Dee is no match for the Deathblight, and Fia lures him into a trap by passing the knife to Dee that all but says "I know" and revealing her true loyalties. Fia then kills him with the Deathblight, reclaims the Hallowbrand, and disappears into the night, to be by Godwyn's side. It is actually a brilliant bit of storytelling, a master plan that happens in front of our very eyes, but is so subtle, because neither Fia nor Dee show their hands to us. And if we choose to return the other half of the Hallowbrand to Fia, which of course was the intended result of stoking Rogier's interest in finding the other half of the Hallowbrand, then the endgame of her plan can come into effect. She can bind these two together through a gestation ritual. She says the following of this:
I will soon lay with Godwyn, and it will surely stir within me the new life of the Golden Prince, and first dead of the demigods, as the rune of those who live in death. Please, do one thing for me. Brandish this child, my rune, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death.
And so it seems as though Fia's position as a deathbed companion is absolutely key in the formation of this rune. Long as she channeled the power of Champion's vitality to resurrect the dead, as I noted earlier, this process through semantics is indicated to be akin to childbirth. And now again, she refers to this as her child, this rune, not a child in the traditional sense, but a recycling of life that is akin to the natural process of giving birth in the real world. And not only is this a child of Godwyn and Fia, but Fia also implies it is partially our child, for she is using the warmth of our vigour from our last embrace to breathe life, to gestate this new child. Of course, unfortunately, this is where we must face and kill one of the truest heroes of Elden Ring, Fortisax. Fortisax has spent unknowable years within Godwyn's mind, fighting and resisting the death within his friend, and yet that now means he is an obstacle to the birth of the Mending Rune. This Mending Rune is death, and Fortisax's influence in pushing back death will no doubt mean he is halting the birth of the Death Rune. And so it is with great sorrow that we must put the blighted beast down, so Godwyn and Fia's child may come forth. So what does this Mending Rune represent for the future for those who live in death, and for the world at large? Well, let us first of all read the description of the rune itself and try to understand. It reads the following: formed of the two Hallowbrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. The Golden Order was created by confining death in death. Thus this new order will be one of death restored. So first of all, it makes it clear that it is both sides of the Hallowbrand. This is not the original Rune of Death, and given it's both sides of the Hallowbrand, you may assume that it restores original death and death, and makes death normal again, given that both halves represent the two sides of death. However, I think it's clear this isn't the case, as the rune specifically mentions that life within death, those who live in death, are brought into the order. It will not be removed or reversed or made full death. They are being brought in to the order. This is also backed up by the fact that Fia states,
With this, Godwyn can take his rightful place as first of the dead, and claim a second, illustrious life.
This implies that Godwyn will continue to be the source of those who live in death, but will take a new kind of position of power within the new order, as first of the dead. This literally seems to just be bringing everything that's outside the order in regards to those who live in death, including Godwyn, into it without actually changing them, in my opinion. Now, the mending room does suggest that death will be restored, maybe implying that normal death will be restored. But bear in mind, this isn't the original rune of death, and so if we consider the science, if you want to call it, of runes, this isn't the rune of death. This is the rune of the Death Prince, meaning that the Prince of Death, as he is still going to exist in this order. It is his order that is being incorporated into the Golden Order. This is the age of the Duskborn, and given Dusk's inherent connection to death, we could literally translate this to the age of the Deathborn. And while this sounds utterly repellent, consider this might just be the right thing to do. Those who live in death did not choose to be what they are, and it was the current order that led to them existing at all through their poor choices. Perhaps a new era of life within death, death overseen by Godwyn, will have a new, just era of life. Omen is defined by Oxford Languages as an event that is seen as a portent of good or evil, and in the lands between, it is not hard to see that the birth of an omen is seen as an ill one. Translator Loki states that the kanji used for omen could be translated as abhorred or taboo. To those of the Golden Order, they are a stain on the world of grace. They are cursed blood, polluting the Erdtree's purity. Part of the reason they are so hated in the modern Erdtree era is born of the fact that they are relics of an earlier era, an uncomfortable and inconvenient reminder of a more primitive period of worship. With their gnarled horns, brutish forms, and accursed blood, it may be easy to see why such beings are treated with such disdain on a surface level. Yet the truth is far more complex than that, as the Omen are not simply brutish monsters needing to be culled. There is a complexity to their condition. There is a humanity to them. Indeed, one of the most intelligent and arguably admirable characters we meet in-game is an Omen, Morgoth, who is not allowed the curse to define or control him. Conversely, there are those who wallow in the darker aspects of the Omen curse. Moog, Lord of Blood, who delights in his corruption. These two twins perfectly encapsulate the duality of the Omen condition. Then there's of course the Dung Eater, who despite not being Omen himself, delights in the Omen curse, curses the Golden Order, and wishes to spread this blessing throughout the lands between. The Omen subject is a challenging one to dissect, because the truth of their blood and their curse is warped by prejudice and eroded by time. So in this lore video we will examine the Omen, the crucible they owe their heritage to, and the Dung Eater, and finally whether there is some reality to fear the Omen and their condition. As I quite often do, I would like to acknowledge some creators whose ideas have been highly influential on my own. This time it is Hawkshaw and Quailag, both of whose work has been fundamental in fine-tuning and informing my own opinions. Finally, I would also like to thank Loki, translator and author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations throughout. The very fact that the Omen are called the Omen is in a way a distraction when we are trying to discern the history and truth behind these beings. What I mean is that the title Omen is mainly a derogatory term that reflects their reviled position in the current age of the Golden Order and the Erdtree. But the origin of the Omen does not lie within this era, and instead they are tied more closely to the Crucible. We learn this of course from the Knot Talisman, the item description of course tying these vestigial growths to the Crucible, as well as the fact this is dropped by an Omen killer, as well as Perfuma Tricia, which bungs in Omen and Misbegotten alike, all beings seen as impure, all beings tied to the Crucible. So with that said, let us unpack the age of the Crucible, as it is crucial in understanding the origins of these beings. The Crucible is both a state, a precursor of the Erdtree, as well as an age in of itself. There are some stark differences and ideals that permeate both of these eras, despite the ties between the Crucible and the Erdtree. Obviously, it is a well-known fact at this stage that the Crucible, the form of the Crucible itself, was the primordial form of what would become known as the Erdtree. And we learn this from various sources, but one of the best is the Godskin Noble set, which reads as follows. Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology, not unlike the Crucible, the Erdtree in its primordial form. And of course there are the aspects of Crucible incantations, which read as follows. This is a manifestation of the Erdtree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial Crucible, where all life was once blended together. The fact that the Crucible is closely associated with Godfrey's Crucible Knights, a man who would go on to become the first Elden Lord in the early age of the Erdtree, of course implies that the era immediately preceding the age of the Erdtree was the age of the Crucible, a time when Hoaralou and his knights would have made a name for themselves in this more primal and wild era. As for the form of the Crucible itself, it is often portrayed as a sort of collection of wild branches or roots, as we see from Siluria's helm and Siluria's spear that is said to take the form of the Crucible. The most satisfying explanation of this form, to me, is the one offered by Tarnished Archaeologist, a fellow Elden Ring lore creator, and this explanation is also the one that informed our discussion of the Crucible in our Timeline lore video. In their Godfrey lore series, the Tarnished Archaeologist's theory starts by looking at what they term as the Gardener statues. These are the statues found within Roundtable Hold, Stormvale Castle, and other areas found throughout the game. There are two variations of this statue, one of a character holding a single branch or sprout, and the other version is surrounded by many, the latter of which is very reminiscent of Siluria's spear and helmet. Tarnished Archaeologist believes that the process being illustrated here between the two statues is known as root sprouting, a process which is when a tree is damaged or cut, and then multiple competing sprouts begin to grow from the stump in order to regenerate the tree. It then follows that the other version of this statue, the one with the singular sprout in its hands, represents the successful sprout that would in time grow into the Erdtree, and that the time of competing sprouts was the time of the Crucible. And if you'd like to hear more about that theory in depth, I'd recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's videos, which I will link below. The idea that the age of the Crucible was a period of competition between varying sprouts fits very well for me. Firstly, because it thematically fits with an area of chaotic, uncontrollable life, and in addition, it also works with the word crucible itself, which can mean a trial through which something new is forged. In this case, the trial or competition between the sprouts, resulting in the emergence of a strong, new singular tree, the Erdtree. Regardless of whether you agree with this specific interpretation of the form of the Crucible or not, what is clear is that this was an age of primeval, unrestrained, and violent life. And that becomes more apparent when we look at the specific life forms that are associated with this era. Firstly, there are what is referred to as the Lion Guardians, wild ferocious animals that really define the term beast and bestial life form. We know these creatures are associated with the Crucible, firstly due to their visual design, as they share some of the same blackened skin as the Omen, as well as the signature Omen horns. Secondly, we also see they are tied to the Crucible via an item they drop, the Old Fang, which reads as follows. These multiple overlapping fangs grow from a single root. Perhaps they're a vestige of the primordial Crucible. I think this item is a really important one, not only because it ties these creatures directly to the Crucible, but it also gets to the core of what I see the Crucible to be. To me, it is a time of unrestrained, chaotic, and primeval life, represented by too much growth, exaggerated life form, and vestigial limbs. This Old Fang item talks about multiple overlapping fangs There are too many fangs here, overlapping and growing over each other, beyond purpose or reason. Life for the sake of life and growth for the sake of growth. Whereas a refined form of life would have an ordered row of teeth evolved specifically for what is needed for its diet, these chaotic, primeval beings have growths and appendages that are a result of the crucible's overflowing life energies, where life is expressed in an extreme form, where it is all blended together and unnecessary growths happen. This idea of vestigial limbs and vestigial growths is also represented by the budding horn item description, a very similar item to the old fang, and its description reads as follows. This horn began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it is a vestige of primordial crucible. This is a horn that grows on a life form that doesn't usually grow it. It is an unnecessary growth, an expression of the crucible's chaotic life energies. And it is these types of vestigial growths that we might call the aspects of the crucible, as represented by the crucible incantations of the same name. Of course, a great example of these vestigial growths is the misbegotten themselves, chimeric beings that have malformed small wings, incomplete scale hides, and tails, none of which have grown through evolution and set to perform a set purpose, but rather have sprouted from their forms in an almost cancerous manner due to their relation of the crucible, again an expression of its chaotic overflowing vital energies. Interestingly, Mohg and Morgott themselves also possess similar vestigial growths. Morgott of course has his massive club tail, a mass of flesh and horns, that obviously serves no real purpose. Tails are usually for balance, and in this case Morgott merely uses it like a club. Mohg even has these small and unusable wings that some of the misbegotten have, as you can see it on his model before he is empowered, and they grow to a size that is actually usable. This is why I relate the Omen, the misbegotten, and this type of chaotic life to the idea of chaos and demons that is explored in Dark Souls 1. For those unaware, demons in Dark Souls are not the traditional demonic beings of hell that you may see in Abrahamic mythology. Instead, they are products of uncontrollable life, born from the bed of chaos, literally a bed or source of chaotic life, a concept well illustrated by the uneven and wild growth of the bed itself, an image that is indeed very reminiscent of the depictions of the Crucible. The Lord Soul we get from the Bed of Chaos describes it as a bed of life, and likewise, the Crucible is a bed of primeval life, and is repeatedly associated with the terms primeval, primordial, and life. The point of comparing the Crucible to the Bed of Chaos is not to say they are one for one, as that certainly is not true. Rather, I am trying to highlight that the type of life that is associated with the Crucible, and that the similarities in appearance between the Bed of Chaos and the Crucible to me is no coincidence. They are both representing unrestrained and uncontrollable vital energies. This type of life and idea differs so wildly from the ideas of regression and refinement found in the age of the Golden Order, a sophisticated era of refined principles in stark contrast to this earlier era of crude, chaotic, and primitive life. This is a distinction illustrated by the evolution in the symbolism of the ruling religion. If one compares the wild designs of the Crucible era and early Erdtree period, symbolically branching out like a wild tree, against the more subtle Celtic knot of the Golden Era, a far more tidy and refined symbol. This is a point well made by Quelaag in their Elden Ring Keeps Me Up at Night lore video, and if you'd like a deeper explanation of these symbols and what they could mean, please check out Quelaag's video, which I will link below. But yes, I do see the emblems themselves of each era as a way of illustrating the distinction between the Golden Order and the Crucible era that came before, and why the Golden Order sees themselves as a more sophisticated era. The fundamental concept of regression towards the mean, one of the Golden Order fundamentals is that life should be pulling towards the mean, becoming more normalized, tidier, and less diverse. This of course clashes wildly with the early era of the Crucible, in which life was unrefined, distinct from one another, and blended together. However, at the time of the Crucible, these expressions of life, these malformations, were not seen as cancerous growths or evidence of a primeval time. Rather, it was seen as divine. And of course, we learn this via the Crucible growth talismans, Knot, Scale, and Feather. Each of them read, "A vestige of the crucible of primordial life, born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced." It of course makes sense that anything touched by the Crucible in this time would be considered divine. There was no Erd Tree, there was only the Crucible. The Crucible was the expression of divinity, and so anything touched by these aspects of the Crucible would have been seen as special, much as later being touched by grace is seen as divine in the current era. This also makes sense when we consider that the Crucible itself was representative of chaotic blended life, and as such, wild appendages would beautifully mirror the rampant growth of the Crucible itself, which at this time was the idealized form of life. Of course, one of the other defining factors of the Crucible era is aggression, warfare, and martial prowess, best encapsulated by Hoarah, his arenas, his Round Table warrior culture, and his Crucible knights. If you'd like a keen insight into the warrior culture of Godfrey and his Round Table warriors, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's video on the subject, which I will link below. Strength, aggression, violence, competition, and bestial vitality. These are the pillars that define the Crucible era, and it is to this era, to these pillars, that the Omen owe their heritage. I think it is safe to say that having fully contextualized the Crucible era, that it is far more understandable that these brutish creatures would have been accepted within the era they owe their heritage to. They would not have been the way they are now, reviled and confined, and hunted. So with that said, let us move on to an analysis of the Omen themselves, who they are, what they are, and where they come from. The first thing to note is that I'm sure most people are aware of this, is that the Omen aren't their own species. Rather, they do seem to be regular humans who have been afflicted by this Omen condition. We get hints of this firstly via the Scale, Feather, and Knot talismans, and given the features of each, we can almost certainly assign the Knot talisman to the Omen, especially given it is dropped by an Omen killer, and the fact that these knots look like the base of cut horns. Now again, let us read the item description of the Knot talisman, which reads as follows. A talisman fashioned from a bony knot that embodies aspects of various creatures, said to have grown on the human body long ago. Grown on the human body long ago. And indeed, we get further proof that the Omen are born through normal reproduction, like regular humans, from the Omen Bairn items. Firstly, the regular Omen Bairn reads as follows. Doll of a curse-born bairn. Uses FB to unleash wraiths that chase down foes. Omen babies have their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me or curse me, please. So first thing to note about these items themselves, these fetishes that are carved to memorialize these children who are cursed. This was pointed out to me by Loki, who identified the fact that this is akin to the process of Mizuko Kuyo, a water child memorial service, which is a Japanese Buddhist ceremony for children who have died through the birthing process in various means. And in this process, a little fetish is carved of the deceased child. And the reason for these rites is to firstly assuage the guilt of the parents, but also to comfort the soul of the past child. Now, this is interesting given that most Omen children will die when they have their horns excised, but also the fact that they are cursed So perhaps when an omen child is born, they are considered dead or miscarried anyway, and thus these fetishes are carved to memorialize them and comfort their spirits and their parents. And it really is a stark reminder of how bad it is to be born with this omen curse in the time of the Erd Tree, as you are already considered dead even when born, as we will see in the examples of the regal omen bairn, which is still carved despite the fact they will not undergo the operation, and thus must be considered dead despite actually being alive. And so again, props to Loki for pointing out that cultural connection for me. And as we noted at the beginning of this video with Loki's translation, these are omen children, people that are discarded or taboo, reinforcing the fact that these are humans who are afflicted and then discarded. So these are children born, cursed as any other regular human or demigod in some cases, not something that is a distinct species in of itself. This is of course reflected in the two most famous omen in the mythos, Moog, Lord of Blood, and the grace-given Lord Morgoth. This shows that Moog and Morgoth were born of the golden lineage, both demigods, and were still able to be born afflicted with this condition. While it is not stated directly, I do believe that these two are born directly from Godfrey and Marika, because of the way in which Godfrey interacts with Morgoth in an almost gentle-like manner, and as someone who is clearly familiar with Morgoth.
It's been a long while, Morgoth.
And of course we do know that Morgoth is at least descended from Godfrey, if not directly, as he is part of the golden lineage as stated by his rune. But Moog and Morgoth are not the only examples of royalty who are afflicted with the omen curse, only that they are the most significant, for we learn that there are plenty of other royal omen via the regal omen bairn, and its item description reads as follows: Doll of a curse-born bairn from the Erdtree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. We will return to the social ramifications that are highlighted in this when we later view the persecution faced by the omen. But returning to the omen condition itself, it is clear that omen can come about by any birth, whether they be demigods of Marika's bloodline or a more normal bloodline, and the Knot Talisman implies that this condition is the result of the crucible or a connection to it. This curse or affliction is something that can affect any humanoid, and I will get to the specifics of what I believe the curse actually is momentarily. But when it comes to the physical form that the omen take after they are afflicted, I believe the answer is fairly straightforward. As we know from various sources, mainly the incantations of the aspects of the crucible, that the crucible was a cauldron of life, where life was blended together, the elements of different animals all coming together as one. Additionally, we have already linked the Knot Talisman to the features found upon the omen, to their knotted horns. And the talisman itself describes these features as bones that are embodiments of various species. So in essence, I see the omen as the crucible themselves, humans that have taken on the elements of various other species in a way that makes them look inelegant and chaotic when compared to regular humans, and that their distinct features, the blackened skin and the horns, are taking elements from many different life forms blended together. One of the many interesting points that Hawkshaw makes in their Colours lore video is the relevance of an item description found in version 1.0 of the game, the turtle neck meat. In the current version of the game, it has a very uninteresting description. However, in version 1, it read the following: Turtle meat is said to boost virality, but none in the lands between seem to have much appetite for it these days. In the lands between, the urge to reproduce has waned long ago. So this is of course referring to reproduction and the appetite for it. and my surface level takeaway from this is that it may be a combination of the Golden Order's views on refinement, seeing traditional mating as a more bestial activity. In regards to aesthetics, the Golden Order clearly takes after the medieval era Catholic Church, and this is also in the way that they view the more pagan, tree-worshipping era of the Crucible. And this waning interest in traditional mating could also be seen as a mirror on the medieval era's church views on sex and conservatism, a view shared by fellow content creator Crunchy in a Twitter thread on this very subject. However, what if it was in part also a practical solution to the omen problem, not just a view of conservatism? For if the omen can only come about by natural births, then cutting out that process, traditional reproduction, could easily solve that issue. Indeed, the births of the omen could have served to reinforce the conservative ideas on reproduction that the Golden Order has, the omen standing as proof that reproduction is a backwards practice. It isn't hard to see that a recycling of life through Erdtree and Erdtree burial may feel more pure for those of the Golden Order, as this would not only connect all life through the Erdtree, where the dead are buried, and recycled as new life through the Erdtree, all life being controlled and connected to its grace. We have discussed this on the channel before, but in Tarnished Archaeologist's Life series, they discuss the possibility that people are born from the Erdtree as a result of this recycling process. We know that Erdtree burial does take place. It is mentioned several times, and in the catacombs we see bodies being absorbed by these roots. And in these very catacombs, there are doors. On these doors are depictions of Erdtree burial, and at the top of these same depictions, in the branches of the Erdtree, there seems to be pods or people being born from its branches. And if you want a more in-depth look at that life cycle, I would recommend Tarnished Archaeologist's look at life cycles in the Land Between. The puritanical view that life should be connected through the Erdtree and touched by it is of course something we see in the greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which reads, "Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands. Thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erdtree's grace." Now of course Albinaurics are very different from the Omen. No one is claiming that the Omen are artificial life forms. Far from it, as we've already seen. However, what this does highlight is a particular type of hatred, a racial prejudice, if you will, for beings untouched by the Erdtree's grace, disconnected from its systems that we've just discussed. I believe that this is at the core of what causes a hatred for the Omen. Yes, they are hated for other reasons, for their bestial nature and their connections to an earlier, more primitive era. But what makes them Omen? Why are they so feared? Well, I do think this is connected to the idea of not being touched by the Erdtree's grace, and in fact, being very much disconnected from it. There is something darker to the Omen that we get glimpses of through small pieces of lore that explore the ideas of soul and a lack thereof. The Misbegotten and Crucible Knights also receive less than stellar treatment in the current era. The Crucible Knights, once the foremost champions of the ruling order, are forgotten and reviled, found at the fringes, even alongside Misbegotten in some cases. The Misbegotten are also treated like dirt, a slave class, to the point where Edgar, Castellan of Castle Morn, cannot even fathom why his abused slaves would want to rebel against him. Yet, despite these bad treatments of those who are connected to the Crucible, there is a special fear reserved for the Omen, as is suggested by their very name. It is sinister and ominous, compared to the title of Misbegotten, which is less about fear and more about othering what the conventional society would see as an odd, chaotic, and unreformed form of life that is lesser. And so I think Hawkshaw put this across very aptly in their video on the Perfumers. While we may focus on the brutal and unjust way in which the Omen are treated, which is no doubt horrific, we still need to stop and pause to ask a simple question. Is there something dangerous about the Omen? And is there some validity to the fear surrounding them that goes beyond this racial prejudice? And I think the answer is yes, and it is best explored through a certain despicable character. So let us now explore the Dung Eater and the nature of the Omen curse. The Dung Eater is a curious fella, so let us break him down because I do believe he is the best vessel through which we can understand the Omen condition and the nature of their curse. Firstly, he is one of the Tarnished, like us, and he is listed in the roster of heroes alongside Fia, Gideon Ofnir, and Horalu. And like the others, he is granted grace, as we do see an aspect of grace, the little golden light, next to each of these champions. Most of them have been killed, and seem to be resurrected when grace is granted to them. And the fact he is granted grace is an important point that we will get back to shortly. Now, what is apparent from his introductory slide is that he is not a very well liked individual, since he is introduced as the loathsome Dung Eater, and in his image, he is hanging from his neck, being killed by society for some crime. And via information that we get from Bogart, he seems to have been locked up in a jail at some point. And just a side note, I believe that he himself has locked himself in his current jail, and this is not the one that Bogart is referring to, but we will get back to that shortly. And the more we learn about this individual, it becomes clear why he would be imprisoned and why he would be hanged by a society. Bogart, a criminal himself, is absolutely terrified of this man.
Does all sort of to the corpses to keep 'em cursed forever. I ain't seen nothing more disgusting in all my years. I ain't ever been more scared neither. Rooted to the bloody spot while he did that to my friend.
So what does he do to people? Why is he called the Dung Eater? What are his aims? And why is he so feared? Well, the first question, why does he do this to people? We can get an understanding of some kind of motive from his distinctive armor set, which happens to be one of my favourite in any Souls game. It is fittingly named the Omen set, and has two key bits of lore, one from the unique chest piece, and one from the rest. So first of all, let us look at the description of the helmet, which reads, malformed helm resembling an omen with its horns cut off, worn by the Dung Eater. Its form is a vision of the landscape of his mind, and of his appearance as he wished to see it. The heart of an omen without the body to match. Could there be any crueler existence? What does it matter then, if the curse claims all? And now let us read the chest piece item description, so we can unpack all this lore together. Worn by the Dung Eater, the heavy, sun-shaped medallion represents both the guidance he once saw and the ring to which it will one day lead. So in very basic terms, it seems as though the Dung Eater is someone who sees himself as an omen, the heart of an omen, and that the armor represents his appearance as he wished to see it, that he wants to have the appearance of an omen. However, he is not actually an omen, and thus he has fashioned this armor to mimic their form, an omen with its horns trimmed to be precise. The final sentence of the regular armor item description, what does it matter then if the curse claims all, seems to be his motivation. He is driven mad by the fact that he himself is not an omen, despite the fact he feels he is. And thus, as if to compensate for the fact he is not himself cursed, he wishes to spread the curse to all. Indeed, he even curses the Golden Order, the order responsible for the punishment, the hunting and imprisonment of Omen, his people.
Curse you, Golden Order. One day, you'll get what's coming.
To him, the Omen curse in the Omen form is a blessing, and passing it to everyone in the world seems to be a singular purpose for the Dung Eater. For when his corporeal form is locked in his jail, it is so frustrated that it can't get out and curse people that he repeatedly headbutts the wall, letting it know in his desires to carry on killing and cursing.
Must eat more. Defile more. Everything that matters to you for generations to come. I am the Dung Eater, a scourge upon the living.
The desire to curse is so much part of his being that it will headbutt the wall to relieve the frustration of not being able to do it. What is interesting is there does seem to be some degree of separation between Dung Eater's corporeal form and his phantom form, the latter of which being the main way we communicate with Dung Eater. For one, the phantom form seems more in control and at peace, able to sit quietly in Round Table Hold and reflect on his plans. Secondly, his corporeal form doesn't even recognize you when you release him, despite the fact you have already met his phantom. If I was to speculate on the specifics of what is happening here, I would suggest that he can separate himself into a red phantom, and in this form he is far more collected and clear of mind than his more singular-minded counterpart, and when there is the need for a moment of peace, for time to think on his plans, then he locks away his corporeal form while he becomes his phantom form. For it is the phantom form of the Dung Eater that gives us his own key. Dung Eater hates the living and loves the Omen curse. The helmet is said to reflect the vision of the landscape of his mind, and this marries well with the lore found in the chess piece. As we have already read, the sun-shaped medallion is supposed to represent both guidance that he has received and the ring to which it will one day lead, his ultimate goal. Now firstly, Souls fans will recognise that this sun medallion is evidently a homage to Dark Souls 1 and Solaire of Astora, where the exact same sun symbol was used to represent Solaire's search for his very own sun. In a way, the sun symbol on Dung Eater's armour represents the same, his quest, except his sun that he will find is actually a mending rune, which will curse Order itself. Specifically, the sun is said to represent the ring he saw in some vision or guidance, and funnily enough, this isn't the only time this sort of a vision is expressed by a sun-like image. Indeed, someone who has very different aims altogether from Dung Eater experiences a similar vision that will also lead to a mending rune. Goldmask, the enigmatic scholar, who is seeking to perfect the Golden Order, experienced a similar vision, as Goldmask's mask reads the following: a mask designed to resemble a blazing golden halo. Its striking design represents both the brilliant inspiration that once shone upon him and the vision of a ring that he will surely find at the end of his pursuit. These are both individuals that, despite being very different in character and aims, walk a very similar path. Both receive a vision of a ring from an outside source. Both use a sun to represent both that vision and their ultimate aim, a mending rune. This of course does lead us to the question, why? Why do both of these visions receive a vision of a mending rune? Where does it come from, and what connects these two characters? So understanding that the sun is meant to represent the rune, the mending rune that they both find, is fairly easy to understand. They are circular and do sort of look like a sun. But it's also meant to represent the source of this inspiration, the guidance that shone on them. This must be from an outside source, something that connected to both these characters to help guide them to their final goals. And the only outside source to me that fits the bill is the Greater Will. It is clear that the Greater Will does not care which form Order takes, only that the Elden Ring is repaired. And again, I would recommend Radataskor's video on the concept that the Greater Will doesn't care about what form Order takes. The Greater Will has many irons in the fire to repair the world. First, it put its faith in the demigods, and now that they have failed, it puts its faith in the Tarnished of all stripes, granting them grace, including Dung Eater. As we mentioned before, Dung Eater appears to have been given grace in the opening cinematics. This means that the Two Fingers and the Greater Will have chosen Dung Eater for a purpose. Perhaps in both Dung Eater and Goldmask, the Greater Will saw an opportunity for the Elden Ring to be repaired and a new order to take hold through the mending runes that they would create. And no matter what we feel about the crimes that the Dung Eater commits, it doesn't really matter to the Greater Will. At the end of the day, the Dung Eater is another tool. He will provide a rune that could be used to repair the Elden Ring and bring about a new order, an order of despair. And while that may seem bad to us, at the end of the day the Elden Ring is repaired and the Greater Will's authority is reintroduced. And thus, I think the Greater Will chose both Goldmask and Dung Eater in the same way, as potential tools to repair the Elden Ring, just in their own individual ways. Much like Goldmask, Dung Eater is personally invested in bringing about the future he glimpses in his vision that the Greater Will gives him, a world where the curse is spread everywhere, everyone's children and their children's children. The Order itself is cursed, and the fact that this vision is granted to him means that the Greater Will considers this as a viable possibility for the future. And so there's more to the Dung Eater than meets the eye. He is actually a specialist, much like Goldmask, an expert in his area. And this of course brings us back to his methodology, and why he is so loathed, and why he is called the Dung Eater. When we find the corpses of those defiled by the Dung Eater, we can already tell that this is a fairly gruesome crime. They are usually tied to a chair, with blood over their lower half of the body, suggesting a sort of torturous process. This process is repeatedly referred to as defilement by the Dung Eater himself.
I can kill you and defile your corpse, then the pox will truly be your own.
And the term defile is also present in the item description of the Seedbed Curse. Defile is one of those really powerful words that is excellent in conveying something truly wrong, truly perverse. In regards to a body, which is in this case, it is often used in cases of particularly heinous crimes, where a body is mutilated after the person's death, but the method is so vile and graphic that details are replaced with that singular word that is so effective in conveying a gruesome fate, defiled. So we get the impression that what Dung Eater does to the body is so vile, so gruesome, that the game simply refuses to give us any specific details. The horror in Boggart's testimony that we listened to previously really does a fantastic job at hammering home the trauma he is by even witnessing the Dung Eater in action. But it is important to remember that Dung Eater gives us the order of how he does things. He kills you first, and then defiles you, so you will be reborn cursed. So you die, you're murdered, your body is defiled, and then you are reborn cursed. And this is unfortunately the fate of poor Boggart himself.
I will kill again, and defile each corpse with care, just to be sure that when they're reborn, they'll be cursed.
But the details of the defilement is something that we are missing, and we can get some information on it by looking at the Seedbed Curse, the description of which reads as follows. Curse grown on a corpse killed and defiled by the Dung Eater, a tender pox afflicted with omen horns. The Dung Eater cultivates the Seedbed Curse on corpses. By doing so, he prevents dead souls returning to the Erd Tree, leaving them cursed forever. One of the most loathsome things found in the lands between. So again, this has to be one of the most lore significant items in the game. There's just so much here. Firstly, it links the condition of defilement to the omen curse, due to the omen horns that sprout from the seedbed, and we will return to this later. But aside from that, it tells us something else dramatic. The process by which the Dung Eater achieves these growths to cultivate these seedbeds is by preventing souls from returning to the Erd Tree. Again, relating back to that disconnect between the omen and the Erd Tree, that they are untouched by the Erd Tree's grace, that I alluded to in the earlier chapter. The taking of a victim's soul, combined with his name Dung Eater, has led to some in the community coming up with a fairly satisfying answer as to exactly what his process is, what this defilement is. The source for my information on the subject comes from Reddit, and unfortunately the original Reddit user has deleted their account, so I can't credit them. But in an excellent post, they tie the Dung Eater's name and process to Japanese folklore. They explain that in some Japanese folklore, there is a concept known as the Shirko Dama. This is a hard ball found within the backside that contains one's soul. In this same folklore, there are the Kappa, a mythical goblin creature that seek to steal this ball and devour it, and so essentially steal the soul, this hard ball, from the victim's rear end. And I don't want to explain it in any more graphic terms in case I get demonetized. But to me, this is the most satisfying tie-in to what we know about the Dung Eater. He takes the soul via the rear end and then devours them, hence the Dung Eater, the Soul Eater. It would explain his unfortunate title. If he is devouring, eating this soul from the victim's rear end, it would be dung eating. And it would explain the word defilement and the sheer horror expressed by Bogart. This is a pretty horrific sounding process, and no wonder it would lead to a society hanging a madman who was stealing people's souls in this way. Indeed, this would also explain why the blood of the victims that have the seedbed curses on them seem to have their wounds on the lower half of the body. To those skeptical about this connection, I would also point out that this is not the first time that From Software has alluded to this concept, and in fact it's actually been done more directly in Sekiro. In Sekiro, there are certain type of spirit enemies known as the Headless, and one of their grab attacks involves extracting a hardened stone from Sekiro's rear. And there can be no doubt that this is a soul-eating grab attack where the soul is found and pulled from Sekiro's behind. So it is as if Dung Eater is stealing people's souls after they are dead and consuming them, denying a connection to the Erd Tree. Indeed, Roderica seems to imply that these souls, the souls that he has devoured, are still connected to the Dung Eater. Tortured spirits that are denied rest, that follow Dung Eater around in a maelstrom.
The howling and wailing of spirits in fear of the curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself.
Now, all of this is interesting, especially the mention of souls in the Seedbed Curse item description, because the concept of a soul isn't mentioned much at all in Elden Ring, compared to Dark Souls or Demon Souls, and yet it is used repeatedly in the story of the Dung Eater. The resulting removal of a soul from a human in this manner results in these seedbeds that have omen horns growing from it. A seedbed literally means a bed from which things grow or germinate. So from a soulless corpse, the Dung Eater literally cultivates a little bit of the omen curse, directly tying the omen condition to the idea of soullessness, and this process done by the Dung Eater. Yet this is a drop in the ocean ultimately. Dung Eater is one man, and his labour would take generations if he was to spread it manually to everyone in the world. Upon his defeat at our hands, he eventually realises that the guidance he received is the ultimate answer to his quest, and that he is not just to do the dung eating anymore, but in fact his flesh is to become the vessel for these seedbed curses that will eventually germinate something that will curse Order itself.
There you are. You warded off my blessing, despite the curse stirring within you. No one has succeeded in that before. How? I thought. Then it hit me that you are, in fact, me. And I am the Dung Eater. It is my flesh that must receive the blessing. Give me your blessing,
defile my flesh with the seedbed curse, again and again, until it is done, until a cursed ring coalesces that may one day defile order itself. Countless I have killed, and countless I have defiled, and soon the fruits will be born. Hundreds will be reborn cursed, and they'll bear thousands of cursed children, who bear tens of thousands more. A few of those will be born just like me, and they'll kill and defile and bless in my stead. The rotten fools. My fate was the grandest, most brilliant of them all.
He will no longer be an instrument of defilement, rather the vessel for it. His body is now to be defiled, and the result will be a more cosmic and wide-reaching curse that will be gestated within him, that will spread his curse throughout all of Order. However, we will return to the Dung Eater and his mending rune at the conclusion of this video, but for now I want to return to the Omen and the matter of their soul, or a lack of it. Now, we spoke about the Omen and their physical form before, but we didn't speak about their power, for there is a power to the Omen, and their confinement isn't just one of prejudice, though that certainly does play a part, as we have already discussed. Both Morgott and Mohg have power within their blood. Mohg's power seems to have been intensified by his contact with the Formless Mother and his blood being ignited, and the power of Morgott's cursed blood is unleashed when we push him to the brink during the battle for the Elden Throne. In Hawkshaw's Perfumer lore video, they make the great point that there seems to be a relation between the Omen horns and the power of the Omen. Specifically, Omen horns grow in the Seedbed curse, implying that these horns are directly tied to the curse itself, and more importantly, it is only horned Omens that can utilize their more advanced powers. Those with trimmed horns are reliant on their brute force only. When I talk about powers, I'm referring to the regal Omens, the horned Omens, ability to breathe, curse fire, release their curse in a bombardment, and wreathe their swords in this brown-black Omen flame. This is an ability not used by the trimmed Omen, suggesting the power of the curse itself is connected to the Omen horns, that they are a manifestation and a nexus of this curse and its power, hence the presence of these horns on the Seedbed curses. Now, the colour of these powers is fairly unique, and it shares a similar hue with the Death Hex magics, with a black core, only it has a golden brown glow to it rather than the white blue of Death Hexes. The black core of it does suggest a connection to the element of death, which makes sense if we consider that the Omen may be soulless. And there is certainly more to suggest a connection here. When you enter Godwyn's dream, you see a unique skybox that is not seen anywhere else, that is obviously meant to reflect the lifeless curse eating away at the inside of him, the life within death within him. However, there is somewhere else we see a similar skybox, and this is in the Age of Despair ending, the Omen curse ending. Perhaps this is just a reuse of assets and I am looking too closely into this. However, it could be a reflection of the similarities between these two states of being. Both are beings that are unable to die properly and return to the Erd Tree. But that is just speculation, and the connection is up to you to decide. What is more interesting, however, is that the colour of the Omen flame is identical in colour to the powers used by the Wraith Callers and the Revenants, as well as the same colour as their portals that both the Wraith Callers and Revenants spawn from. The Wraith Callers are the hunched over beings who ring the bells that fire cursed projectiles at us, and their bell, the Wraith Caller bell, reads the following. Bell used by worshippers of Revenants. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. Interesting, isn't it? We've talked about beings that die when they're cursed, and that they are disconnected from the Erd Tree, that their souls are prevented from returning to the Erd Tree. And these brown-black projectiles summoned by the Wraith Callers seem to be wraiths, the spirits of those who have died cursed and are unable to move on and are now manipulated by these Wraith Callers. And these same powers produced by the Wraith Caller bells that are fired at us, as well as the effect when revenants are summoned, are the same powers produced by the Omen Bairns and the Omens. The Omen Bairns also describe these projectiles as wraiths, and when you use the Spirit Caller bell to summon these wraiths, it is the same black-brown projectiles that the Omen use. And this leads us to conclude that the powers that the Omen themselves tap into is similar to these Wraith Caller bells, i.e. they are manipulating wraiths, these lost, cursed souls. They somehow have a connection and are able to manipulate cursed souls. The Royal Revenants, the most annoying enemies in the game, are also described as cursed by their associated note. And while we may speculate on how their grafted form came to be, it is clear that the Royal Revenants are cursed, soulless beings. And it is fascinating to tie the Wraith Callers, the Revenants, and the Omen together, not only by the colour of the magic associated with them, but also with the term cursed. So I do think it's clear that the Omen and those cursed exist in a state of unrest, souls unreturned to the Erdtree that are denied a proper afterlife, a proper death. And this horrible state of cursed life is no doubt what awaits those who meet the Dung Eater and his defilement. And perhaps it is this intrinsic link between the Omen and the cursed spirits that allow them to tap in and summon these cursed wraiths. Perhaps they are able to call on the restless souls that have been touched by their curse and unleash them in an aggressive fashion. Roderica senses a maelstrom of restless spirits surrounding the Dung Eater. Perhaps the Omen too are connected in a way to those that are cursed, that they are all connected together somehow. Indeed, we do get an inkling that the Omen are in fact haunted by these restless, cursed spirits. The Omen smirk mask reads the following: bears the smirking face of an elder, twisted in wicked delight. This visage is carved in the image of the evil spirits that haunt the Omen in their nightmares. Indeed, whenever we see Omen sleeping, we do see that it is a fitless, restless sleep, and I have long pondered what the spirits mentioned in the Omen smirk mask are. But having now realised the connection of the spirits to the wraiths of the Wraith Callers, and the dialogues of Roderica describing a maelstrom of restless souls, I believe that the spirits that haunt the Omen are very much the same as the spirits of those who died when cursed, these wraiths, that can be manipulated as the brown-black energy via the Omen themselves. I would suggest that the Omen, being cursed beings, are connected to these cursed spirits. There is an intrinsic link. That is why they are able to manipulate their powers, but it is also why they are haunted by these same spirits. I have always found it interesting that when we fight the Omen duo on the outskirts of Leyndell, that we are pulled into an abyss-like arena after reaching the corpse of a Leyndell soldier. Perhaps this is the corpse of a cursed person who died, and thus is a sort of trap set up by these Omen duo, and that they spread the curse to his body on purpose. And we are pulled into this trap, into this in-between space, this abyss, where the cursed live. We are of course veering dangerously into wild speculation territory, but I do believe that the Omen's intrinsic link to this cursed realm could be the explanation for this abyss arena. The curse of the Omen is real. It is a state of soullessness, and we learn this via the Dung Eater, who seeks to recreate the curse by disconnecting people and their souls from the Erdtree. The cursed are those that are restless, denied a final death, and the cursed will never rest, and they are angry and vengeful. They can either be used as weapons by the Omen, who can redirect the ire of their cursed brethren towards their enemies, or they will haunt the Omen themselves, angry that they are denied their rest. One needs only look at the Revenants to see that a cursed existence is one that does not bear thinking about. Never mind the poor spirits that follow the horrendous Dung Eater around like a maelstrom, tied to this monstrous murderer, denied proper sleep. This is of course pretty terrifying, and I had long assumed that the treatment of the Omen was mainly born of prejudice of the Golden Order, and this certainly will still play a role, but there is a real danger and threat to their curse. No one wants to be soulless. No one wants to end up like a royal revenant. So props to Hawkshaw for stimulating the discussion on the Omen and making me reassess their position and their curse itself. But this will of course leave us with a massive question. We now understand that being cursed is having your soul taken and being denied returning to the Erdtree, that you exist in an in-between state as an angry spirit, denied a true death and a true afterlife. But how? And what has it got to do with the Crucible? Well, I would like to suggest a pretty simple answer, an Occam's razor if you will. If the Omen are touched by the Crucible, connected to it, then they simply aren't connected to the Erdtree. And in an era where the Erdtree is the nexus of life and death, the Omen find themselves outside this order, connected to a power that is long past. It is a very similar position to those who live in death, beings who simply fall outside the current order of the Erdtree, the life cycle of Erdtree burial and death, and simply cannot find death. The Omen are from an era where death was very different. Before death was confined by the Golden Order, there was normal death, and perhaps the Omen, being connected to the Age of the Crucible, just don't fit within the Erdtree ideas of life and death. Like those who live in death, they simply fall between the cracks of the Golden Order's refined logic, unable to die and unable to return to the Erdtree as they are not connected to it. They are cursed, and thus the Omen state of being is simply having a soul that isn't connected to the systems of the Erdtree, and this is the process and state of being that the Dung Eater seems to want to recreate artificially by devouring the souls of those he slays, so they too don't return to the Erdtree, and in a way become Omen, become cursed. And with that said, I now want to talk about the treatment of the Omen at the hand of the Golden Order before finally returning to the Dung Eater, and the conclusion of his story. As I have just mentioned, my re-examination of the Omen curse was spurred on by Hawkshaw's excellent video on the Perfumers, in which they present a fascinating theory on how the persecution and hunting of the Omen began, and how it relates to the history and development of the Perfumers and the Omen Killers. This theory is generally anchored by two key items: Perfumer Tricia's ashes and the Omen smirk mask. I of course want to reiterate that what follows is just a theory, but it is one that I've found extremely compelling. In Perfumer Tricia, we find at least one perfumer who is trying to help the Omen, not hunt them. And Hawkshaw suggests that this should not be seen as an isolated case, but instead illustrates what might have been the initial response by the apothecaries of the capital, viewing the Omen condition as a sickness to be cured, and initially the Omen as their patients. Hawkshaw suggests that perhaps the knowledge about spirits that haunt the Omen, described by the Omen smirk mask, was discovered as part of ongoing treatment, that the Omen may have conveyed this as a symptom, a discussion between patient and doctor. After all, the first of the Omen killers was a perfumer, Rollo, and how else would he have the knowledge to craft the Omen smirk mask? How would he know about these spirits unless he or some of his brethren had dialogued with the Omen? And while we may initially view the Omen killers as psychotic fiends, the details of Rollo himself paint a rather different picture. Rollo's ashes read as follow: Spirit of Rollo, known as the first Omen killer. Once a famous perfumer, Rollo imbibed a physic to rid himself of emotion, thus enabling him to enact his nightmarish labour, hunting the Omen. So actually quite far removed from a cold-blooded killer, Rollo actually needed to take an emotion-removing potion so he could do what needed to be done. The description even refers to it as a nightmarish labour, far from what we'd expect for a merciless killer who takes a joy in his work. Hawkshaw even suggests that their appearance the appearance of the omen killers, with an apron and massive cleavers, is akin to a butcher, with the killing of these omen not a pleasure, but rather a labour undertaken by a professional. Indeed, the word butcher is used in the description of the omen killer robe, and this also does seem to be an accurate assessment by Hawkshaw, because Loki translates the kanji for killer in the name omen killer as butcher or slaughterer. The impression that this all gives to me is one of a doctor seeing a disease that cannot be cured and must be excised, doing what needs to be done despite how horrific the task may be. So I think this suggestion of a doctor-patient relationship existing prior to the emergence of omen killers between perfumers and omen is a pretty solid one, as it would explain a few other things. As we've discussed, it would explain how the omen killers know about the spirits that haunt the omen. Secondly, the cutting of omen horns. Perhaps this is a surgical procedure. As we have already discussed, this does actually seem to have a practical effect, as it curtails the powers of the omen, a determination that may well have been discovered during the course of treatment and the works of the perfumers to try and cure the omen. However, as Tricia's ashes suggest, there is no cure, and the best that she and others of her kind can do is help the omen pass peacefully. With this, and everything else we have seen about the omen killers, the narrative suggested would be this. The perfumers started to treat the omen. They cut their horns to try and reduce the effects of the omen curse, and they learned about the spirits. But eventually it was determined that this was not just a illness, it was in fact a permanent condition. And so the answer to the omen question was divided, as the omen are actually dangerous, as we have looked at throughout this video. No one wants to die soulless, no one wants to become cursed, and so those who had the stomach for it followed in Rollo's footsteps, enacting a great slaughter, seeing it as the only permanent and true solution to this condition. It seems that the establishment took a less direct, but no less cruel route. Those who were born omen of common blood would have their horns excised in a brutal surgery, and this would either curb their powers or kill them completely. Either way, it was a good outcome for the establishment. Those lucky enough to survive would be indentured and collared, and used as shock troops, with even their swords being charmed to disintegrate. Another method of control, so that once the omen were used up in battle, they would disarm themselves. Yet this of course presented somewhat of a dilemma for the royal household, as they had their own children that would begin to be born with the omen curse. And of course, the royal family couldn't risk their progeny being killed in the brutal excising of their horns. And so they would be imprisoned, a half measure that would preserve the guilt of killing their own royal progeny, but would also keep the omen out of harm's way. We know from the regal omen bairns that this was a process done unbeknownst to anyone, and the memorial fetishes were carved in secret. These imprisonments were done in secret to hide the hypocrisy of the royal family, that their children wouldn't be subject to the same brutal treatment of regular omen, that they got special treatment and were allowed to live. And ultimately, while this might assuage the guilt of the royal family that their kin's blood was not in their hand, this was cold comfort for those who were actually imprisoned. They were forced to live in sewers like beasts. Morgoth and Moog were given shackles, as if extra care was made that these two would not escape. I think it is fairly clear that the hatred for the omen will certainly have happened in the age of the Erd Tree. The scale, knot and feather talisman make it clear that the omen were in fact divine back in the time of the Crucible. And if my theory about their condition is correct, I believe that their curse, a curse which prevents true soul death, would not have been a thing back in the Crucible era, an era where death was not yet confined and people could die normally. Indeed, Godfrey's reverential treatment of Morgoth stands out. Aside from Tricia, there's no one else we see give such kind treatment to an omen. But it again fits with everything we know about these characters, because Godfrey is a man of the Crucible. He thrived with his warriors in that more bestial era, and thus certainly wouldn't have seen the omen in the same way that the modern adherents of the Golden Order do, and as a result we see a touching scene of a man putting his son to rest, despite his condition. But is there hope for the Omen? This brings us back to the ultimate fate of the Omen, the Mending Rune, and the Dung Eater. While very different in presentation, I see Dung Eater's quest as analogous to Fia's, and what Fia does for those who live in death, Dung Eater can do for the Omen people. Both of these characters represent groups that fall outside the current orders. Both are groups of restless spirits disconnected from the Erdtree, denied proper rest. Both of these groups are unrepresented by the current order, and both are hunted by the Golden Order. And thus, both of the Mending Runes seem to want to incorporate these outsider groups into a new order that will put them at the forefront. In both cases, I do not believe that this Mending Rune will cure their condition. It will not cure those who live in death with the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, nor will the Omen be cured with the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse. Rather, it will make their conditions the new order. For example, in the case of the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, it reads as follows: formed of the two Halobrand half-wheels combined, it will embed the principle of life within death into order. It will embed the principle of life within death. Not that it will restore mortality or death as it was before. Rather, this age of the Dustborn is the age of life within death, and the Prince of Death, the concept of life within death, is embedded into the new order as it is now. With that said, let us look at the Mending Rune of the Fell Omen, and how this ring comes to be. We had discussed previously, the Dung Eater realised that he was to be the vessel for a new blessing of despair, that this was the vision that was granted to him, and so he urges the player to feed him the seedbed curses that have grown upon his victims, to inflict his body with defilement. What is interesting is that when the Dung Eater decides upon this path and begins to formulate the birth of his Mending Rune, the birth of a new order, the spirits around him, the cursed spirits, seem to conform to this new order, as Roderica comments on the maelstrom that she had sensed previously. And specifically, this dialogue does not come about until the Dung Eater has formulated his plan to become the vessel for the Mending Rune of the Fell Omen. She says the following:
I can hear them, the spirits, as they howl and lament in fear of the curse, and worse than ever, the reverberations of the twisted malison itself. But after all this time, I've started to grasp it now. I can hear, in the malison, another fearsome order.
After we fed him 5 seedbed curses, the Dung Eater seems to reach a critical point, where the cursed material inside of him, like a formula within a test tube, reaches a saturation point. The Dung Eater is killed, and from his body is formed the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse.
Unleash it upon them! A curse blessings to war!
This is a new rune, literally made of the curse itself, formed from the cursed souls that the Dung Eater has spread throughout his life. It is curse distilled. The rune itself so saturated that even this eldritch object has horns protruding from it, omen horns, in the form of a rune. The item itself reads the following: the reviled curse will last eternally, and the world's children, grandchildren, and every generation hence will be its pustules. If order is defiled entirely, defilement is defilement no more, and for every curse, a cursed blessing. So I think the effect is quite clear. Order itself will be cursed when the Elden Ring is repaired with this rune. The rune itself will corrupt the Elden Ring, and the curse will spread out into the world. The Elden Ring governs the rules and laws of this universe, and so if it itself is defiled by the curse, it makes a sort of sense that the curse will permeate all life, and every generation hence, everyone will be born cursed. Up until this point, the Dung Eater has been spreading the curse the good old-fashioned way, one murder at a time, hoping he could spread it far enough that more and more children would be born cursed, and it would become exponential. However, the realization that he came to, the epiphany of how he could achieve this vision set out to him, was why not tackle the issue at the source? If order itself is defiled, then defilement will become order itself, spreading to every life form uniformly. We looked at the Dung Eater's armor description before. He was guided to this conclusion, to this final goal. The Greater Will considers this to be a victory. And while we may consider this to be a vile outcome, all the Greater Will sees is a new order established, and its Elden Ring restored, through the hard work of the Dung Eater. To us, the Dung Eater may be a murderer, but to the Omen people, he is a hero. He cares about their condition. He wants to be one of them. Even as he's tied to the chair, taking the curse himself, going through unimaginable pain, he utters a curse to the Golden Order. It will get what's coming to it. No doubt this is vengeance. Vengeance for the Omen people. And in a way, it is a satisfying conclusion. The Golden Order mercilessly treated these people, and here we have the Dung Eater sacrificing himself so that they may be ascended. And while we've pointed out the dangers of the Omen curse and what it represents, does it really matter if everyone is cursed? If the Omen becomes order itself? The Shattering War broke any hope that one of the demigods could rise to Elden Lord and repair the order of the world. Those few that do survive the Shattering War are broken, malformed, or simply unfit, pursuing mad schemes that will never come to fruition. The Greater Will has disowned these squabbling half-gods, and bids us to take their heads in our quest to become Elden Lord. Yet there is one demigod who stands above the rest, one demigod who rose from the sewers to become the king of Leyndell itself. Morgott, the Veiled Monarch, rules from the shadows, but when necessary will take to the field as his violent alter ego, Margit. Alongside his Knights Cavalry, Margit the Fell has gained notoriety on the battlefield, hunting those who would seek the throne, hunting down champions with an almost demonic ferocity. There is no doubt that the only reason Leyndell still stands is because of the Veiled Monarch, a fascinating and complex character who has absolutely no reason to love Leyndell and its people, and yet has emerged as its greatest defender. But why did Morgott not become Elden Lord? Why is he grace-given? And why does he appear to be empowered by the Formless Mother in our final battle? I will attempt to answer such questions. And so in this lore video, we will be doing a full exploration of Morgott, his origins, his rise to power, his incredible abilities, his Omen blood, and what the Formless Mother has to do with the Omen in general. At this stage, I would like to thank Mirko, translator for Sabako no Meiko, and Loki, author of Abyssal Archive, for providing their translations and insights throughout this video. As I discussed in my Omen Curse video, which I will link below, the Omen are not their own species, rather they are humans afflicted with the Omen Curse, and Loki has been kind enough to provide translations and insights on this particular subject. On the original Japanese used for Omen, they had the following to say. Most Omen are an Omen child, which would typically refer to an unwanted kid, adjective meaning unlucky, abhorred, taboo, etc. These are unwanted and discarded children, children of both regular human variety and those who belong to the royal family, a fact illustrated by the Omen and Regal Omen Bairn. This curse afflicts all, no matter if they are royal or common. And the fate of being born an Omen is a tragedy, and in a way you are already considered dead, especially when you consider that these model bairns, these stone carvings of Omen children, are based on the real-life Jizu. These are stone statues that play a role in the practice of Mizuko Kuyo, or Water Child Memorial Service, in which Jizu are carved to memorialize a child who died as a result of miscarriage or other means. The implication of carving this for the Omen is pretty telling. Being born in Omen, you are already considered dead, and indeed this does make sense when you consider the fate of an Omen. If you are a commoner, you will likely die in the brutal forced surgery of having your horns cut, and even if you do survive, you will be chained and sent to the front lines of war. If you are of royal blood, then your treatment is not much better. As we learn via the regal Omen Bairn, as a royal Omen, you are spared the brutal horn surgery, but instead you are sent to the shunning grounds in secret, so no one even knows that you exist, and you may as well be dead. And so it is that the Omen of royal lineage populate the subterranean shunning grounds. This would be the fate of the twin brothers Mohg and Morgott, who we know are twins thanks to Mohg's great rune. While the other royal Omen found in the sewers may be connected to royalty as distant descendants or minor nobility, Mohg and Morgott are specifically of the Golden Order, of the royal family, as Morgott's great rune reads. This great rune is the anchor ring that houses the base and proves two things: that the Omen King was born of the golden lineage, and that he was indeed the Lord of Leyndell. And indeed it is heavily implied that they aren't just distant descendants of Godfrey and Marika, rather they are direct offspring of Marika and Godfrey, given the recognition that Godfrey has for Morgott, who he hasn't seen for a long time.
It's been a long while, Morgott.
Perhaps it was their importance, that potential embarrassment that they could cause to the royal family itself, that led to both Morgott and Mohg to be shackled as an extra measure by magical fetishes. As we learn from the items themselves, these are special precautions for Margit and Mohg in particular. However, there is a nuance about Mohg and Morgott's early life that I have always wondered, and that is, were they immediately placed here the moment they were born in the shunning grounds? Or did they once live amongst Godfrey and the other royals before they were persecuted? The fact that Morgott's remembrance can be used to create the regal Omen Bairn suggests that this was a bairn carved for him in particular, implying that he was a child when he was placed below ground, as this child statue is meant to memorialize him. However, let me offer an alternative, more nuanced theory, and a theory it is nonetheless, so bear that in mind, that Morgott spent some of his early childhood in the capital before being placed below ground when the persecution of the Omen began. For example, I find it interesting that Godfrey has a reverential treatment of his son, that there is some kind of relationship there, a bond that wouldn't feel as meaningful if they hadn't had time to build up a relationship, without Morgott having once existed above ground as a normal royal child. There's also the Godfrey Phantom that we fight on our way to meet Morgott. This phantom uses the same crucible emblem when it is summoned as the Margit projections in Altus Plateau. They both share the same symbol for crucible miracles, and given Morgott's clear use of golden miracles, such as his weapons and the Margit manifestations, I think it is easy for us to conclude that Morgott summoned this Godfrey Phantom as one final barrier between us and the Elden Throne. And so if we accept that this phantom is something conjured by Morgott, how is he able to do so if he had no memories of his father? If he was placed in the sewers immediately upon being born, he wouldn't even know his father's face. Do you remember anything from your early infancy? I reckon it would be hard for him to form a Godfrey spectre that moves and fights exactly like his father, had he not spent some time with Godfrey, a feat that would have been very difficult for someone placed in the sewers upon his infancy. Aside from this, Morgott and Moog are extremely intelligent and well spoken, something I would imagine would be hard to develop had they lived their entire lives underground in a sewer. Indeed, the other regal omen we find in the Shunning Grounds seem far more bestial than Moog and Morgott, and I would have expected the twins to be similar had they lived their entire lives in this sewer. And so, if the Omen are so hated and reviled, how would my speculative theory be possible? Well, we have to remember that while the Omen are the Omen now, despised and reviled, at one stage their forms were seen as the opposite, as divine. We learn of the divine nature of their forms via the Knot Talisman, an item dropped by an Omen killer no less, and is no doubt a reference to the bony knots that form the base of Omen horns. In the time of the Crucible, such vestigial growths, like those seen on the Omen and the Misbegotten, were seen as divine, which makes sense given they were touched by the Crucible, which at that stage was the centre of worship, not the Erd Tree. It was only as civilization advanced in the time of the Erd Tree that the Omen would become disdained, as the ideas of refinement and geniality became the ideal, stark contrast to the forms of the Omen. If the Omen were accepted in the Crucible era, the era that immediately preceded the time of the Erd Tree, there must have been a period of overlap, where they were still accepted in the early age of Leyndell. I think we see this transformation through Godfrey himself, who vowed to conduct himself as a lord in keeping with the new ideas of civilization, a transition from a bloodthirsty warrior of the Crucible to a noble and defined lord of the age of the Erd Tree. Such ideas do not happen overnight. We are talking about the evolution of a society's morals and ideals, after all. The Crucible Knights themselves may well help indicate how long it took for these new ideals to emerge. The Crucible Knights were once the greatest heroes of the ruling order's armies. However, as the Erd Tree ideas of civilization and geniality advanced, their time would come too. As the Crucible gauntlets read, "In time, the strength shown by these knights and even their appearance was seen as chaotic and deserving of scorn." In time, suggesting that over time there was an overlap where ideals of the Crucible were still held, but in time these were pushed to the fringes, to the extreme point where Crucible Knights themselves were actually deserving of scorn. And the reason that the Crucible Knights are hated is mainly the reason that the Omen are hated as well. If you replace the word Knights with Omen in the Crucible gauntlets, it could definitely apply to the Omen and the changing ideals around them. My point is that surely the Omen were not immediately slapped in chains the moment the Erd Tree emerged. Rome was not built in a day, and we can assume that the ideals of the Crucible will have overlapped into the early times of the Erd Tree, and certainly in the early reign of Godfrey in Marika, when Morgott and Moog were likely born. And if Morgott lived as a child in the early age of the Erd Tree, it would provide him with an opportunity for him to gain a love for it. His remembrance makes it clear that his love for the Erd Tree is one of his defining features. And I think it's more likely that he would have developed a love for the Erd Tree had he lived in early Erd Tree society, amongst people who worshipped its glory. Aside from all this speculation, we can look at the archaeological evidence, so to speak, of the Shunning Grounds themselves. The Shunning Grounds are basically the sewers of Leyndell, rather than a purpose-made prison. This suggests that the sewers, and thus the city of Leyndell, must have been in existence when the Omen were first imprisoned, that Leyndell precedes the subjugation of the Omen. Because surely if the Omen had been hated while Leyndell was being built or before it was built, there would have been a purpose-made prison for them. Instead, the picture that is painted, in my opinion, is that this city and culture developed without the hatred for the Omen, and it was something that came about later, and thus the regal omen were hastily thrown into the sewers, a makeshift prison for a city that had long been built years ago. With all that speculation said, Morgoth is the Veiled Monarch, and few know of his and Mog's true identity. Ofnir describes Mog as the one only known as the Lord of Blood. And so if my theory is correct, then they wouldn't have lived long on the surface, otherwise everyone would know who they are. Ultimately, this is all just speculation on my part, and Mog and Morgoth may very well have been placed in the underground as a child, much like the rest of the regal omen, and the very fact few know their identities would certainly support this view, and I do leave it up to you to decide your own narrative, whether they were placed in here as newborns, or if they lived some kind of life on the surface before their imprisonment. The greatest lore item in the game, the Albinauric Bloodclot, tells us that any life form that was not touched by the Erdtree's grace is seen as impure, and the omen would certainly fall under that category. The remembrance of the Omen King reinforces the omen's disconnect from the world of grace by calling the omen graceless, and one only needs to see the treatment of the Albinaurics and the Tarnished to see what being graceless will earn you in the Erdtree era. I've already covered in depth the nature of the Omen Curse in my Omen Curse lore video, and this video is more a profile piece on Morgoth himself, so if you are interested on the Omen condition and its nuances, I would recommend that video, which I will link below. But in that video we highlighted the actions of the Dung Eater, who spreads the curse that is connected to the Omen condition, and his quest and his actions are great at illustrating why the Omen are seen as graceless. The seedbed that is cultivated on the corpses of those he defiles tells us that to be cursed, to be connected to the fell curse of the Omen, is to be denied returning to the Erdtree upon death, again reinforcing the Omen's graceless nature and how they fall outside the current system. This of course gives greater significance to the title Grace Given that Morgoth would earn in time through his defence of the Erdtree and the world of grace, despite his graceless birthright. With no cure, the Omen were either hunted, forced into a brutal life-threatening surgery, or thrown away into the shunning grounds, out of sight, out of mind, and never to be remembered. And it is to the dark, damp depths of the shunning grounds that we turn to next. So it is in these dark, dank tunnels that Morgoth and Mog would spend a good portion of their life, despite their regal heritage. Their jailers would even go as far to shackle these too, and this makes sense, given their power and intelligence. It would be easy for them to escape. There are a couple of interesting lore nuggets found in these shackles, so let us read the description of Margit's shackle now, which reads, "A fetish bathed in golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people, called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular Omen under the strictest confinement. Though faint, the shackles still retain vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Margit on Earth, if only for a short time. So these shackles aren't made of metal or chains, rather it is a magical fetish imbued with golden magic, which makes sense given it is the Order of Grace who has imprisoned them. What I also find interesting is that the emblem manifested when we activate the shackle ourselves takes the form of a tree symbol that is something between the crucible symbol and the Erdtree symbol, and as far as I can see it, this could mean two different things. One, it is a crucible-esque symbol that is meant to denote the Omen specifically. Number two, the Omen were imprisoned in the early era of the Erdtree, and the magic dates from this period, and this symbol is representative of that period predating both the Erdtree and Golden Order magical emblems. What's interesting is that the way the emblem appears when we use the shackle is very similar to the projections that happen when Margit and the Godfrey Phantom appear at certain locations throughout the Lands Between, as I've already discussed in the previous chapter. This suggests to me that the source of Morgoth's power and his ability to project his Margit persona and to summon this Godfrey phantom is also a form of golden magic, as this is what's described in Margit's shackle. And so it's a very useful lore item as it simultaneously provides an insight into what Morgoth's powers actually are. Returning to the subject at hand, it is brutal to think of these two brothers scratching out a living here. The shunning grounds themselves clearly aren't a purpose-made creche for the Omen. These are the sewers of Leyndell, a real sign of how little regard is given to the Omen people. They are considered no better than waste, than the rats that share the tunnels with them. And compounded with the issues that the Omen condition brings, this is a horrifying existence for anyone. We could get further insight into how little regard the World of Grace have for the Omen through a cut NPC known as Viscount Shaneheit. This Viscount would have been a noble in Alta's Plateau and would have given us quests that related to the extermination of the Omen so he could get an audience with the Veiled Monarch, who he doesn't know to be an Omen. Viscount Shaneheit represents all the haughtiness of the World of Grace and how they look down on those who are without grace, like the Tarnished and the Omen. Before we discuss the relevant dialogue, the usual warning for cut content applies here. Cut content is not to be considered canon, rather it can be used to see the intention behind certain areas of lore throughout development, especially where it doesn't clash with what's currently in the game. In this case, I feel the cut content does fit nicely with what we know in the lore as it is in game, and so I think we can safely consider it in our analysis of the Omen. However, do take it with a pinch of salt, and this warning does apply for all the times I will mention the Viscount throughout this video. So he would have said the following on the regal Omen found in the Shunning Grounds. The Undercapital is a repository of waste. For ages it's teemed with repulsive Omen, fiendlings even, who have never lost a horn. And what's worse, they've taken to bellowing in a most blood-curdling manner. You can hear it all the way up here. A vile, ceaseless affront to the Erdtree's sanctity. So even before we got this dialogue, it is heavily implied that those of Grace see the Omen as lesser and even vile beings. But here it is from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Interestingly, he also mentions how the Omen bellow, and while this is an irritation to the haughty Viscount, it is of course a testament to the horrendous conditions that the Omen find themselves in. These bellows are one of pain and suffering. We can get an insight on how the Omen condition itself, and the afflictions associated with it, would have compounded how horrendous these years would have been for the twins via the cursed blood pot, which reads as follows. Throw at enemies to douse them in accursed blood, causing summoned spirits to assail them with rabid fervour. A childhood memory of the Lord of Blood. Now, the accursed blood contained within this pot is obviously Omen blood, as Omen blood is referred to interchangeably with the term accursed, such as in Morgoth's sword. Now, if you've never used one of these cursed blood pots, what it actually does in game is essentially paint a target for your Ash spirit summons. So if you hit a target with this pot, all of your summons' eyes will go red and they will all aggressively attack that particular enemy. So we can see that the Omen blood, the accursed blood in the pot, sends restless spirits into a frenzy. And this reminds us of the description of the Omen Smirk Mask. 2 item descriptions relating to the Omen, and 2 mentions of spirits. It is obviously connected. Clearly these spirits never let the Omen rest even for a minute. Moog has memories of being pursued by said spirits because of his Omen blood, and the Omen Smirk Mask tells us that the Omen are haunted in their dreams by these very spirits, and indeed we do see the Omen having fitful sleeps in the few occasions that they are asleep in the lands between. And given Moog and Morgott are of the Omen condition, we can safely assume that the twins suffered these same afflictions. and that Morgott will have experienced what Moog did in his childhood memories. In my Omen Curse lore video, I suggested that these spirits, mentioned by the Omen Smirk Mask, are those that have died while afflicted with the Fell Curse. We have already seen, through the Seedbed Curse and the actions of the Dung Eater, that those who are touched by the curse are unable to return to the Erd Tree, suggesting a state of restlessness. But more importantly, there is the evidence provided by the Wraith Callers, who use a brown-black projectile that is identical to the brown-black projectiles used by the Omen, including by Morgott himself in the final stages of his battle. The item that these Wraith Callers use to manipulate these projectiles is the Wraith Caller Bell, and the Wraith Caller Bell describes these projectiles as wraiths of those who have died cursed. And given the Omen can also manipulate these same powers that are also unleashed by the Omen Bairns, it is a fair conclusion that these wraiths are those who die from the Omen curse, and they are connected to the Omen, who can manipulate them freely without the use of a Wraith Caller Bell. The connection between these cursed spirits and the Omen condition is reinforced by the description of this cursed blood pot. It works specifically by spilling accursed blood, Omen blood, on the victim, and then the spirits are drawn to the victim like a moth to a flame, as if they believe the victim is of Omen blood. This tells us so much about the relationship between the cursed spirits and the Omen, though admittedly the cursed blood pot manipulates different spirits from the wraiths of the Wraith Caller Bell and the Omen type magic. In this case, the accursed blood affects those spirits that still dwell in ash. But in a way, these ashen spirits are in the same position as the wraiths described by the Wraith Caller Bell anyway. They are restless spirits unreturned to the Erd Tree, and so the cursed blood pot suggests the Omen and the Omen blood has a connection to all restless spirits, that it angers them, as if the Omen are to blame for their restless condition. But that is just my speculation, of course. And it reinforces the idea that the Omen are connected intrinsically to the spirits of the cursed, down to their very blood, and that those of Omen blood must be surrounded by these spirits and haunted by them every waking minute and every sleeping minute as well. This paints a pretty grim picture of the tormented existence of being an Omen, and the regal Omen that we find in the sewers are little more than rabid beasts, having known no better than this rancid mire and being driven mad by the spirits. This traumatizing experience, years of being locked in a sewer by your own kind, and then being haunted by the spirits every moment of every day, is what made the twins what they are in this current age, and it is more understandable therefore the hang-ups that both of these extreme characters have. The incredible resolve and strength they would have to overcome these burdens, the burdens of being cursed while simultaneously being shackled in a sewer, is absolutely incredible, and it is therefore no surprise that both of them cling to pretty extreme ideals, but it is no doubt clinging to these ideals that have allowed them to rise above their preordained fate and become something much more, real forces to be reckoned with that stand high amongst the other demigods. And it is clear that Moog and Morgott are two of the most powerful demigods in existence, and while the Omen curse may have affected them psychologically, it is clear that the Omen form does come with a lot of powers, both physical and otherwise. We learn via the Bloodboon incantation that Moog would eventually accept his Omen condition and in fact revel in it, after communion with the Formless Mother, spitting at the Golden Order by learning to love his accursed blood and turning away from their teachings. In fact, he would go on and build a dynasty connected by his accursed blood. I do have a complete video on Moog, Lord of Blood, and so if you are interested in a deep analysis of his story, I would recommend that video. However, the reason for me highlighting Moog's ultimate revelation here in this video is to highlight that dichotomy of their characters. because it is no surprise, as we have discussed, that both characters became extremists to deal with their condition and their upbringing. It's just that they both went in completely opposite directions, two extreme ends of the same spectrum. And as far as I could see it, there are three ways that the twins could have gone. One, they could have been completely broken, becoming a gibbering beast, broken by their condition and by their strict confinement. Then there was the second reaction, which is what Moog had, essentially a rebellion of everything they had been taught, where he rejected the condemnation of his jailers, accepted what he was and made it his strength and built a dynasty upon it, admittedly while being helped along by a powerful outer god. Then there was the third option, and this is the option that Morgott chose, where he embraced the ideals of his abusers, that the world of grace was divine and he was graceless, and instead of hating them for it, he accepted it and made it his priority to defend what he believed to be divine, even if that meant accepting that he was lesser. Yet in Morgott's mind, upon accepting that, he evidently didn't believe that he should be in prison forever, that in fact he had a lot to give to the world of grace, and that by proving his value, valor, and strength to the world of grace, he could become grace-given, despite his very nature. And this is the confusing and fascinating dichotomy of Morgott, that while he sees his flesh, his blood as lesser, he is still very proud and does clearly see himself as the most worthy to lead the world of grace and those of Leyndell following the Shattering, proudly calling himself last of all kings. So while this may seem like a sort of Stockholm Syndrome at first, and there is certainly an element of that to it, there is a nuance to his character. Physically, Morgott hated himself, and shared the utter disgust for his blood that the world of grace did. And this is evidenced in the second stage of his fight with us, when the pressures of the fight lead him to release his omen blood all over the thrones of the demigods.
The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
We have already seen how Omen blood seems to be core of who the Omen are. They are intrinsically linked to the spirits that haunt them through their blood. They are linked to the curse through their blood. And if Morgott kills us in the second stage of his fight, he spitefully hopes that his Omen blood will seep into our body, again reinforcing its connection to the curse. And these ideas will only be reinforced when we look at the Formless Mother in the final chapter. And so it makes a bit more sense the actions that Morgott took in regards to his blood. And we learn of this via his cursed sword item description, which reads, "Warped blade of shifting hue, used by Morgott the Omen King. The accursed blood that Morgott recanted and sealed away reformed into this blade." So not only does the blade make a deadly weapon that he can use in extremis, but it's almost as if it makes Morgott feel better that less of his Omen blood is in his body, that by draining it out of his body and into this blade, he is lessening the curse within him. He is lessening his despised form. And just a quick side note on the shifting hue of the blade, Hawkshaw did a really great video on the colours found in Elden Ring, and I highly recommend you check that out. In that video he describes how each colour within Elden Ring is assigned to a different theme. And as such, the shifting hue of Morgott's blade to me is a reflection of the Omen's connection to the Crucible. The Erdtree era, the Age of Grace, is an age of refinement and regression, whereas the Crucible was an age of chaotic vital energies that were all blended together. And in Morgott's blade, we see all colours blended together. That's just my 2 cents. In short, Morgott has learned to accept the Older of Gold's view on his condition, that he is impure, that he is graceless, and rather rebelling against such a notion like Moog, he instead sees it as an obstacle to be overcome And it doesn't stop him from being as prideful as any other king, and he clearly sees himself as the right man to lead the world of grace. Despite his condition, he is the most worthy, and he certainly isn't paralysed by his self-hate. And so with that said, it's time to move the narrative forward. And let's talk about Morgoth's rise to power, from sewers to kingship. There is of course no direct mention of when Mohg or Morgoth were able to escape their confinement of these shunning grounds, but clearly they did, as they are no longer there and in fact are pursuing their own agendas on the surface. But I think we can make a fairly obvious educated guess that it most likely happened following the destruction of the Erdtree and the subsequent collapse of the Golden Order. With the destruction of this powerful artifact, both Marika and Radagon are gravely wounded. As we see from the story trailer, their body actually shatters as the Elden Ring is shattered, and we see the proof of this when we finally meet Marika Radagon in the finale when their bodies are completely ravaged. Then, as we hear from the two fingers themselves, Marika was imprisoned following this rebellious act, the act of shattering the Elden Ring against the Greater Will's wishes.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision, a god in truth. But after the Elden Ring's shattering, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree, a grim punishment for shattering the Order, despite her godhood. The fingers speak. Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
And given Radagon shares a body with Marika, he too is obviously left to languish within the Erdtree. In a single stroke, the Elden Ring, root of the Golden Order, was shattered, and the Elden Lord and God vanished. At the beginning of the game, in the introduction, it is specifically mentioned that Queen Marika has not been seen since the Elden Ring was shattered. Nobody in the world at large knows that she's been imprisoned. To them, in their eyes, she has just simply vanished alongside the Elden Ring's destruction. And this, of course, would leave chaos and confusion in the wake of this event. The Golden Order has been destroyed, and the command structure failed in one fell swoop. And so I think it is most likely that this is the time that Mohg and Morgoth would have escaped their captivity, though admittedly Mohg may have done so earlier with the help of the Formless Mother. But for Morgoth at least, the chaos afforded by the collapse of the political structure that kept him confined is obviously the most likely opportunity that he would have to escape. The narrative that I suggest is this. With the collapse of any sort of command structure, Morgoth rose from the shunning grounds and claimed kingship over Leyndell. After all, he does have a legitimate claim to the throne. As I'll remind you, his great rune states that he is of the golden lineage. He is of royal blood, and therefore has a claim to the throne. The fact that Morgoth claims that he is the last of all kings,
have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings,
really emphasizes that he is using his royal lineage as a legitimacy for his claim to the throne, and by implication is implying his authority over the other demigods as well, which would certainly no doubt play a factor in how he sees them all as willful traitors later on. In my own speculation, I imagine Morgoth taking command of Leyndell in a time of great calamity and confusion, and his position as king, as well as his legitimate claim, will no doubt have steadied the nerves of those who lived in the lands of Leyndell. Indeed, Morgoth clearly had a keen mind, and sought to prevent any further calamities, and is responsible for the sentry torches. These read, "Torch given to protectors of the Erdtree. Its flames are bestowed with a special incantation which allows the bearer to see assassins cloaked in veils. furnished on behalf of the Erdtree and the Grace-given Lord, such that a Knight of the Black Knives will never come again. Clearly, Morgott identified the massive role that the Knight of the Black Knives played in the Golden Order's eventual fall, as well as the damage it did to the lands between. And now that he is king, he would not want to fall victim to such an assassination, and already he is proving himself to be an effective defender of the lands of Leyndell and the Erdtree. When it comes to the Shattering itself, the general narrative that we get from the intro cinematics, NPCs and the story trailer is that the Elden Ring was shattered and then there was the Shattering War. However, I believe this glosses over the build-up to said war, and we do get some minor evidence that a new order briefly rose up to maintain some kind of peace in the wake of the Golden Order's collapse, the Sovereign Alliance. We learn of this body via the sword monument found in Altus Plateau, and it reads as follows. The first defence of Leyndell, a sovereign alliance rots from within. Traces yet remain of a bloody conspiracy. What of course follows will be my own speculation, but I take this statement to mean that there was an alliance that kept the peace until some of its members betrayed what it stood for, and it led to the first defence of Leyndell and the shattering that followed. Who could have had the will to bring together such a tenuous alliance? Who would care enough to try for peace? And who do we know to be a sovereign? A king? I believe the mastermind behind this alliance to be Morgott, as Morgott's actions throughout the game show us he is interested in one thing, the preservation in the Erdtree and the lands of Leyndell, and thus preserving peace between the demigods would certainly be in line with this aim. And really, none of the other demigods have such a motive for setting up an alliance like this. Like the other demigods, Morgott would claim a shard of the shattered Elden Ring, claim the throne, and according to my own fevered speculation, would form this sovereign alliance to oversee a period of shaky peace. And while we don't get any direct mention of who the members of this alliance could be, I feel it lines up nicely with the thrones that we find before Morgott's fight and the demigods that he assigns to each throne.
What is thy business with these thrones? Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Miquella and Malenia. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard. Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors, all.
What else could this arrangement of thrones be other than a council that once stood between all of the demigods before the shattering? It could be the Sovereign Alliance. I do believe that the members named here, those who sat on the thrones, once comprised the Sovereign Alliance beside Morgott. To compound this idea, Morgott calls them traitors and pillagers. And if they are traitors, surely that means they betrayed some sort of oath or agreement or loyalty to pursue their own quest of power. Perhaps they are traitors because they broke from their sovereign alliance to pursue their own selfish bid for power that resulted in the Shattering War. Viscount Shanehite would have had a dialogue that would really have reinforced this exact narrative that I am suggesting, as he would have said the following regarding the Shattering War. The Shattering caused a great many fools to overstep their bounds. Their impudence led to insurgency against Morgott, Lord of Grace. They raised an army and sought to lay siege to this sacred ground. The language used here is very revealing, and very much in line with Morgott's traitor speech. There is talk of an insurgency. If the insurgency was against Morgott, then that surely means that the perpetrators owed him some sort of allegiance. And again, I believe the Sovereign Alliance was convened by Morgott after he claimed kingship, And this brings new meaning to his traitors dialogue. They aren't just traitors to the Erd Tree and the world of grace, they are traitors to Morgott himself, as in regards to lineage, Morgott is the rightful heir to the throne. There is also evidence that Godric once lived in Leyndell, which would obviously suggest that he was aligned with Morgott. Godric is named to have one of the thrones, meaning as Godric the Golden, he once sat in this council. And at the end of his fight with us, he says the following:
I am the Lord of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Godric wants to return to Leyndell, and while this could be a general statement about his golden lineage, it's clear he was once here, as we learn that he was actually driven from Leyndell, thanks to a dialogue from the great Kenneth Haight, who says the following:
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh. First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle.
The first defence of Leyndell also involved Godric's kinsman, specifically Godefroy. Godefroy is now in an Everjail, and we learn that he was captured during this first defence. As Dragon Knight Kristoff's ashes read, after the first defence of Leyndell, Kristoff earned the hero's honour of Erdtree burial for the feat of capturing Godefroy the Grafted. As such, I feel that Godric and his family was driven from the capital as a result of him and his relatives betraying the pact of the Sovereign Alliance and laying siege to Leyndell in the first defence of Leyndell. We clearly see from Godric's dialogues that he believes he is the true heir to Leyndell, that he is the last of the golden lineage, and as such, he'll have certainly taken umbrage at the Omen King seizing what he saw to be his rightful throne. Whatever way it played out, the crumbling of the Sovereign Alliance led to the shattering, and any hope for peace was diminished. And in the ensuing years, Morgott would become one of the most important figures in the entire war, successfully defending Leyndell from all besiegers. But why does Morgott take it upon himself to defend the Erdtree? Why doesn't he take the Elden Throne and repair the Elden Ring as the Greater Well clearly desires? I think that we get a little bit of an insight into his viewpoint on things when we speak to him as he dies.
Tarnished. Thou art but a fool. The Erdtree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
He says that the Erdtree wards off all who deign approach, and I suggest that he has interpreted the sealing of the Erdtree as the Well of the Erdtree or the Well of the Greater Well. This is why he sees those who are trying to claim the Elden Throne as nothing more than pillagers. He believes that this is against what the Greater Well and the Erdtree want. He uses the term "we are all forsaken," and this suggests that he believes that the Greater Well and the Erdtree have forsaken everyone in the world. There is no plan to repair the Elden Ring, and in Morgott's remembrance, it is said he loves the Erdtree, and thus the only thing left for him to do is to protect the thing he loves in a world where he believes that we are forsaken and there is no way forward. There is no one more loyal to the Erdtree or the Greater Well than Morgott, but surely if he was truly loyal, he would be encouraging someone to take the Elden Throne, much as the Two Fingers are, or he would take it himself. As the dialogue from Aeneas suggests, following our own failure to enter the Erdtree, we know that the sealing of the Erdtree is not the will of the Greater Well, as the Two Fingers are confused as to what to do next. This wasn't the plan.
You know what this means. The Erdtree has burned you. The fingers remain still, shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will.
The confusion over the sealing of the Erd Tree is of course answered by the visual evidence, as we know it is Radagon who is responsible for the Barrier of Thorns, as it is Radagon's mark that seals the Barrier of Thorns. Radagon has sealed the Erd Tree to prevent his shattered order from being supplanted, and he is the only one that benefits from us being denied access to the Elden Ring. In my opinion, this is not the first time that Radagon has tricked a major player into defending his plans and his schemes. At the end of Gideon Ofnir's quest, he suggests that Marika doesn't want anyone to take the throne, and that we are to struggle for eternity in her mind, and as a result, he risks his life by standing between us and our ultimate aim. According to Ofnir's armor, he appears to have had some contact with what he believes to be the will of Marika, which is of course where his opinion on what Queen Marika wants comes from. Yet we get direct contradictory evidence that this is not what Marika wants. She wants it to end. She wants someone to ascend the Elden Throne and kill the Elden Beast. And the main source of evidence for this is Hugh. We know from Hugh's dialogue that you can hear when he is praying to himself that it was Queen Marika that placed him here, and it was she that commanded him to forge a weapon capable of killing a god.
Oh, your divinity, have mercy and grant me forgiveness. The road is yet long, a god is not easily felled. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Queen Marika. No. I need to do better than this. This will never kill a god. I can do better than this. It needs to slay a bloody god.
Why would she do this if what Ofnir claims is true? Well, the obvious answer to that is it's not. Who is the only person that benefits from people eternally struggling and no one reaching the Elden Ring? It's Radagon, and it ties up with his actions in putting up the Barrier of Thorns. He doesn't want his shattered order to be supplanted, no matter how broken things are, and so he puts the Barrier of Thorns. And when Radagon connects to Ofnir, he convinces Ofnir that he is his god, Queen Marika. And given that Radagon is the other persona of Queen Marika, it isn't hard to see that Ofnir wouldn't know the difference. And so I likewise believe that Morgott has unwittingly become a pawn in Radagon's aims. Morgott has mistaken Radagon's barring of the Erd Tree as the will of the Erd Tree itself, and this is why he so fervently defends it, and while claiming to be an adherent of the Erd Tree and the world of grace, he actually stands in the way of order being repaired. There is of course the other idea that he is being guided by the greater will and grace, and that his role is a part of the greater plan, that he is a crucible or a test for a worthy lord, but we will touch on that at the end of this video. Regardless of his reasons, Morgott stands directly in the way of anyone who would want to stand before the Elden Ring, and infuriated by the betrayal of the other demigods, who he sees as nothing more than opportunistic pillagers, he takes actions that will ensure the safety and defence of Leyndell and the Erd Tree. But these violent times demanded more than his incredible intelligence. He would need to bring his ferocious power to bear, and as such, Morgott would take on a new persona, Margit the Fell. And so in this next chapter, let us examine the two aspects of Morgott, the Veiled Monarch and the Fell Omen. Some may question why Margit, as a persona, even needs to exist. And at the time of Elden Ring's release, there was a lot of confusion about Margit and Morgott, and whether or not they are the same character. Of course, in time this would be proven to be the case, due to Margit's shackle working on Morgott and Margit, and the fact that the Margit projection at Stormveil would disappear if you defeated Morgott first. However, as I'm sure many are aware, Viscount Shanehite, who we've mentioned a couple of times before, would have added more flavour to this dichotomy and would have explained more directly why the Margit alias needed to exist. As I mentioned earlier, Viscount Shanehite represents the worst of the world of grace, really emphasising all their prejudices and hatred, seeing himself as a person of grace far above the Tarnished and the Omen. For example, in his dialogue with us, he would have said the following: "All things have their proper place. We, having been chosen by grace, were given this golden capital. You, on the other hand, have your own home, which is a far cry from here. So far, in fact, that it cannot be further marred by your touch." We of course see this type of disdain to a lesser degree with Kenneth Haight, but at least he is able to see past his prejudices and work with the Tarnished, and in time warms to them. Conversely, Viscount Shanehite seems to be very sure of his superiority. As we have already seen, his greatest hatred is reserved for the Omen, and he basically sees the Omen as no better than filth, that offend the purity of his world of grace. And as a result, he would have commissioned us, the Tarnished, to clear out the Omen found in the Shunning Grounds. His motivation for doing so is not only because he hates the Omen and sees them as vermin, but because he thinks it will please who he sees as the pinnacle of the world of grace, King Morgott. And upon us completing this mission for him, he would have requested an audience with King Morgott so he could share his great victory over the Omen with the Lord of Grace and receive his favour as a result. Of course, the entire irony of this quest is that Shanehite would not have realised that his king, who he holds up as the pinnacle of grace, was an Omen himself. At the end of his quest, after his much sought audience, Shanehite's world is turned upside down when he realises that Morgott is an Omen, and he asks us to kill him, unable to see past his lord's Omen form despite all Morgott has done for Leyndell, feats that Shanehite himself bragged to us about in earlier dialogues. But all that Morgott has done for Leyndell doesn't matter to people like Shanehite. Because Morgott is a graceless Omen, he is only deserving of scorn. And while this quest isn't the game, it again gives intention to the title that Ofnir gives Morgott, the Veiled Monarch. Nobody knows who Morgott actually is physically. They know he is the legitimate king of Leyndell, and that he acts in their defence, but they do not know he is an Omen, because he knows that the world of grace would not accept him as the rightful liege. And this is why Margit is necessary. When the shattering broke out and Morgott's vision of unity fell apart, he only had one goal in mind: protect the Elden Ring and the Erd Tree from these pillagers. Margit offered Morgott the ability to wield his considerable martial prowess and powers without revealing that Morgott was an Omen king to his subjects. But Morgott doesn't just take to the field and call himself Margit. There's actually quite a lot of interesting character to the Fell Omen. He takes the opportunity to channel his hatred into this role, and embraces his Omen strength, openly referring to himself as the Fell Omen. This is his chance to embrace his more Omen side, and use its considerable physical advantages for his aims. It appears as though he first introduced his persona to the world during the second defence of Leyndell, which we learn about via a sword monument found in the battlefields of Leyndell. It reads as follows: "The second defence of Leyndell. The Fell Omen stacks high the corpses of heroes, yet the Erd Tree remains unshaken. The second defence of Leyndell, where the city was evidently successfully defended from one of the demigods, and Margit personally took to the field and reaped a bloody toll, playing a significant part in the successful defence of the city. Who Margit battled in this fight is up for debate, but I do believe that the second defence of Leyndell is the one that's shown in the opening cinematic, and I specifically analysed this slide in a previous lore video, which I will link below. I personally believe that Margit clashed with Radahn in this battle, and I think that is what is shown here in this opening slide, as it is clearly very close to Radan's armor. And I'm not saying he physically overpowered Radan before anyone gets mad, but rather it is just an illustrative piece that shows that he clashed with Radan, and that the second defense of Leyndell was of course a victory for Margit. Indeed, I could be wrong saying that this is Radan, rather it could be one of Radan's knights, or perhaps even Rykard pre-snake transformation. But regardless if it was one or multiple of the demigods who invaded Leyndell, it's clear that Margit made a mark and made a name for himself, personally slaying a lot of enemy soldiers, and his forces won the day as of course Leyndell still stands. The picture painted of Margit in the sword monument is pretty bloody, stacking high the corpses of heroes. It makes him seem like a true horror. The fear and horror that Margit inspired cannot be overstated, and is reinforced via the Fell Omen cloak, which reads as follows. Having slaughtered countless champions during the Shattering, the Fell Omen has become a horror to those who harbour ambitions for the Erdtree or for lordship. The Fell Omen isn't just a warrior, he has become a nightmare, a spectre for those who harbour ambition, for those who want lordship or the Erdtree. And the Fell Omen will mercilessly hunt those who harbour such ambition, and he will do so at will, appearing wherever he needs to be, and hunt them again and again. What is interesting is that the original Japanese reflects this almost mythological reputation. Loki was kind enough to offer a translation and their perspective on how Margit is presented in the kanji, and I quote them now. Most omen are an omen child, which would typically refer to an unwanted child. Margit is referred instead as an omen oni, a Japanese spirit often translated as ogre or demon. And with this perspective in mind, they then provided a translation of the sword monument for the second defense of Leyndell, and it reads, in the second Leyndell defense, the omen demon piled up the corpses of heroes. The omen demon, the oni. So in the Japanese it is clearer that the Fell Omen is seen as something more than a regular omen, that his vengeful nature and power is almost demonic. Perhaps his name, the Fell Omen, isn't just a reference to him being an omen, but the fact that his appearance is a fell omen. As Loki said, onis are evil demonic beings in Japanese folklore that in appearance are generally like the omen, hulking ogres with horns. Indeed, we see his ability to appear throughout the lands between at a moment's notice, when he appears outside Stormvale, and then later appears outside Leyndell, stalking us every step of the way, whilst not physically being there. I think it is clear that Morgott is able to manifest himself at will throughout the lands between. As I mentioned in passing earlier, this is clearly a sort of golden magic, as it is very similar to the golden magic found on the Omen Shackles, and it is an extremely impressive display of magic at that. Using his magic in this way, being able to appear multiple times and reappear after he is defeated, really would give the impression of Margit being a vengeful spirit rather than a corporeal being, a karmic response to those who harbour ambition. And no doubt, this is the type of idea and fear that Morgott is trying to instill with his persona. I really like this detail, as we already know from the Fell Omen cloak that Margit is feared, but the linguistic insight from Loki really makes it clear the mythological fear that Margit inspired. To help in his labour, and in a move that would surely have increased Margit's myth, he would employ a unit of hunters, the Hands of the Fell, the Knights Cavalry. When we defeat Margit for the first time at Stormvale, he vaguely references the Hands of the Fell.
I shall remember thee, tarnished, smouldering with thy meager flame. Cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Then of course we get confirmation that Margit is indeed referring to the Knight Cavalry when we finally get their armour set, which reads, pitch black helm with flowing black hair, worn by the Knights Cavalry, who ride funeral steeds. The Knights Cavalry, who now wander the dim roads of night, were once led by the fell Omen, and were deliverers of death for great warriors, knights, and champions. This obviously paints a rather interesting picture, that they were once led directly by the fell Omen, trained to kill champions, knights, anyone who harboured ambition for the throne and the Erdtree, and their worn, blood-stained armour is surely a testament to how many lives they have claimed. I think AJT Jake makes a really interesting observation in his Morgott lore video, which I will link below, that there are 10 members of the Knights Cavalry that we face in game. 10 members for 10 fingers, thus making up the Hands of the Fell. Again, another bit of beautiful symbolism that really further lends to their mythological legend and the superstitious fear they and Margit would inspire, and perhaps their very existence would dissuade champions from even trying to claim the Elden Throne. These deadly knights would have only compounded Margit's terrifying legend. Their very appearance is custom designed to invoke an image of death, almost as if they are the Grim Reaper themselves. And again, thanks to Loki, we know this to be the intent of their design due to the original kanji used, and they translated the Knight Cavalry armour in the following way. The cavalry wandering the highway at night once were led by the Omen Demon. They are reapers of every warrior, knight and hero. And when referring to the specific kanji used for the term Reaper here, Loki said the following: Reaper equals Death God, originally referring to a specific Shinto kami escorting the dead to the afterlife. In modern times, this is equated with the Western Death Grim Reaper. The image of the Knight Cavalry as mythological bringers of death is helped along by the very steeds that they ride. In their armour description, they are described as funerary steeds. When we kill the Knight Cavalry horses, they eventually are resurrected by the Knight Cavalry Knight, in which they appear out of a purple portal, and this can happen endlessly throughout the fight until we kill the knights themselves, who are the ones that are able to summon their funerary steeds. These steeds are unlike most creatures in Elden Ring. They aren't like those who live in death, who are resurrected from the ghost flame, whereas these horses are resurrected from a purplish portal. Perhaps these are spirits connected to the spirit world described in the Helfen Steeple Sword, but that is just speculation, of course. But perhaps this is why they ride only at night. Perhaps these steeds have a relation to the dark, and can only exist in our world during the hours of night. Either way, the psychological impact is the same. These are dangerous warriors on the back of what seem to be undead horses that appear only at night. They are the Reapers of Man, again, a karmic response to those who would have the ambition to claim lordship, or so Margit wants people to believe, when in reality they are just another part of Morgott's many-layered plan to keep the flame of ambition firmly doused. And until we arrive, the Elden Throne does remain unaccosted, whether through fear or brawn, or both, and Morgott's true identity remains veiled. Up to this point, his plan has been a success. But when we do reach the Elden Throne, he does have to throw down with us once and for all. And the surprises don't end when it's revealed to us that the King of Leyndell is the spectre that's been hunting us since Stormveil, as in his fight with us, Morgott displays some unusual and incredible powers, especially in the second phase of his fight. At the end of his fight, he unleashes some powers that are firmly associated with the Formless Mother. And so in this next chapter, I want to discuss Morgott's powers and also his relationship to the Formless Mother, and why he appears to be wielding Blood Flame. Morgott is an exceptionally powerful being, no doubt one of the most powerful in terms of lore, probably only behind Radahn and Malenia, and even then, not by much. As we touched on earlier, the Godfrey projection that we battle with in the Erdtree Sanctuary also has the same golden magic emblem as the Margit projections, suggesting that Morgott is responsible for both the Godfrey projection and his Margit manifestations. In past videos, I had also suggested that the Moog projection in the sewer before the Frenzied Flame prescription was also the work of Morgott, mainly because it fades away in sparkles of gold, much like the Margit projections do, leading me to initially believe that this was just another one of Morgott's projections alongside Godfrey and his Margit manifestations, that it was just another form of his golden magic. There is also the fact that this projection of Moog appears before Morgott's golden seal that blocks the entrance to the Frenzied Flame prescription, and thus I assumed it was just another barrier, another safeguard. However, I was quite wrong on this, and I am glad to be, as I think the evidence clearly highlights that this is a projection done by Moog himself. Firstly, this phantom doesn't appear with the same crucible seal that we see with the Margit and Godfrey projections. I've put a lot of focus on that in this video, and thus it is a stark difference when we see the Godfrey or Margit projections appear compared with this Moog projection. Instead, this projection appears with a sinister red cloud of blood, much more like the magics of the Lord of Blood. Next, we need to consider that this Moog still appears and still challenges us even if you've killed Morgott already, and given that the seal behind Moog has disappeared when you kill Morgott, you'd assume that the Moog projection would also fade after the defeat of Morgott. Finally, in what I believe to be the most compelling bit of evidence, the Moog shackle works on this projection. The magical shackle is tuned to Moog specifically, so surely it would only work here if this is actually Moog, if it's an aspect of him. This is an interesting revelation because it means that in a way, Moog is assisting his brother in sealing the Frenzied Flame. But this does make sense because despite their mirrored views and aims, the Frenzied Flame would be as damaging to Moog's plans as they would be for Morgott's. Everyone is united against the Frenzied Flame. Aside from those impressive powers of projections, Morgott is also able to manifest weapons at will, including swords, hammers, and throwing daggers, that he can use to devastating effect, catching his enemies off guard with their sudden manifestation. The fact he is able to use these powers even when he is projecting himself as Margit across great distances is truly impressive, but his real power is obviously revealed when we face him in person, when he unleashes entire storms of these golden weapons. And given all we've said about Morgott's golden magic when it comes to projections, it is clear that these weapon projections are an extension or derivation of those same powers. Instead of manifesting a copy of himself or a phantom of Godfrey, he is manifesting a copy of a sword, a hammer, or dagger. Truly, Morgott is the grace given, as we do not see a greater display of grace-aligned magics anywhere else in the game. But his use of these magics all makes sense. Morgott is aligned to the Erdtree and Grace, hence he uses golden magic. He also has innate power as a demigod, and combined with his great rune, it is easy to see how Morgott wields such incredible powers. However, these are all very clean abilities. He doesn't really utilise his omen powers as his brother does, or the regal omens do in the sewers. That is until we push him to the very edge, and his omen blood is released, and his omen powers with it. And as we see from Morgott's dialogue at this moment, he is utterly shocked and ashamed at this turn of events.
The thrones, stained by my curse, such shame I cannot bear. Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
The unleashing of his omen blood that he has been conditioned to hate, and yet this doesn't stop him from trying to use the powers unleashed with his omen blood to try and stop us. He has nothing to lose at this stage, and hates us even more in our part in forcing his cursed blood out and staining the sanctity of the thrones. We see that he has similar powers to that of other omen, such as wreathing his sword in the wraith flame, and his omen blood becoming pretty volatile, and this can all be explained as his omen-related powers. However, the more interesting aspect of his second phase fight is the certain moves of his that are wreathed in a red flame, what's known as the blood flame. And these powers are identical to the blood flame incantations, those powers associated with the Formless Mother, and utilised more frequently by Mohg, Lord of Blood. For example, some of Morgoth's red slashes in Stage 2 wreathe his sword in the red blood flame, identical to some of Mohg's attacks, where we see him spilling the blood flame all over the floor, or throwing at us to try and zone us. And Morgoth's slash attacks, while empowered with the blood flame, leaves the same lingering red lines that Mohg's blood flame talons attacks do as well, really firmly confirming that the attacks that Morgoth is using in Stage 2 that wreath his sword in a red hue are tied to the Formless Mother. So how and why is Morgoth using the power here? Morgoth has never had anything to do with the Formless Mother, and he is strongly staunch in his support of the Erd Tree, and would never betray it to serve the Formless Mother. So to answer this question, we need to look at the Formless Mother itself, what it is and how it interacts with the world. The Formless Mother is one of the beings known as an outer god, as we learn via Mohgwyn's sacred spear, which reads, as well as serving as a weapon, it is an instrument of communion with an outer god who bestows power upon accursed blood. The Mother of Truth desires a wound. I did a full video on the nature of the outer gods, and I would highly recommend that. But to summarise, I brought in noted translator Mirko, translator for the Italian Souls channel Sabako no Meiku, and they were kind enough to give their perspectives from the Japanese lore community on what the outer gods are. Mirko shared that in the Japanese lore community, they believe that outer gods are more akin to kami, a concept from Shintoism, and to quote Wikipedia, they can be elements of the landscape, forces of nature, or beings and the qualities that these beings express. Kami are not separate from nature, but are of nature, possessing positive and negative, and good and evil characteristics. So according to this theory, the outer gods are manifestations of elements, nature, and emotions that would have risen out of the disparity emerging in the aftermath of the fracturing of the One Great, in the same way that Chaos Gods manifest in the Warp in Warhammer lore. I'm very proud of that video and the perspective that it brought to Western audiences, but one mistake I made, I think, upon reflection, was trying to say that because the outer god were likely to be kami, i.e. reflections and manifestations of different elements and emotions, that they couldn't be what the West perceived them as cosmic beings. When in reality, I think both can be true, and this was a nuance pointed out by various viewers. Much like the Chaos Gods of Warhammer, such a being, whether or not they are manifestations of an emotion or nature, are also clearly cosmic in level. And so that is my final word on the outer god. They are kami, manifestations of certain elements within the world, but they are cosmic level beings. And they are outer gods, because each of the outer gods represent an element that is currently outside the established order. And if you'd like a more in-depth discussion on these finer points, I would recommend my outer god lore video. Regardless, what is clear is that the outer god is a consciousness that is tied to blood, viscera, and wounding. We learn via the Blood Boon incantation and the Mohgwyn spear that this being craves wounds. And this makes sense when we consider the medium that the outer god interacts with is blood, and thus more wounds spreads more blood, and thus the influence of this outer god spreads. This is why the areas in which the Formless Mother's influence is greatest are areas that are flooded with blood, such as the Rose Church and the Mohgwyn Palace grounds. This is the Formless Mother's chosen medium of power and communication, so it makes sense that when Mohg first interacted or communed with the Formless Mother, she communicated with him through his own blood. For the Blood Boon item description reads, "The Mother of Truth craves wounds. When Mohg stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was besotted with the defilement he was born into." Again we see how the Mother of Truth can interact with blood, and specifically is able to ignite Mohg's blood, and this is why he easily wields the blood flame, his own accursed blood is ignited. This distinction of Mohg's blood literally being ignited, and that this fuels his greater omen powers, is an idea explored by Crunchy in their Crucible video, which I highly recommend and I will link below. Indeed, Mohg's blood incantations that he wields with great ferocity are described as Blood Flame, and unmistakably Morgott uses Blood Flame in his second stage with us. So this brings us back to the original question: how and why is Morgott, a stalwart defender of grace, the mirror opposite of his brother, wielding the same powers as his brother, who is a servant of the Formless Mother? Well, firstly, I think it thematically fits in with another demigod who has tried to resist their nature, but in a moment of stress, during combat, no longer has the will to resist it, and unleashes it in the heat of battle. I am of course referring to Melania, the chosen vessel for the Scarlet Rot, another medium of a different outer god, and Melania has spent her life, alongside her brother Mikola, trying to control and suppress this element within her. And there is definitely a parallel here to be made between Morgott and Melania. Morgott has also tried to control his omen nature, decanting his own blood into his sword to lessen the curse within him. Yet despite Melania's courageous efforts to resist her nature and the Scarlet Rot within her, during her conflict with Radahn, and later us, she unleashes the Scarlet Rot and blooms. And I think something similar is happening here to Morgott. We are pushing him right to the edge in a ferocious combat, and in a moment of stress, whatever will he is using to keep his omen blood within him, keep his curse within him, is completely unleashed, to an extent that we don't actually see any other omen displaying. Aside from Mohg, of course, who is more in touch with his omen abilities and uses them in a far more controlled, but no less destructive manner. Mohg's usage of his omen powers and his blood powers are that of a master, someone who has taken years to master the power within him. Morgott's usage is far more raw. We see a swampy layer of omen blood fill the arena, exploding in geysers. And Mohg's transformation in his second stage is a deliberate act where he saps our energy, our blood, to embolden himself and give himself massive, impressive wings. Compare this to Morgott's transformation, which seems more like someone losing control, breaking down under the stress of a superior opponent. And as such, his use of his omen powers of his blood are more raw and uncontrolled. It's clear from what we know about Morgott as a character that he wouldn't choose to connect or make a covenant with the Formless Mother on purpose. Rather, I see it as a reaction. The Formless Mother is the god of blood, and here we have a massive deluge of accursed blood, the most powerful blood in the lands between. No wonder the outer god manages to get a slight foothold here. And in Morgott's desperation to defeat us, he is clearly drawing on a power he doesn't fully understand, but he doesn't care. His shame is too much to bear, and he must destroy us to regain some sort of honour. I do think there is some finer nuance here to be had, however, as the Formless Mother goes by another name, the Mother of Truth. What truth, though? Well, I think Crunchy in his Crucible lore video tackles the question in a really interesting way, and I would highly recommend that video, which I will link below. In this video, Crunchy, having consulted with translators Last Protagonist and Casative, examined the Japanese version of the text in regards to the references to the word truth, the kanji used for the word truth, found in the Blood Boon incantation and Mohgwyn's sacred spear. Crunchy points out that there are many words for truth in Japanese, and in this particular case, the kanji used for the Mother of Truth is the one for the truth of a situation or a narrative. I find this interesting when we consider that the Mother of Truth's main source of power is blood. And what is more evidential of the truth of who you are than your own blood? Upon the release of Morgott's blood, the truth of who he is, of his form, is revealed to him in a visceral manner. There is no truer material than blood. Blood is part of our form, and cannot be denied. Morgott is very aware that he is an omen. He has never tried to deny that or suppress that truth. However, he has tried to suppress his omen aspects, his omen powers, and his omen nature. And yet that counts for very little in this moment when his omen blood is spilled out across the arena. And in this moment of desperation, in the moment where his shame could go no further, he finally embraces his omen powers, wreathing his sword in omen flame, a far cry from his golden swords that he has been using up to this point. Perhaps this is what is meant by the Mother of Truth. That is of course my wild speculation, and what it ultimately all comes down to, whether you believe me or not, is that in this moment Morgott loses all of his reserve, any boundaries he had left, because of the incredible shame we pile upon him. He is embarrassed by the turn of events, and we must be killed in order to regain his honour to a degree. But this isn't true, of course. This is just a view he has had foisted upon him by the Golden Order. Terms used to describe the omen like vile, or despicable, or despised, are all just terms from a certain viewpoint. All that really matters is that the omen are powerful beings with incredible strength within their blood. That is really the truth, but it isn't the truth that Morgott died for. Morgott had been conditioned to protect those who would see him imprisoned or worse, and he has been conditioned to hate his very own flesh. On top of this, if I am right, he did it all for a false mission, another pawn in Radagon's game, who is increasingly showing that he will do anything, even deny the greater will, just to hold on to the crumbling remnants of his precious Golden Order. And that isn't to say that Morgott is a fool. Who knows what you would believe if you were in his situation? And while it may seem baffling to us that he would accept the word of his oppressors, his position on his own omen form actually does very little to disparage his incredible achievements. He defended Laedale and its mainly innocent victims from years of war, and in a world gone mad, Morgott is one of the only beings who seems to have it together. And no matter what you think about his beliefs and misplaced allegiance, he is stalwart in his ideals, and he stands in defense of them to the bitter end. As such, he is respected in a rare way for a From Software game, getting an almost funeral-like scene, as the mightiest man in the lands between, the greatest legend to have walked the lands between, gently cradles him and puts his son to a well-deserved rest. And ultimately, perhaps I am wrong about Morgott being tricked by Radagon. There does seem to be some visual evidence that the Greater Will is pitting players against one another, to make sure that the strongest and most worthy succeed. As pointed out to me by a commenter, when Godfrey puts Morgott to rest and he fades into gold dust, a Guidance of Grace line seems to appear to Godfrey and points to us, the Tarnished. Godfrey's intent is clear. He wishes to become Elden Lord again and stand before the Elden Ring, and it seems as though in this scene that the Greater Will is encouraging him to try and defeat us, that his Guidance of Grace guides us into a conflict with us. Yet at the same time, the Guidance of Grace has also delivered us to this point as well, so it clearly wants us to battle to determine who is the most fit Elden Lord. Perhaps Morgott is grace given because he was guided by grace, rather than it being a bestowed title. Perhaps he knew all along that it wasn't the Greater Will who barred the entrance to the Erdtree, but instead he was still guided to act the way he did, that he was to act as the last defender of the Erdtree, to be a crucible, a test, in the Greater Will's great game, to determine who should become Elden Lord. And if that is the case, then Morgott's mission was a success, as there is no greater barrier on our journey, and if we cannot overcome Morgott, then we simply are not worthy to lead the next stage. The Erdtree is seen as the nexus for the vast majority of life in the lands between, the focal point through which we can observe the cycle of natural life. There are, however, some exceptions, outcasts to the current order. There are those who live in death, those touched by the Crucible, and then there are those beings made by the hand of humankind. In the depths of the Eternal Cities, we find the pitiable abominations known as the Dragonkin Soldiers, an unnatural attempt by the Nox to recreate the power of the dragons. There are the Silver Tier Mimics, a result of Nox alchemy that exists to mimic natural life. But of course, the most iconic example of artificial life in the Lands Between is the Albinaurics, a people of two different generations found all throughout the Lands Between. The Albinaurics are a fascinating case in the lore, not only because of their artificial nature, but because of the widespread persecution that they face from a myriad of different factions. And aside from these story beats, the Albinaurics are a case study in the themes of alchemy, life, and destiny, all in one. At their core, the Albinaurics are an alchemical trope, an attempt to create the perfect form of life, and yet in so doing, a new, flawed race has been born. A race full of hopes and desires, yet are mercilessly persecuted for their disconnect from the Erd Tree and its cycle of life. By studying these fascinating people, we can not only learn more about the nature of life within the Lands Between, but also about the beliefs and prejudices of those found within it. It is one of the greatest stories told in Elden Ring, anchored by the game's greatest lore item, that not only enriches our understanding of life within this world, but simultaneously manages to be a genuinely emotional story of a people who deserve so much more. So join me this week as we explore the plight of the Albinaurics. I think it is fitting that we start this discussion with the greatest lore item in the game, an item that holds a special place in this channel if you are new to the channel, the Albinauric Bloodclot, which reads as follows: the thick, coagulated blood of the Albinaurics, material used for crafting items. Albinaurics are life forms made by human hands, thus many believe them to live impure lives, untouched by the Erd Tree's grace. So the core of the identity of the Albinaurics is defined by two key components. One, they are artificial, and two, they are not connected to the world or cycle of the Erd Tree. The latter is something we will look at later in the video, but it is the former, their artificial nature, that is tied to their origins, and is thus what we will begin with. Besides being artificially created, the Albinaurics may initially appear like a mystery in terms of where they actually come from, but we can start to understand when we unpack the related lore items. A good example of where to start is of course the Ripple Blade, a weapon wielded by the Albinaurics themselves, which reads the following: unique weapon wielded by young Albinaurics. This sword is modelled after the ripples that are thought to be the origin of their species. Some may see this as a somewhat abstract description of their origin story, but the idea of ripples is of course to make us think of a liquid origin. Indeed, we may get further evidence of said liquid via the blue-silver armour. This is the armour set worn by the Albinauric Wolf Archers. This set reads as follows: chainmail hood, crafted with blue-silver, worn by the wolf-riding Albinauric Archers. Blue-silver is a metal born from the same mother as the archers themselves, and provides protection from magic and frost. So according to this piece of lore, the Albinaurics are born from the same source of metallurgy as the blue-silver armour, and with that ripple description in hand, we can conclude that they are born from some kind of liquid silver. This also seems to match up with the actual look of the Albinauric Bloodclot, and the silver liquid that they bleed when you hit them. And it can lead us to a fairly surface level conclusion already at this stage. They are man-made, and they are born of a liquid silver, thus they are a human-made experiment born of some kind of alchemy. However, we can dig a little deeper and find the origins of this alchemy if we dare look at some cut content and related life forms. With that said, let us start with the cut content I'm referring to. As I always say when we look at cut content, it is a double-edged sword. In some cases, it can be used to look at the intention behind some lore. In other areas, it was obviously completely scrapped and no longer has any bearing. So take it with a pinch of salt. But what I'm bringing your attention to is a cut dialogue from Tops, who at one stage would have said the following additional line after telling us about the Glintstone Key before we entered Liurnia proper. He said, Oh, one more thing. Beware the Albinaurics, accursed souls born of a forbidden rite of the Eternal City. The curse withered the legs of the old and silenced the tongues of the frogs, and now they hold deep grudges for anyone left untouched. So it appears it would have been made extremely clear as to where the Albinaurics originated from at one point, the Eternal Cities. Now, this does make a lot of sense given what we know of the Eternal Cities and the Nox and their experimentation, and so it is to the Nox that we turn to next. Even before we found this cut dialogue, the Nox have always been a really solid fit for the creators of the Albinaurics, given the Nox's proven aptitude for experimentation, alchemy, and life manipulation. So let's go over the Nox and their history briefly. But if you want a more intense take on the Nox, I have done an Eternal Cities lore video, which I will link below. We know from the Nox armor sets that they were banished underground for conspiring against the Greater Will, and now they are in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming of the Age of Stars, and a Lord of Night. And therefore it is logical to conclude that most of the Nox efforts and experimentations are part of their effort to overthrow the Greater Will and bring up a Lord of Night. The first example of this is the object that I assume led to their banishment in the first place, the Finger Slayer Blade. This blade is a bizarre product, but it is evidently needed to kill A2 Fingers, as Ranni seems unable to do it without this tool, suggesting its form and origins are special and necessary. Indeed, it is a blade that is formed from a corpse, something that should immediately make the player think of the Sacred Relic Blade, the blade wielded by the Elden Beast at the end of the game. The Sacred Relic Blade seems to be a more refined and divine process, done almost instantaneously by the Elden Beast to create a well-formed and sophisticated weapon. This is of course in stark contrast to the appearance of the gross and malformed Finger Slayer Blade, which leads me to conclude that this is a perversion of the same process utilised by the Elden Beast. The Noxian penchant for experimentation, science and alchemy is further expressed through the Dragonkin soldiers, an attempt to manufacture and hybridize the power of the dragons that has ultimately led to a pitiful failure. So it is clear that the Nox are no strangers to life manipulation via science, and this can be further explored via their work on puppetry that introduces us to their alchemical work. We learn that puppetry can be traced back to the Nox via the Night Maiden and Sorceress puppet description, which reads, "An old puppet crafted in the Eternal City. These sisters, members of a cold-blooded race who wielded flowing weapons, became puppets of their own volition. Preceptor Sylvis will of course continue the work of the Eternal Cities in this regard, and it is by working with Sylvis that we learn that puppetry is essentially a process of alchemy, as Sylvis distills new puppet potions for us when we bring him Starlight Shards, even attempting to bind a demigod like Ranni via Amber Stars, and the description of Amber Starlight Shards makes it clear that puppetry must be linked to fate manipulation, the distillation of fate latent within the stars to control or puppet someone else's destiny. The fact that the Nox developed a process to distill the fate latent within the stars to bind people really is an indicator of their alchemical brilliance. This brilliance is also reflected in a similar work, the Celestial Dew, the description of which reads as follows: "A hidden tear found in the Eternal City, also known as a night tear, allows one to carry out an absolution at the Church of Vows, reversing all antagonizations. Once upon a time, the stars of the night sky guided fate, and this is a recollection of those times. Again, this is an incredible product. Again, somehow distilling the fate latent within the stars, manipulating it, and allowing one to reverse the actions that they have taken, all through a potion." The point of going over these facts so carefully is because it gives a really great idea that these people are capable alchemists, and thus the perfect candidates for the creation of the Albinaurics, who, as we have already discussed, are seemingly born from a liquid silver, a alchemical formula. To further reinforce the connections to the Nox, there is another potential form of artificial life which we must consider, the Silver Tears. The Silver Tears are a fairly mysterious life form, but ones that also appear to be both a substance and a living creature, a substance that is remarkably similar to the blood of the Albinaurics. So in this next chapter, we'll examine the potential motive behind the creation of these Silver Tears, and what it can potentially tell us about the origin of the Albinaurics by reverse engineering the details of the Silver Tears' creation. When it comes to consider the nature of these creatures, the Silver Tears, there is nothing in-game that explicitly mentions they are artificial lives. However, as we will look at in a moment, there is extensive cut content regarding a Silver Tear that makes it pretty clear that this is the intention. However, their alchemical substance form, their presence within the Eternal Cities, should be enough for us to consider that possibility. After all, as we already examined, the Nox are master experimenters and masters at manipulating life and fate. Aside from that, the Silver Tear Husk, an item related to the Silver Tears, gives us a lot of insight into the potential purpose of these beings and their relation to life. The item reads as follows: a hardened husk shed by a formless life form known as the Silver Tear, found in and around the Eternal City. The Silver Tear makes a mockery of life, reborn again and again into imitation. Perhaps one day it will be reborn a lord. The end of this statement is a very pointed statement, as it refers to the mimicry ability of the Silver Tears, as we witness in our fight with the Mimic Tear, in the hope that it will one day take the form of a lord. Again, this harkens back to the overarching goals of the Nox. To remind you, the monk armor set states, now they live under a false sky, in eternal anticipation of their liege, of the coming age of stars, and their lord of night. This to me marries up well with the Silver Tear Husk, which talks about Mimic Tears being reborn a lord, and again is one of the connections in the in-game lore that makes us think that the Silver Tears are man-made by the Nox. They are an alchemical attempt to create a life form that will one day mimic the form of a lord, their lord of night. However, if these implications were not enough for you, and you wanted a more explicit reasoning as to how the Silver Tears are man-made by the Nox to achieve this aim, there was a cut content quest that went over this entire subject far more explicitly, and I am referring to the cut quest of Asimi, the mimic who would be lord. There is a great reimagining of this quest that has been done by Nulrin, and I will link that video below, as it even includes these lost dialogues. In short, you would meet a sentient mimic called Asimi, who would latch onto you in a sort of symbiotic relationship. She would provide you power, while she would slowly copy your form. The finale of the quest would see Asimi leaving you after fully mimicking your form, with the intention of her being that you would become Elden Lore and you would allow her to become the Sovereign Eternal. But instead, you seek them out and defeat them. This again lines up with what we already know of the Silver Tears from the Silver Husk description, that the ultimate aim of these experiments, of these tears, were to mimic the form of a lord, their Sovereign Eternal, their Lord of Night. And because it lines up with the existing lore and doesn't seem to contradict it, I have no reason to doubt the lore found in this quest, and if I was to guess why it was cut, I would say it's because it actually provides just too much of a lore dump, and possibly provided an alternative ending that they just didn't have time to implement properly. In part of this quest, Asimi would ask the player to visit the Eternal Cities to find the source of her people. The dialogue would go as follows: My Lord Host, Great Host, may I ask something of you? A chalice is close by, the cradle of my kind. Would you mind finding it for me? The chalice will quench my thirst, rejuvenate my flesh, and allow me to grant you further strength. My Lord Host, Great Lord Host, a tear chalice lies in these lands too. Our mother chalice, please search out this most sacred chalice. it is suffused with the blessed wonders of the stars. It will allow us to become a perfect whole. So obviously this dialogue is really revealing, and it talks about a mother chalice, the source of silver tears, and this really sums up what I have been implying, that the silver tears were an alchemical creation of the Nox, an attempt to mimic and artificially create their Lord of Night, a sovereign eternal. The talk of a mother chalice suffused with the stars obviously makes us think of a liquid, a formula. We have already seen how the Nox can manipulate and distill the fate latent within the stars, and why not use this to create a new life form? With this understanding, we can now turn our attention back to the subjects of this video, the Albinaurics themselves, who are an artificial being that bleed a silver formula. The aim of the Nox is to bring about an age of stars and a Lord of Night, and to me, this is the driving force behind all of their creation, one way or another. The dragonkin soldiers and the puppets give them new weapons to wield against the greater will and their enemies, and the manipulation of fate gives them an edge, and of course a new life form in the hope of artificially creating a Lord of Night is an attempt to bring their ultimate goal into fruition via their own hands and knowledge. It is clear that the Albinaurics are beings of magical origin, meaning that the arcane was used to create them. We learn of this innate arcaneness via the Albinauric staff, which reads as follows. The Albinaurics harbour a secret. They cast sorcery using their innate arcaneness. To me, their innate arcaneness is no doubt linked to the alchemical, magical, and fate manipulation techniques we've already seen the Nox employ to create artificial life and manipulate life. In essence, it is not hard to see that the Albinaurics may be a connected line of work that resulted in the Silver Tears and the Albinaurics, especially given their silver blood and artificial nature. Indeed, even item placement may suggest a kinship between the two beings, as we can find the larval core of a silver tear in amongst some corpses at the Albinauric village. Zuli also makes this connection as well between the Silver Tears and the Albinauric people, and highlights a previous item description of the silver blue armour, the armour worn by the Archer Albinaurics. In this older item description, the Albinaurics had a much different name, as it refers to them as the Children of Silver. And this is of course tying us back to what we looked at the beginning of the video, where there's plenty of evidence that the Albinaurics are born from a silver liquid alchemical formula, with the blue-silver armour even now directly saying they are born from the same source as the silver in their armour. In conclusion, the Albinaurics are most likely a Nox homunculi, an alchemical experiment to create the perfect being, to create the sovereign eternal. And much like the Silver Tears, they are born of a liquid formula, hence their silver blood. One of the theories of alchemy is the notion of the three primes, a theory developed by an alchemist called Paracelsus in the 16th century. The three primes are salt, sulfur, and notably, for our video, mercury. But there's also a spiritual element to each of these materials, as there always is with alchemy. Salt represented the body in anything solid, mercury represented the mind in anything fluid, and sulfur represented the soul, anything that combusted. So in our case, it is clear that we would assign the silver working material behind the Albinaurics as a fluid mercury material, a bridge between body and soul, and yet neither. And it now makes sense when you think about this alchemical background, why the associations with silver, a liquid silver, or mercury are used so heavily in the game when we look at the Nox's alchemical creations. Under this idea, this theory, every being had an aspect of all three, the mind, body and soul, salt, mercury and sulfur. However, these mercurial beings, these Silver Tears and the Albinaurics, do they have a soul? Are they missing one of the three primes? This would lend us a greater understanding in why the Albinaurics are seen as impure. With that said, there's one other aspect of the Albinoric's alchemical formula that we must touch on, the primordial dew mentioned in the Albinoric shield item description. Now, realistically, this could be just a flowery way of describing the formula from which the Albinorics were formed, but it doesn't do us any favours to willfully ignore the other references to dew we find throughout the game. I'm of course referring to the dew that is heavily associated with the Age of Plenty, mentioned in the Sacred Dew Talisman and the Icon Shield. This dew was literally the life energy that dripped from the boughs of the Erd tree as sap, and it was literal life energy. And given the word dew is used in regards to the creation of the Albinorics, there's a good chance that this primordial dew was used in their formation, especially since the word primordial is used. The word primordial is also used when describing the dew that fell from the Erd tree in this Age of Plenty, specifically in regards to the amber medallions, which are formed of the hardened amber, the hardened dew that fell from the Erd tree in the Age of Godfrey, first Elden Lord. And this is not to mention the many references to primordial life when talking about the Crucible, the primordial form of the Erd tree itself. So to me it is almost certain that this primordial dew that is mentioned in the Albinoric shield was probably a droplet of sap taken from the Erd tree, used to bring life to these mercurial beings. And we will return to this subject at the end of the video when we talk about Latenna, Loretta, and the Towering Sister, and how this may thematically come full circle by the end of the Albinoric story. So why were the Albinorics created in the first place? Well, given all we have said on the Silver Tears and their probable connection to the Albinorics, the likely explanation is the Albinorics were created for the same reason, an attempt to create an artificial Lord of Night. So far, we have made particular focus on Noxian alchemy, and this is justified given the Nox products such as the Celestial Dew, Puppet Formula, and the Silver Tears. Alchemy is particularly important to understanding what the Albinorics symbolize and why they would be created in the first place. It is no great revelation at this stage to say that the ideas of alchemy thematically influence some of the parts of Elden Ring. Of course, the most prominent example would be the idea of the rebus, the perfect meld of male and female in a single body, as represented by the Marika Radigan rebus. There is a concept in alchemy called the homunculus, which was the alchemical pursuit of creating the perfectly formed miniature human being. As pointed out by Zully, there is actually a Magic the Gathering card called Homunculus that very much looks like a second generation Albinoric. This is relevant because in one of Ziostorm's discovery videos, he makes the observation that Magic the Gathering is very much an inspiration for various Elden Ring motifs, and so this connection seems all the more probable if this homunculus card was used as the artistic inspiration for the second generation Albinorics. The alchemical process of creating a perfectly formed human being seems like the perfect solution for a society who wants to find their Lord of Night by any means necessary. And so it was that the Nox tried to create their own perfect being, their Lord of Night, and instead they created a flawed yet sentient creation, the Albinorics. At least that is my most logical speculation. The very nature of the Albinorics is an interesting thing to consider as well, as it brings us back to the holy grail of lore items, the Albinoric Bloodclaw. The item description of the Bloodclaw makes it clear that the main reason that the Albinorics are treated like dirt is because they are not natural, and specifically, they are not touched by the grace of the Erd tree. The very existence of the Albinorics is antithetical to the Erd tree, a fitting creation for a civilization directly opposed to the Greater Will. Everything about the Albinorics' origins thematically fits with them being a Nox creation, and an attempt at creating a Lord of Night to oppose the Order of Grace. Now, while I consider the Nox to be the most logical progenitors of the Albinoric society, I do of course acknowledge that there is another connection that we have to consider in regards to their development, and so it is time to address the various Rhea Lucarian connections. I want to preface this chapter by saying that personally, I am in no doubt that the Nox are a better fit for the creators of the Albinaurics, thematically, and of what we know of the Nox. However, there are some undeniable and interesting connections to the Liurnian people that we do need to discuss, for three main reasons. The connections between the Carians and the Albinaurics, the prominence of Albinaurics in Liurnia, and finally, an old item description for the silver armor. Let us start with the latter, the silver armor. So thanks to Zuli's video on the Albinaurics, we have access to the previous version of the silver armor's item description that I'd mentioned before, but let's read that in full now. These maids, constructed in Rea Lucaria, headed to the Paling Tower to enter Mikola's service. So obviously a lot has changed in the lore. There is no Paling Tower, and these life forms are no longer known as the Children of Silver. They are the Albinaurics. So we could just straight away discount this item description and move on. However, I do think cut content can sometimes still be useful in trying to understand the intentions behind the lore, even if the details have changed. Especially since there are still connections to Rea Lucaria, Liurnia, and the Carians in regards to the Albinaurics. Much as I use the location of the Silver Tears within the Eternal Cities to justify their origins being attributed to the Nox, many would use the location of the vast majority of Albinauric population in Liurnia to link their creation to the Rea Lucarians or the Carians, and this is totally fair, especially given we don't find any Albinaurics in the Eternal Cities. Indeed, the description of the Albinauric shield even outright states that the main enemies of the Albinaurics are sorcerers, perhaps because they were created in Liurnia and have essentially been a blight on the lands ever since, and in conflict with their previous creators, i.e. the Rea Lucarian or Carian sorcerers. There is further evidence that the Albinaurics could have been created by sorcerers rather than by Nox alchemy, and as such, I refer us to an item description I cited earlier, the description of the Albinauric staff, which talks about their innate arcaneness. And while I link this to the fate manipulation and alchemy of the Nox, it could quite easily be tied to the arcane practices of Rea Lucaria. In a lot of ways, the Rea Lucarians and Carians overlap with the practices and beliefs of the Nox. Both study the power latent within the stars. Both are concerned with the fate found within the stars. And both have factions that are interested in bringing about an age of stars. We even get evidence of the impact of Noxian culture upon Liurnian culture. This is irrefutable in regards to the Church of Vows, which is a church lined with Noxian statues, and this is also a structure meant to utilise a Noxian creation, the Celestial Dew, once again used to alter fate and restore bonds once thought completely broken, and indeed, Radagon once used this Noxian practice before his marriage to Renala.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala. The order of the Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined, and all the wounds of war forgiven. This miracle blesses the Church to this day, and so you need only follow Radagon's example to restore any bond, however strained or severed, to its rightful state of harmony.
In addition, Celavis, preceptor to the Carian royal family, continues research into puppetry, and even seeks to take the teachings further by ensnaring a demigod themselves. Renala's son Radan would go to Celia to learn gravity sorcery, Celia essentially being an offshoot colony of the Eternal Cities.
As thanks, I vow to impart to you my knowledge of the lost sorceries of the Celians, descendants of the Eternal.
Finally, Rani, of course, has some contact with the Eternal City when she conspires with them to commit the Night of the Black Knives. The point being is that there are plenty of opportunities for a crossover of culture and ideas between Nox and
Is anyone there?
and so it is therefore not unthinkable to believe that interaction of sorcerers were built upon the
Shit.
works of the Nox in regards to artificial life forms. Indeed, we do see a number of first-generation
Get this shit
Albinaurics
off me.
specifically serving the Carrion family, such as Pedia and other members found in the Carrion Manor. We also have Loretta herself, possibly an Albinauric, who serves as a Carrion Knight, who may well be the most successful attempt at
I
harnessing
fucked up
the
my
potential of the
webcam.
Albinaurics. A mounted bow-wielding knight, no less, that could just be a more successful variant of the mounted bow-wielding Albinaurics we see in the consecrated snowfields. So what is the truth behind their creation? Did the Nox create them, or was it a Rhea Lucarian or Carrion creation?
Fuck it.
Well,
I'm eating a
the
fruit
balance of
roll up
truth
at
is
10
for you
a.m.
to decide, but I believe both
We're
are
up.
true. I do believe that they do originate from the work of the Nox. The evidence we looked at previously is too strong, and the thematics fit very well. However, it could have been expanded upon by Rhea Lucarians and Carrions. My belief is that the work did originate with the Nox as an experiment to create a Lord of Night, but that the Rhea Lucarians and Carrions may well have piggybacked off it in an attempt to create warriors and servants, and this would explain why there are so many Albinaurics in Liurnia.
Oh shit, bro. I'm ready to game. Fuck Tekken. I want to play P3.
I believe it falls between the two. Either way, the results are the same. Human hands created these.
Okay. Let me bust on this fruit roll up and Capri Sun. And then we start. Let me get the game up. Let me get this shit out the way. Please exercise caution and take breaks as needed. Ooh, intro. Fuck yeah, I forgot. This shit hits. I'm gonna have to make myself small soon. What's good, Tornado? How you doing, bro?
Crazy how time flies when I wonder if the path is in the right direction. But I do believe things come to life by accident. When your name's on, sounds like it's meant to be.
Wake up, this brings me when things fall apart. What matters at the end is how you left them on. Fire in my soul, fire in my heart. Till you see me on the other side of stars.
Cleaning up my desk a bit, putting my snacks to the side. I'm so happy. I can't wait to play. Forgot how good P3 was. Have you played it before? The OG? We're in. Oh, we're in. Alright, let me make myself small again. My monitor's like fucking up. Why? That's weird. I don't know what's happening. It's just tripping. Oh wait, it was VTube Studio. We're good. What's good, Gatsy? Good morning, you guys. Hope y'all had a good night. Okay. I think we're good. I might have to make myself smaller and move myself again, but we'll rock with that for now. We're social linking. Chihiro! Yes!
Thank you so much.
Let's go. I'm also working.
Treasurer who's not even good at math. Doesn't that sound pathetic? I never even wanted this job.
Wait.
Someone else entered me into the running. I didn't think I would actually get elected, though.
I'm not used to these being voiced, so I just started yapping. I'm also working on a second team for the Abyss. My riding team wipes out whatever floor she's on. Easy, bro. She's so cracked. Was watching some Elden Ring documentary last night. Bro, that video's fucking like 13 hours long. It's so good. This shit's amazing. Hold on, I need to clean my glasses. I'll let Chihiro go though.
Oh, but I don't regret joining the student council or anything. If I hadn't joined, then I wouldn't have met such kind people like you or the president.
Shut up. You're distracting us.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Get off my dick. Leave Chihiro alone. Before I get up and whoop that ass.
Go do it outside.
I'm so tired of this. I can't even pick up my pencil anymore.
Niggas are hating.
If you give me a kiss, maybe I can study for another 30 minutes.
What are you going on about now? Come on, you gotta take this seriously. Don't you want us to go to the same college?
Rise and grind gamers.
Just give me a kiss.
Good morning.
Please.
All right, fine.
They're really gonna kiss? Do they not know where they are?
They're gonna kiss. I was there for like 2 hours till I passed out. Bro, I was there for a minute. I wasn't there for quite that long, but I was laying on the couch watching my own stream, just looking at lore. Genshin, unfortunately. Bro. There's so much fucking drama going on with that shit right now. Hold on, I need to recalibrate my head. The daylight is fucking it. I don't usually stream it this time. But yeah, that Asian guy is on some more bullshit, bro. I fucking hate him, bro. He's such a pussy. Grown ass man acting like a fucking teenage girl. Shit's so cringe.
We should notify the student council president right away and discuss this at our next meeting.
That's kind of extreme.
What do you mean by that? You really don't think it's a big deal?
That's not what she wanted to hear.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna kiss her ass though. But she is tripping a little bit.
I don't mind if I get in trouble, but I don't want you to get criticized too.
She's concerned. I feel like our relationship has grown. Room sauna is crazy. Dead ass. I knew they were gonna do that shit.
I think I'm going to be stuck here for a while, so you don't need to wait for me.
What's good, Fallen? How goes the Mexico Chronicles? What? Dude, the sunlight is genuinely fucking my VTuber up. Like, the sun is bouncing off the back of my glasses, and it's just looking like it's just making my eyes squint or close. I can't. I need blackout curtains. Tectone is getting 15k viewers reacting to drama. Look.
I see you're back.
That's funny. I was watching that shit. It was good. I like when he shits on other people. That's good content. Ba 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 ba. Oh shit, it's Tanaka time. Swear he wastes his size in the most bowl on the planet. He could be gaming, but you know how it is. Casino Tanaka. And I'm poor.
Marvel. I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Here are my requests.
Beef bowl. I like him roasting and then responding, "Stop, you're being mean." And bro's just like, "You're soft and I'm right." It's so funny, bro. Because people try to make him seem so fucking evil.
I shall.
Like,
Very well.
he just doesn't let y'all talk petty shit about him. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Grow the fuck up. Like, I don't know. Maybe talk about the game you're playing since y'all love that shit so much. But the fact of the matter is, Genshin is boring as shit. There's nothing to talk about. So they gotta talk about each other. I'm dead. Guarantee you if the Genshin community kept his name out of their mouths, he'd never have anything to respond to. That's facts. That is dead ass facts. I don't understand it, bro.
I shall be waiting then.
You'll be able to collect 8 more. Ugh.
Very well.
Fair enough. When a topic dies out, you gotta find your next topic to talk about. True. But honestly, bro, like, the Genshin community is so dry for content that, like, I feel like they're always gonna be on bullshit with each other. The big content creators are like, there's some of them, I'm not gonna say like all of them, but a lot of the big gacha game content creators are fucking weird, bro. Like, I can't stomach watching them sometimes.
This persona is powerful.
It's like they're just blatantly dick eating a game that is so ass.
This persona is powerful.
Like, Genshin is not good, bro. Genshin Impact is not a good game. That shit is buns. Shit is ass. This shit is doo-doo, bro. And these niggas, they're sitting here in front of their cameras each stream. Oh my god! This new patch is gonna be crazy! But we're getting this and this and this! When in reality, all we're getting is an Archon quest and 2 shitty events that is nothing but yapping. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, what are you gassing? I'm about to boot up Genshin and go to bed. We go study. What floor did you make it to before bed last night? I got it. I got as high as I could go. I reached the very top, or the highest it would let me go. Now we just have to do story. Imtash weird, bro. He's funny as shit. Fuck with Imtash. He's changed. Anytime you talk about Imtash, you gotta mention the fact that bro loved Genshin so much he thought he had a gambling addiction and started fucking crying. That shit was so fucking funny. Hoyo keeps her lights on. Dead ass. Mess with Imtash as a person, he's cool, but as a content creator, he's kind of mid. I don't think you can be a content creator for Genshin and shit. Like, there's nothing to do, bro. There is nothing to do. It turns out that cactus I bought at the 100 yen store was fake this whole time. No wonder it didn't wither. And here I thought I was taking such good care of it. Go get some seeds. Genshin's alright. I've played worse. Like, Genshin was fun. I liked it. But it's like, I play it now because, like, I'm hoping it can be better, and I'm just like waiting for that, you know? Kind of like how Star Rail does for us each patch. Like, I'm playing it because I'm hoping that maybe one patch they do is just gonna make the game eat.
Hey! Have you seen Stripey? We were playing tag, but I don't know where he went.
Oh shit. Both of these social links right here, because that guy's a social link too. These are fucking tragic.
Yes. I'm surprised you could tell.
Huh? You really are sick?
No, I was kidding. You're so easy, Maiko.
No, he's lying. He is sick as fuck.
I trusted you. Don't tease me just because I'm a kid.
And who are you?
I'm Michael's friend.
Ah, so you're the one she was talking about.
I play because of the money sink. I'll never get those racks back. Oh god, bro. I'd feel guilty if I stopped playing now.
Hey, I'm hungry now. I want takoyaki.
No shot, we're on the same day. Well, you've been grinding. Let's go.
With us too, Stripey.
But what's good, Zach? Welcome in, bro. We can play side by side. It's not Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde game. That game was trash.
He's gone.
What is
I
that?
usually see him around the shrine on Sundays. I pass by on the way to cram school. Okay, it's takoyaki time.
If you played the games that I've played, you'd also say that Genshin is alright. I mean, I've played bad games before. Like, you ever played Tyrone versus Cops?
I remember one time my dad burned his mouth on this stuff because I put too many in his mouth at once.
Or Blue Archive?
Dad hasn't been coming home much these days.
Damn, Michael.
Birthday soon. Do you think you'll come home and see me? You really think so? My mom always gives me presents on my birthday, but she hasn't asked me what I want this year yet. If they really loved me, they wouldn't get a divorce. You're the only one who spends time with me.
Her social link is so fucking sad, bro. I love how Tartarus looks. Same. It looks so good. Tyrone versus Cops? Yeah, I did play it on stream.
If I don't do laundry, the house gets really messy.
It was when I was like, when I only had like 100 or so followers. If that. Someone gifted it to me. They just came out with another game about Tyrone. It's a Souls-like. It's called Tyrone Souls. It was the trailer I sent y'all when it had the LTG sound clip in it. They also have another game called Cuck Simulator that's banned on Twitch. You can't play it. Otherwise I would. I bet that shit is so funny. I played Solaris. If you think Genshin is boring, Genshin is the most exciting game compared to that game. Solaris is boring as... Let me see. I think I've played that. If it's what I'm thinking of. I have not played that. I was thinking of something else. Thought that was satire. Didn't think that was a legit. No, it's dead ass. I'll show it to you right now. That shit is real as fuck. I think I have it on my wish list. I do. It's dead ass. Wait! Did he take out the LTG shit? LTG quote tweeted the guy and told him about using his sound. I think he took it out. Bro, there's no way. I bet it's still up on YouTube. But yeah, look, Tyrone Souls, Tyrone versus Cops in VR, Cuck Simulator with DLC. Where's look, I have a 1.4 hours played on Tyrone versus Cops. It's like a wave-based shooter. It has a Golden Blicky DLC. Yeah, look, Golden Blicky.
Yeah, this game is really good, but I think it's missing something, so I play a lot of CSGO, and my favorite part about that game is...
But yeah, it's real. It's fucking real, bro. What if it comes out that that game was made by what? I guarantee you that it is. 100%. Ba 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 ba. Do we study? I don't have money to do anything, so we wait. Let me buy these drinks. I'm poor. Gotta get our knowledge up. I might need to start working sometimes at night so I can have some money. People will try to crucify him if that was the case. I'm pretty sure he's white, bro. Like, he's using a voice changer and everything. He's gotta be. Sup, dude? So what do you think? Of what? About that girl, Fuka Yamagishi. I haven't lost hope that she'll join our team. Dude, I've actually seen her around. And yeah, she does look kind of frail. But that just makes me want to be strong enough for the two of us. Oh, Junpei.
Our next topic.
What's gonna be real fucked up is if it's a black guy that made it. That shit would be funny as well. It's wrong either way. Like, they should not. Or, I think if a black guy made it, like, other black people are gonna be mad because they're like, bro, why are you, like, embarrassing us? Like, this is what's wrong with us. This is why people think of us like this, blah, blah, blah. And if a white guy makes it, he's just racist. I hate him so much. Hey, bro. You're gonna fuck with Junpei. Not now, because he's a goofball, but
Oh, it's you. Welcome.
he is better than Ryuji, I think.
Huh? No.
Yeah. What level am I? 19, 16. Akiko about to be 17? You know what, let's go to Tartarus. Let's get everyone to 17.
Yes.
Refunding my sub, unfollowed, reporting for spreading misinformation. Have you known me to be a capper? Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever steered you wrong, bro?
Time to start exploring.
Back to farming for the second team to use an abyss. Have fun. Wait, I need to go down some.
We don't see that kind of chest often. Let's not pass it up.
My boys are 23 right now. Hell yeah, let's go.
What the hell? Why's the floor so dang bumpy here?
You're capping? This is the first time for everything? No, bro. I got you. being a capper isn't part of my kit.
Here's your chance to attack. So the enemy's weak to light.
What to do?
How many floors in this place? A lot. 200 plus. Part of me, yeah, bro. We don't play that. Ooh, XP boost. Fuck yeah. That's something a capper would say. No. I don't cap.
That was a good workout.
Should we try and fight the Reaper and assert dominance early on?
We heading up these stairs? Best to stay on your toes here.
Look at it. Wandering around like a clown.
Lacking.
Let's get cracking.
Pull the trigger.
Weave.
Let's get away this.
Let me see. Do I have? I do.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll take a slime. He was one of the ones they want me to craft really bad. Oh, counter, huge.
I hope you guys can pick up something from watching me fight.
How's everyone feeling? What next? Let's use this.
Bro, in this game, I'm gonna use the fuck out of my items. I don't want to be a hoarder anymore. Because I'll go to the end of the game without using fucking anything. And I don't want to do that. Wait, who's... Oh, I'm a dumbass. That's a different Luna. Oh, she's going outside. What's it? That's a different Luna bark. That's the Luna bark when she wants like to go out. And I think Bree's taking her out actually. That's her excited bark. Another slime. Money, give me bread.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
We could head back, but it's your call. Found the stairs.
We've been streaming for
We don't see that kind of chest often.
20 hours, boys. We're in deep.
I can hold my own in a fight pretty damn well, don't you think? I always knew I had to.
Ooh.
York? I need enemies. Where are the enemies at?
Enemy spotted.
are these guys weak to? Random? Oh, we got that. I think. Or did I use him? Oh, no, wait, the Mitama has it. I like the way he looks. Does Luna eat ice cubes? Not for real. I mean, she'll eat it, but like, she don't go crazy for it. She likes bottles more than anything. That's like her favorite shit. Like, whenever I'm drinking something out of a bottle, she knows. She sits there and watches me finish it, and then she gets excited. She's like, all right, nigga, give me it. Give me it now. Then she'll go eat the entire bottle. Oh, they're weak to that shit? No, fuck. I didn't. Oh, brother. Eat or destroy? Shit, both. She doesn't know how to stop. Like, sometimes she just chews it up. Other times she will literally eat and consume it. It just depends. She's a destructive ass little dog, bro. Another Mitama? Thank God that she's gotten out of the habit of eating like objects that are not bottles.
Well done.
Cause she used to eat chargers, shoes. She ate the buttons off of my shirts. Like, she used to be crazy. Like, she would eat the. I remember one time she ate the belt loops off of my fucking pants. So like, they were my work pants too, like my nice like slacks, and she fucking ate them. Or ate the belt loop. So I went to work with no fucking belt, bro. That shit had me so mad. It's like, out of all the things to eat, why the fuck are you eating my belt loops, bro? Like, what the fuck? Do not all team members have guns? No. It's just their own weapon for their attack, and then their persona. There were no guns in this. That's like a thing type shit. Only Persona 5 had guns for everyone. She is a menace, bro. Or she used to be. Now she's cool. She eats her toys and stuff. She really likes eating the, like, if we get her a stuffed animal, she likes eating the eyeballs out of it. That's her shit. She loves it. And if we get her a toy with a squeaker in it, she's going for that bitch first. She gets in, eats the squeaker out of it, and then rips out all the stuffing, and then she's done with it. Oh wow, they ate those.
Good. That's one less to worry. Finish the enemy.
Have you gotten her a hard toy? Yeah, she eats that too. She eats everything.
Alright then, moving on.
You should be bussing.
You know, I think I'm getting pretty good at fighting.
There's a shadow.
Like for a little dog, she's really destructive on her toys. Like she goes off.
Let's get away this.
Good thing she isn't the size of a giant monster. We'd all be fucked. Dead ass. If she was big, this would be a problem. I'll never forget when she ate the wall at my apartment. How do you eat the wall, bro? It's a flat surface, and she fucking ate it. Does she dig? No. She don't even like getting her feet wet. This nigga's healing insane. I will find what you're weak to. Oh, boom. Our new dog did that like 2 months ago. It's just stupid how bored you gotta be. She ate the wall. That's funny. That's next level boredom. It's either boredom or like it's like they test their limits. Like, I wonder if I could eat that flat surface. I don't think drywall is tasty. It can't be.
Just like we planned.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
there's no way. Like, I bet it tastes like chalk. But I don't think the dogs care. My dad beat her ass. It's a big ass crevice. I'm a firm believer in ass whoopings.
It's one of those chests.
Not anymore though. Cause like I feel bad about it now because I've seen what it can do. If you hit your dog, like
It's one of those chests.
sometimes it can turn into aggression towards you. Like they will clap back or they just get scared of you like for their entire life. So I don't really fuck with that no more.
I'll take care of this.
Said it before, he treats the dogs like his kids. They don't. Or he be beat. Did your dad be hitting you, bro? Blink twice if you need help. Drywall also isn't that hard. They can get their teeth into it, and drywall isn't that hard to eat. Oh yeah, drywall, bro. Back in my angry teenager days, that shit went crazy to punch. It made you feel strong. Hell no, after 14 he just turns off Wi-Fi. That's arguably worse. I'd rather get my ass beat so it can be over with. Fuck that. Blink 3 times if you just need a soda.
Good teamwork, everyone. Now on to the next.
Bum, bum, bum.
Shadow spotted.
One step at a time.
Poppy. He be forgetting he turned it off? Damn. Like, Dad, can I have the Wi-Fi back? Is that what you mean? Oh, that shit's off? My fault. My dad also did that. See, my dad just hit me. We didn't even have Wi-Fi when I was growing up. So, like, he didn't have shit to turn off. At most, they would just send me to my room. But, like, nigga, that's where I wanted to be. I was in that hoe watching Avatar The Last Airbender. Rolling. Ooh, that's trippy. Let me see if there's anything she's barking at that I need to actually care about. No. As usual, there's absolutely nothing outside. Bugging. Like, before high school, ass beatings were the go-to. My dad can turn off the Wi-Fi from his phone. Oh, yeah. Bro's got the router app on his phone type shit. What do y'all be doing to get the Wi-Fi turned off? Like, not doing chores? Or like, does bro just be in a bad mood and tripping? Because that is a classic dad trait, is to just come in geeked off a perky. For seemingly no reason.
Nailed it. Nice going, June.
And we're still 16?
Hey, doesn't that test look kind of different from the others?
Start acting up and he just picks up the phone and you suddenly turn into an angel. You already know what's coming. He doesn't do it much anymore, but this summer he was tripping for no reason and shut it all off for no reason. I remember he was doing that shit too. That shit was dumb.
What to do?
You can't even play Star Rail or Genshin without Wi-Fi. Unless you go on mobile and use your data. But at that time, the Wi-Fi was the least of my issues. What was going on at that time? If you don't mind me asking. Was that the Domino's arc?
Nailed it. Nice going, Junpei.
Ooh.
That's one strong shadow.
This will be a difficult battle. Stay focused.
One step at a time. Go!
I have to do this.
I'll give 'em hell. All right.
He was on Other Bull. That was when I just left Domino's. Got you. My issue was much worse. I was almost arrested. Lucky for me, I only did a few weeks of community service. What did you do? Bro, why are you out here getting arrested? Or almost getting arrested? Tornado out here off the perk. Damn, hey. You're tripping. You're doing a little too much damage, buddy.
You better watch it.
I think only doing it once is fine. Because it just says extended. It's not like stacking.
Can't stop now.
Yeah, bro, tell us the lore. Why the fuck are you out here almost getting arrested and shit? That's not good. Weep.
Now let's move on.
Post as I've been arrested is sitting in the curbside pickup and some angry cop telling me I needed to move and couldn't be there. Literally same. I mean, it wasn't like...
Okay.
I don't think I almost got arrested, but like, the cops came up talking to me.
Found the stairs.
For literally the same shit. Or actually, no, not the exact same shit. It was, me and the homies had just got done, like, literally eating inside the establishment at, like, 2 a.m. Like, we were literally, like, paying customers of the establishment. And we went outside and we were just talking before we went home. Fucking one cop pulled up through the entrance, the main entrance. And then another cop pulled up behind us from the back entrance and fucking, like, pinched us in. They both hopped out. And we're like, what the fuck is happening? We're like, what are you guys doing? Like, brother, we just got done eating. Oh, well, wrap it up. Like, alright, bro. Tripping.
Can't stop now.
Bro didn't talk to nobody. My good friend was R by a kid 2 grades above her. Let's just say I walked into school choosing violence that day. I don't blame you. It would have been straight hands after some shit like that. Whatever happened to the guy? Did he, like, get punished for it? I just moved after he said it and arguing with no cops. Yeah, it ain't worth it. The people who be, like, doing videos of them arguing with a cop, trying to, like, skate around the law and shit. Like, I'm not giving you my ID. You can't search me. There's no probable cause. Like, nigga, shut the fuck up and just show him your ID and get to stepping, bro. Like, it's not that deep. Like, you can't possibly care that much, bro. That your liberties are being trampled on. Get the fuck on somewhere. 9 times out of 10 they're white. Black people can't be on that. Oh no. We simply just get shot. Slumped. Whenever I get pulled over, I just take my L and start kissing ass. Yes sir, no sir type shit. I want to go home. I want to make it home alive.
We gotta keep moving.
And it sucks that, like, you have to think about shit like that as a person of color.
Looks like we've mapped everything on this floor. It's up to you whether to continue. Your target. You'll have the first move.
Immediately slap dead ass for pulling out a wallet. They think you're drawing on them. And she managed to book him legally, but I whooped that ass in front of like 15 people. Good shit. Fuck him. We don't fuck with those guys. You better not miss. This shit is so cheap. SP wise. Girl, I talk to them like they're babies. Hands on the wheel and move very slowly and announce every actions type beat. Yeah, like show me your license and registration. I'm like, it's in my glove box. Do you mind if I get that? Yeah, I can get it, right? You're not gonna cat my ass, are you? It's kind of funny. There's videos of like black guys. They call it pump faking. Like they'll reach for their wallet and pull it out really fast and hold it like a gun. And then they'll act like they got shot. It's like they're like this is what happens when you try and pump fake a cop. And it kind of looks realistic, I'm not gonna lie. With me personally, I'm not gambling like that. Reaching into my glove box where my wallet is, narrating the shit. I am now opening the glove box. I have my registration in hand. Officer, I must inform you that my license, my insurance is in my wallet, which is in my back pocket. May I get that now? Thanks, officer. Unfortunately, it seems like my seatbelt is too tight. Officer, may I please unbuckle so I can get my wallet?
Keep your eyes peeled.
I don't be taking it that far, but... Ooh, is that a rare one?
I can hold my own in a fight pretty damn well, don't you think? I always knew I had talent.
A rare shadow. Let's take it out here and now.
Motherfucker. Crit? Junpei. Let's go.
Now let's move on.
Hella XP. There we go.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Sukunda.
And that's a wrap, folks.
Alright, we can leave this hoe now. I just wanted to get to 17. Alright. Set up Velvet Room real quick and register. Takes one overly anxious cop that is scared of black people and is trigger happy. He drew on me. My brother's not a weapon in this car. That was a comb. Oh. Well, I handled it. You're armed. You must inform them that you're armed because if they see that gun, all bets are off. Bruh. That's why I just keep my shit at the house. I don't even want to chance that.
What kind of persona do you desire?
This persona
I'm
is powerful.
good.
This would be a wise... What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a fair amount.
It's finally time.
I don't give a fuck about the fucking right to bear arms that bad.
This would be a wise choice. This persona is powerful. Is this acceptable? What do you wish to inherit?
It seems no new powers have... Why, this is exciting, isn't it?
You have to, because some cops use as an excuse to book you. Cops always have a cam and mic on them, so if you inform them beforehand, they can't do anything about it. Because it's now on their cam, so they will get major shit if they try to do something to you after. Real. Captain Kid, I can get Ryuji's persona. I like how they're just included in here, that's sick.
This would be a wise choice. What do you wish to inherit?
It appears it will receive a fair amount.
So it begins.
Luckily though, like, all the cops that have pulled me over or fucked with me, it's been like a nice encounter, like no bullshit. Actually, no, I'm capping. When I lived with my mom, I went to go get food. Like, I went to go get breakfast.
Seeing what personas come to be is a great joy of mine.
And on my way back, I was behind a cop. And this motherfucker just slams on his brakes. Like, he didn't even turn his sirens on. Motherfucker just slams on his brakes. And the car that I had at the time, the brakes were shit on it. So I wasn't going to be able to stop in time. So I just, like, whipped up beside him and, like, slowed down and, like, rolled down my window, asked him if he was good. And he looked at me, rolled down his window, and said, "Get out of the way, dumbass!" And I just looked at this man and just rolled off. Like, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is your problem? I didn't do shit to you, bro. You are mad at the wrong thing. You act like I'm in the wrong. Now, I'm checking on you because you slammed on your brakes with no sirens on, no nothing. I wanted to make sure that, like, I wasn't in trouble or something. Where are the P4 personas, though? Hey, we got, Izanagi in this hoe. I can hear people yapping.
Have you heard?
I heard from a younger guy in my club yesterday that a second year is getting bullied. That's crazy. Which second year? I don't know. All I heard is that it's pretty serious. I thought our school was peaceful, but I guess stuff like this still happens here. Seems like someone in the same grade as me is getting bullied. I can't believe bullying is real. That shit's so whack. Corny. Probably someone from New Jersey. Those idiots think they control the road. SMH my head. And we're in the South. Everyone's supposed to be nice. Southern hospitality and shit. But he was just an asshole off rip.
I gotta teach those first years how to clean up properly.
Oh shit, I gotta do my taxes.
So then, I pretended to take a picture with my cell phone, and she totally freaked out and started crying. It was like we caught her red-handed or something. You should have seen the look on her face.
It was priceless.
Wow, that's pathetic.
Bro, I would drop kick this bitch in the back of the head.
All my life.
Like it never has been funny to just pick on someone
They're making fun
in
of
school.
someone? Bullies.
Huh? Did you hear a voice? It's calling
Shit's
me.
ridiculous.
Huh? What voice? I don't hear anything. Maki? What's going on? Are you listening to me? Maki? Hello?
Maki hard. Or no, Maki dead.
Huh? Are you feeling alright? Yeah, sorry. What were we talking about?
They're finally gone. Ugh, I can't stand girls like that.
I like new Yukari. The voice change, like, boosts her up for me. Is Chihiro available? Aww. BB? All the men. Yeah, literally only men. Fuck it, let's hang out with BB.
Hello, hello.
Or Baby, aka XQC. I slept in class all the time. In game or
Yes.
IRL? IRL same. I was always bitch.
Sew it, knit it, and finally, weave it
I agree.
together.
Then again, it's coming from me who was bullied for most of my school years. Bro, you should have whooped ass.
Vinny, say, could we go to the tea shop, Azuki Arai, together? It will be my first time going. Will you maybe,
Like,
how do
no
you
one
say,
ever tried to bully me. So like, I never had to like square up. Like, people just left me alone. Like, I was just cool and quiet. With,
let's be off then.
I don't know. I don't know why people got bullied, TBH. Because there were people just like me who did get bullied.
The Azuki desserts here are amazing.
Maybe it's because I was black. No one bullies black people.
The culture of Nihon. Japan is Sugoi.
That's cap. Nigga, I was beating my dick? Why?
Yes, you understand?
You gonna make me buzz?
Japanese culture.
How the fuck you got all the social links?
Ichiban.
Because I'm better.
I am so happy I came here. I want to learn everything about Nihon.
You be skipping dialogue, Zach. I've watched you play these, bro. You be skipping everything. Stop skipping.
I have an aunt who lives back home. She has been helping me. I have to tell her that I've made a wonderful new Tomodachi.
Bebe seems grateful. Why did you ping the server? Shut the fuck up, because I fucking wanted to. Because I'm streaming.
Oh, look at the time.
Don't you ever question me on why I ping my server. Your job is to be in my chat, blowing the dick daily.
We'll continue our Japanese adventure another time.
Yeah, Zach be skipping, bro. He be mashing. He don't read shit.
Welcome back.
We're exposing Zach. We go study. Wait, no. I have money now. Akihiko. Oh shit. Let's go hang out with Akihiko. Yo room.
Yes. I've gotten a lot of my edge back since
Do they do anything like in the P5 and P5 in the remake? Not that I've seen yet. So far it's mostly been the same stuff. I mean, they've added new stuff like that gardening shit and the baton pass shit and the male social links for the male MC.
You really are something else. I knew I had a good feeling about you. Just don't push yourself too hard. Things will get easier with experience. And if you need anything, let me know. I'll do whatever I can to help.
Excuse me.
My voice made me an easy target in school, probably why I have low self-esteem.
Knew it.
Bro,
You're Sonata-san from Gekukan High.
people are just immature. They think that shit's funny, but like whenever we're in VC, we just talk. But I don't give a fuck how you sound. This shit is so like ridiculous. It legit doesn't
I'm
matter.
busy, and I don't like having my picture taken.
I kept hearing rumors.
I know what they be saying sometimes. They be yapping. That's not the point. It might be different, Zach. You never know.
Need any help? Is there anything I can bring you? Who do you think that is?
Not sure. Celebrity, maybe? Want to go see?
Celebrity. Akihiko has
Let's go.
fucking Riz. He's just rizzed up a man.
I've had this problem at school, but I didn't think it'd happen out here too. It's probably because of those interviews, or the rumors online.
Rumors
I've gotten
online.
all kinds of attention as I've kept up my winning streak.
I'm jealous.
I've heard Junpei say that, but I wasn't expecting it from you too.
My bad, bro.
I appreciate their support, but I don't
Was
have
dick
time for
riding
them.
too hard.
All I want is to be as strong as I can. I want to train hard and feel real pride in my strength, but all I ever seem to get is more trouble.
Do we get
Alright,
Mitsuru
Junpei's
next?
given up.
No.
Let's head out to eat.
We get Fuka next.
We only have so many hours left in the day.
Wait. No. Yeah, because Fuka takes Mitsuru's place, so yeah, we get Mitsuru soon. Not as a social link, but
Leave us
on the
alone.
party.
We're not interested.
One drink, that's all we're asking. Come on, it'll be fun.
We said no, okay?
Girls from earlier.
Hey. Leave them alone. You don't want the police to get involved.
Are we white knighting right now?
Who the hell are you?
What? You want to call the cops? Quit trying to act like a big man, you little punk.
Yeah, time for you to piss off.
We've?
You piece of...
Nah, bro. You gotta go home after that.
You've got some slick moves. I bet you know how to fight, alright?
So what if I do?
How about you and I go a few rounds? If you ain't too busy, there's a spot around back. Whenever I see guys who think they're hot shit, all I want to do is put them in their place.
Bro, you
I bet
think
a lot
you're
of people
hot
call
shit.
you a tough guy. So how about we put it to the test?
Weirdos.
What? Is he scared now?
See? I told you. Nothing but trouble. Stay here. I'll be done in a minute.
He's about to go beat his
You think
ass.
you're gonna beat me just like that?
But don't worry. I won't go all out against an amateur. It's gotta be a fair fight.
Hey, over there! Break it up!
Let's beat it.
He got lucky.
I told you, officer. They were the ones antagonizing us.
And I told you we'll hear all about it down at the station.
You're a
I
high school
I
student,
hate
aren't you?
cops. Just
We'll need your
leave.
contact
Just let me
information
go
and notify
home.
your parents about this.
Ain't no parents,
If I
bro.
could butt in.
Oh my god, let's go.
Kurosawa-san.
Coming in clutch.
I'll handle these two. I've already cleared it with the brass. I don't know what's going on here, but you better not be starting any trouble.
This is our boy. There was no trouble.
Then why'd we get a report from two ladies saying you were attacked by a group of punks?
They wanted to test my strength. I was just giving them what they wanted.
In the middle of a public street? really
Them
need
niggas
to
got
think
nothing
things
better to
through.
do. Oh God. I
Listen,
think they
I'm an
just
officer of
legit
the
have
law.
to
I
be
don't care
bored
who
or
you are.
something.
Anyone who disturbs the peace is gonna have to deal with me. As you can see, your friend
Like, well,
here is a bit of a
might as well give a
I
ticket.
know
Fuck
it
it.
won't be easy, but try and keep an eye on him, would you?
Yeah, lucky because we was about to see a can of whoop ass. Real shit, Akihiko was about to meek.
Bold words. But think. My arm's healed, and we've got way more dependable people now. There's no better time to test my strength, especially now that
Rin, what's the status on the e-girls,
we
bro?
really lucked out on that one. So I'm gonna keep honing my skills. That way.
How many do you have
anyone I
right
face
now?
with my own two hands.
You really haven't changed at all. In any case, don't get in over your heads. I have a hunch the guys you ran into were from a gang that's been active around here recently. Just be careful. You don't
He was
want
gonna turn them into a pinball machine. Real shit.
You'll never get off.
Bobbleheads.
All right, it's late. You better head on home.
So much for eating out. It's been non-stop interruptions all night. Kurosawa-san's right, though. We should probably head home. Sorry about this. I'll treat you some other time. I'm gonna do some jogging on the way back. You wanna join?
Fuck it. I'm on the track team.
It's dark, so watch out for cars. I'm gonna run ahead. You just follow at your own pace.
Max HP increased by 5. Fuck yeah. 6? Could have been 7? What the fuck? Is this including the femboy or no? No, wait, the femboy actually turned out to be a girl, right? Have you heard about the second year? Oh yeah, the one they found lying in front of the school gate this morning? Hopefully she just ran away from home, but I feel like this is the start of something big.
You know what?
Yeah, there might be reporters and camera crews and stuff. I'd rather not deal with that.
Hey, did you hear about that girl in 2E? Yeah.
Who's gonna beat them asses so hard they would have turned into Looney Tunes characters? And Looney Tunes went
Isn't
crazy.
it so bizarre?
Man, everyone's talking about it. People sure got a lot of time on their hands. So, you hear about it too?
I haven't.
The girl from 2E went missing while she was out late last night.
That's
And this
the
morning,
fook.
they found her lying in front of the school gate. Nobody knows what happened. And supposedly, she's still unconscious.
Morning.
Yo, Yucatan. Man, this is a tough case. Even for Junpei Iori, ace detective.
Ace detective? You're so dumb.
Say the line. Say it.
More like Stupe, ace defective.
Ah ha ha.
Actually,
Got him.
I haven't seen you all morning.
She fucking hates him.
I was talking to the teacher. And that girl they found? I saw her yesterday on my way back from practice. She seemed just fine then.
Huh. The plot thickens.
He's just horny, bro. That's all it is. I could chill on the old couple for a bit. You already know the vibes.
Hello there. Thank you so
Chihiro time. Yeah, it's a girl. I included them. Easy. When do we get to meet them? Tell them to come to stream. All 7 of them.
Is it just me, or is the air conditioning
I hate
here
him.
too
Everything
hot?
he says is mentally
I feel
challenged.
lightheaded.
He's not bright.
I haven't been feeling well lately.
But I like him though.
I couldn't even
Junpei is
finish
funny.
lunch today.
You're horny and not even on the same level of intolerable.
I'm sorry, but do you think we could go to the...
True, but he's Japanese though. Japanese horny is different. They do diabolical shit. They turn into stalkers and fucking
I'll be right back.
they turn into stalkers and like criminals when they're horny. We are not the same. Can someone catch me up on the story though? Just going to grind points and avoid watching because I wanted to play the game sometime, but that's gonna be a while. Okay, so we came to this this island, this town. We went to a dorm, we live in a dorm because we go to school here, and we walked into the dorm. We met a group of people, but little did I know is that they've been spying on me while I'm asleep because I'm him. There's this thing called the dark hour in this game, which is kind of like a palace. It's not even like a palace. The dark hour is the time. It's like midnight, and anyone who isn't like a persona user, like regular niggas, get turned into coffins. If they don't turn into coffins, and they're not a persona user, they get turned into a shadow. The school that we're in turns into this place called Tartarus, which is a giant tower filled with shadows. I'll just tell you the story up to where we are right now. So the squad figured out, or the dorm that we live in is actually a secret organization that hunts shadows. So that's why I'm here. They knew that I had the potential to use personas. So now we're here and we're on the team. And so now we're investigating because we hear that there's like people going missing, and we're investigating why. We're also scouting for new persona users. And every time there's a full moon, there's a new boss. The full moon is when the shadows are most active. That's why there's like a moon, the phases of the moon in this game. The moon is very important. So yeah. Tartarus has like 200 plus floors. If I invite all 7 of them, I'm going to get pissed on. That's not a bad thing. It's like Mementos. Tartarus is kinda, yeah. Sorry, this whenever I do a cutscene in this mall, it makes me lag like shit.
Hey there, you on your way home from school?
Huh? What do you want?
Wow, you're really cute. From this angle, I can see how gorgeous you are in those glasses.
Enjoy your alert, tornado.
Hey, you want to maybe sit down at a cafe and chat a little?
Appreciate you pulling up, brother.
Hey, come on, don't be scared. I'm not gonna bite.
No, please stop. Senpai.
Hey. Get lost.
Huh? Who the hell are you? Wait, don't tell me that you're with her. Well, I thought I had a chance since you look so plain.
This nigga. We love Chihiro. He's
Thank
cute.
goodness. Thought you were going to hit him for a second. I wouldn't want you to get into a fight because of me. But just now, you were so...
Brave?
You've already saved me, so I'm not scared anymore, but why am I still shaking?
Let's hold hands.
Huh? Hold hands? I'm so sorry.
No!
I'm not ready for this just yet. Oh, but at least I'm not shaking anymore. Thank you.
No! Next time we're holding hands for sure.
Huh? Well, why do I suddenly feel short of breath? Senpai, I think I really did catch a cold. I feel like my face is all flush. Thank you again for saving me today. Now, please excuse me. Yeah, that mall fucks up my PC. I don't know why.
When I play this game, I'm a risk Chihiro and Mitsuru. Good choices. L Riz, I can give you a course free of charge. I don't think I need any of your Riz. Ba, 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 ba. You know what, bro? I'm going out. Fuck it. $3K? Bro, fuck. Bitches? Chihiro? You wanna hang out? Without hesitation.
Oh, pardon me.
Sorry I'm making you leave the movie partway through. I couldn't focus on the movie because I kept worrying that I was afraid that I might see the guy from before who tried to, I'd help you again. Right, I'm sure I'll be fine if I'm with you. Oh, but please try to not get into any fights. I don't want you to get hurt. Chihiro is smiling. We should kiss. Alright, my mom asked me to buy some things for her on my way back. I should take care of that before it gets too dark. Thank you for today, room-san. She's really cute. She dead ass is. Mitsuru? You know who else is really cute? Mitsuru.
Honestly.
Like it whenever women wear those types of glasses. IDKY. It's just very attractive. It's like a librarian look. I think glasses are cute too. Let's go do karaoke. We're full. Oh man.
Good day. I shall be waiting then. Here are my requests. Very well. Good day.
She's gonna give me a request to take her on a date. I just gotta watch out for it. Because if you miss one, you can't do it again. All these suck. I can't do shit tonight. I could go eat. The mall is dead. It's Wakatsu time. We might level up our academics on this one, low-key. Not quite. She looks like Makoto's sister, but with red hair. Mods, ban him. Mods, hang him up by his balls. Baby girl. The student body seem to be rather restless lately, don't you agree? Yeah. I thought so. Well, I only hope it doesn't have anything to do with shadows. Akihiko said maybe receiving a new member, but we still don't know when we'll be attacked, so remain alert at all times. I got you. There will be no Mitsuru slander. Chihiro? Who can we hang out with today? It's a Maiko kind of day. We'll do, Maiko. Wait, fuck. I need to go to the park on Sunday to start the social link with the skinny boy. Bro said I'm fuming.
So, what was my birthday the other day? Well,
Grr.
guess what? Mom and Dad both remembered. They really do care about me. Yeah, you're right. I got so many presents. I even got a birthday cake. It's been so long since we ate together as a family. We used to do it all the time. How come Mom and Dad don't get along anymore?
Because she ain't giving him no cat.
Ask them why. If I know why, I can fix it and make it all better. I'm gonna make Mom and Dad happy again. Wish me luck, okay?
I don't know anything about her yet. I wasn't paying attention to stream. This nigga. What is your job, Rin?
I'm gonna ask them. Bye-bye. Let's play again later, okay?
What is your job, Rin? It's something you're supposed to do daily. SMH, bro. Bro's too busy on his e-girl arc to pull up to the streams. Insane.
You ever check out the student message boards and stuff?
Not doing the one job that he has.
Well, now they're saying it was.
I'm about to eat another fruit roll up.
From this one ghost story that did it.
Got me heated.
Come on, nobody
Was
really
that the one from the
believes
P5
that
beta leaks?
stuff.
No!
Right?
That was Nanako from
What's this
P4.
ghost story about? What? It's probably made up. We don't need to go into details, do we?
I'm interested. Go on, tell us.
You got it. Here goes. Good evening, and welcome
Fucking
to Junpei's
Junpei, bro.
Believe it or don't. There are many strange things in this world. Legend has it, late at night, after everyone has gone home, a maniacal ghost roams the halls and devours anyone caught in its grasp. The other day, this friend of mine, let's call him Witness A. Anyway, he said to me, "Hey, Iori, I saw something weird the other day." He sounded so serious, so I asked him what he'd seen. He told me he saw the girl from 2E and claims he watched her go into the school on the night before the incident. I told him I don't believe it, not even for a second. That girl from 2E ain't the type to go wandering around at night. Witness A was as white as a sheet. He swore to me it was true. Then it hit me. If the girl was found unconscious at school, then maybe the ghost really did make her its dinner. It all made sense. She went to the school at night and walked right into its deadly trap. I felt a chill run down my spine, and I broke into a cold sweat. Yes, there truly are some strange things in this world. Believe it or don't.
That was pretty good.
Seriously? one word about my amazing...
My job is to be in your chat sucking your dick daily. My purpose in life is to be in that chat blowing a dick daily. Correct.
So, you're afraid of
So you know what you're
ghosts,
supposed to be
huh?
doing, and yet you're not doing it.
Didn't know you were such
Lock in.
What? Who are you calling a chicken? Fine then. Let's investigate it. Each of us will ask around for the rest of the week and gather information. This ghost story's just a bunch of nonsense.
It's actually not.
Sounds good to me. The story is a bit unnerving, isn't it?
Huh?
Well, leave it to you guys then. Would have been too scary for me.
What? I'm going out. Don't wait up for me. Wait, who texted me? Some fucking ads. Whoever wrote Junpei or just had him as an idea or concept should have been fired.
Good evening.
Hey, Junpei's cool. Not now. He's cringe. But I fuck with him.
How have you been?
Get out.
That's not very nice. Come on, don't be so mean. In another week, the moon will be full again. The next ordeal will be upon you. Be careful. Until next time.
He's in my room.
Morning.
Morning. Just gonna do my best from today onwards. With what?
Hey, listen.
The ghost story, duh. Did you already forget what we talked about last night? Well, whatever. I'm gonna look into everything there is about it. Remember, we'll share our findings on Friday. Could you try gathering information too, Rune-kun? Like, maybe you could talk to some students after school. Rune-kun. Is that the kid from P5? No. Bro has little boys in his room. It's not my choice, bro. They're just letting bro in. He actually lives in my head rent-free. Woo!
Excuse me. What a relief.
She's happy. Maureen.
Not too many people come here at this hour. This time of day is perfect. So, there was something I needed to ask.
Bonus? That's good. I'm all ears. Chat me up.
Thank you. So there's this friend I have. She's a girl. And well, there's a boy who's been helping her a lot recently. Like giving advice on her problems, looking over her homework, that kind of thing. She even told me that lately, she can't stop thinking about him. So I was wondering, is she in love right now?
She's talking about us. Yes, I'm gonna riz her. Also, I like that they voiced the confidant. Same. That's such a huge fucking change. It was much needed. I fucking hated reading these bits.
Senpai.
Room, son.
Now that I'm hearing you say it, I get the feeling you're right.
I should have made my name D's Nuts again.
I mean, I'm sure that's how my friend
Nuts,
feels.
son.
Thank you. With
D's
your help,
coon.
I think I know how I should proceed now. I mean, I know what to tell my friend now.
We're kissing soon.
Sorry for asking you about such a weird topic.
D's coon.
Senpai.
See, look, she would have just said nuts on right there.
You're too nice. Well, should we get going?
Man.
Oh, that reminds me. I think I'm slowly starting to get over my fear of men. So far, I can only talk to boys I know, but I can almost look them in the eye. But with you, I
Rune-san.
think I can do even better. As long as it's nothing too scary.
I like the way she's looking up at me. If I make the wrong move here, I might upset her. What should I do? Wait, what? We speak to her softly.
Huh? Oh, is that it?
No!
I would have been okay holding.
Ah, we fumbled.
Oh,
I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this.
Welcome back.
Damn. I can fix it. We're holding hands.
Excuse me. Whatever.
No biggie. No biggie.
Oh, that reminds me.
Kiss. We're in.
Oh, your hand.
We're in!
So rugged, strong, warm. It's almost like we're a couple.
We are!
I'm so sorry. I can't believe I said something.
Yes, Lou, we are.
Should we get going?
But her knees are weak. I held Chihiro's hand until it was time to part, then went back to the door. Cute. No, we are. She has a fear of men? Yeah. Because of her dad. He was on some fuck shit. I told you we could fix it. I'm going out. See you guys. Don't wait up. I'll be back later. Can I do karaoke? Raise our courage up. It's still level 1. Bro, unfumble the bag. Yes, sir. We had to lock in. She's just scared of dudes that use Discord. He's a Renzo. I use Skype? Y'all remember Uvu? Ren has Discord kittens? He does. But Zach, so do you. Yeah, Maiko, I want to see you. You seem sad. Let's go hit up Maiko. She's crying.
I don't know what to do. My dad. Dad. He hit me.
What?
He's so mean. It's not fair.
I'm pulling up. Why would he do that?
I didn't do anything wrong.
Maiko looks dejected.
All I did was ask why they're getting a divorce.
And this nigga hit you for that?
I just stay out of it. So I kept asking.
Hell no.
Dad yelled at me and he hit me. Then Mom said it was my fault for asking so much. I don't know if they love me anymore.
Shitty parents.
Disappear?
It's possible. They would never.
Never. But then, why do they get so mad? What if I ran away from home? I want to know how they really feel about me.
Every kid has had the runaway from home arc.
Right? It's a secret, okay? Don't tell Mom and Dad I'm running away. I know you won't tell.
I got you. Dude, her arc is so good, bro. It's so relatable.
I have to go now. Let's play again sometime.
People who hit kids, there's a special place in hell for them. I mean, I got hit as a kid. I got my ass beat as a kid, actually. I was getting fucked on. It was discipline. You're lying if you say you've never had the runaway from home arc. Bro, every kid has had the runaway from home arc. You pack up your little bag and then you go sit in the front yard. And then you come back inside. Because no one tried to come get you and it made you mad. Every time I ran away from home, they laughed at me as I walked out the door. They were like, you ain't going nowhere. I mean, they were right, but that's not what I wanted to hear. Someone, like, come get me, bro. Talking minking kids, not whooping their ass when they do something dumb. Oh yeah, that's fucked up. That's like, that's abuse. They should be reprimanded for that. Like, call the cops type shit. We're calling the, what is it, the Child Protective Services. We're getting them niggas involved. Let's go kiss Chihiro.
Oh. I spend my breaks doing nothing but reading, so
Are we buying manga?
time I bought some new ones. Oh, all of the books on this shelf are only 100 yen each. That means I can afford them with my allowance.
Allowance. Must be nice getting one of those.
We can go now.
I asked my parents for an allowance and my dad was like, why am I gonna pay you for shit you're supposed to be doing?
Oh, wait, is this? It is. I've been looking for this collector's edition for forever. This is a collection of illustrations from the shoujo manga I read. It even has a set of new short stories inside.
Huge.
I never thought I'd find this in a used bookstore. And in the novel section, too. Maybe the shop owner saw the short stories label and made a mistake. It's got all 3 volumes, too. This is amazing. Each volume is 6,000 yen. That means 18,000 yen total? Well, what should I do?
Okay, good.
Of course, all 3 volumes are great. The characters are portrayed so realistically. It's like they really exist. My monthly allowance is 5,000 yen, so it's not enough, even if I save my lunch money.
No, wait.
But I'll get it, no matter what.
If they ask me to buy it for it, it's over, but I'm poor right now.
Month after, or I'll get them by the time I graduate. I need to hide this where no one will see it. Oh, please don't get bought by someone else.
Okay, good. I didn't want to embarrass myself.
I really wish I had a bigger allowance, but I also don't want to make things hard for my mom.
Hey, I saw that. You were looking at that waitress, weren't you?
I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'll do anything you want. Anything.
Fuck! No, Sim!
Then how about you buy me that bag I was talking about before?
Sim!
I'm breaking up with you.
I used to think that money couldn't buy happiness or friends. That is, until recently. Oh, don't worry. I was just talking to myself. But I do sort of understand how he feels. That man has no confidence in himself. That's why he's so desperate to stay on the woman's good side.
Sim!
I think I can relate to that feeling. He just wants to be with her, no matter the cost.
No, Chihiro, you're better than that. Gonna clean up the dishes, pray for a pimp. Good luck, bro. Wear gloves. My mom saw my P3 post on Insta and asked me why I'm posting people with guns to their head. From the outside, this game is way too edgy for the average person. Bro's mom knows his Insta. It couldn't be me.
I can't help but feel like there are so many things in this world that I'll never have. Well, should we get going? If I stay here, I know I'll just want to go back to the bookstore and look at that illustration collection again.
She's so open now. It's nice. It's cute. It's because my sister was beside her over the shoulder when she was scrolling. You got your sister on your Insta? Couldn't be me. Tomatoes. I knew they were just gonna be like healing items and shit.
Marvelous. I'm looking forward.
Thank you.
Are you accepting a request? Very well.
I hope my courage ranks up. I want to go to the club. Woo! I have my siblings I know aren't sellouts on mine. I have my older brothers on mine. Not on my gaming one, but on my, like, normal one that I don't use Instagram at all. I don't use my gaming one or my, like, IRL one. I don't even have the app. My sister's cool. She don't be giving a fuck. That's good. I mean, my siblings are the same way, but, like, I'd be on some weird shit on social media.
Did you two ask around like we agreed?
Hell no.
Were we supposed to do something by today?
I told you.
I know. I'm kidding. Man, you've got such a short temper.
Fine, then we'll meet in the lounge after school. Don't forget.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta hang out with someone today, but none of the ones that are available are the ones that I want to do. So let's still fucking hang out with this guy. Might as well. Mitsuru's here. And Chihiro.
Thanks for all.
Well then, please excuse me.
Oh, can I borrow you for a moment? I'd like to hear your opinion on something. It's nothing serious, but some students think the school uniform should be abolished, and they're gathering supporters.
They got a point.
That's so irrational of you.
You don't know me.
Uniforms serve a purpose. It's a basic lesson that teaches you to play by the rules. These students that complain about uniforms think that they can be functional members of society? Laughable.
I don't
Sorry,
like this, man.
Reacted a bit there. I hate people with no common sense. I have very little desire to talk to them. And don't take that the wrong way. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Why don't you head on home? I'll lock up here when I'm finished. Get home safely.
Alright, bro. Her boyfriend watches me stream? That's hard. Is he send gifted?
Okay, as we agreed on Monday, we'll now hold a meeting to discuss what we've learned.
Wow, you're really into this.
Of course I am. I got lots of good info. And it turns out there was no angry ghost involved.
Oh, so that's what's important, huh?
First off, let's talk about how this rumor got started. The girl was found on the school grounds, so it does match the ghost story on that point. But why did the rumor spread so fast if this was the first time anything happened?
There were 3 victims.
Correct. But yeah, I was surprised when I found out. After that first incident, the exact same thing happened to 2 other students. All 3 victims had to be hospitalized. No wonder people thought it was a ghost. Okay, moving on. The victims were all in different classes, and at first glance, they don't seem to be connected. But they did have one thing in common. Anyone know what it was?
What is this? A quiz
They
show?
were bullies.
Do you know? What did all 3 victims have in common?
They hung out together.
Yep, that's right. Not just once or twice either. They all got in with a bad crowd and were always outlaid. Considering they all ended up the same way, it can't just be a coincidence. So, to find out what happened, we're gonna do some field research.
What? Field research?
Yep, there's one place where all 3 victims were regulars.
Whoa, hang on. You're not talking about that spot behind Port Island Station, are you?
Oh, you know about it?
Dude, you can't go there. I've heard all kinds of nasty rumors about that place.
Oh, really? Well, then all the more reason we should go together. You're coming with, right?
Of course. Junpei scared.
Now we're talking.
Oh man, I don't know about this. That place is seriously bad news. Do we really have to go there?
Soft.
Up until now, all we've done is follow orders. Isn't it about time we start thinking for ourselves?
I know what you mean, but man, you have to say it like that. I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
Then it's settled. We'll go tomorrow night, so plan accordingly.
Put him on the Power World and Persona 5.
Maybe.
Good games. Are you also playing Power World? I have not booted up since Tekken came out. I think I'm poor. I might be able to do something. I might be able to eat. Nope. My academics has to be going up soon. Damn.
Excuse me. Yes. Senpai, hurry! I hope no one spot that illustration
No.
collection.
Yes.
Please still be there.
Power World was fun.
Come on.
Wait.
You have a sister, Zach?
Genie, they said our class's materials fee hasn't been paid yet.
Bro stepping over the line.
Yeah, I was totally getting grilled in the faculty office just now.
All right, the money. I gave it to Mr. Takenozuka when he came to the office.
You were the one responsible for that money, weren't you, Fushimi-san? That means you were the last one who saw it.
But I just told you.
Well, the teacher told us we haven't paid yet. So doesn't that make this your fault?
Hey, come on now, bro.
Senpai?
Misunderstanding.
Yes, I think so too. I clearly remember giving the money to the teacher. It has to be some kind of mistake.
Look, just make sure you take care of it, alright? I'm sure it's exciting to have that much money, but you better do something before everyone finds out. Don't worry. We won't tell anyone.
Brother, it is not my fault or her fault.
Wait! You think those guys...
Students are such
they stole
dickheads
the money.
sometimes.
I couldn't stand up to them, but I didn't take anything. But how could I not worry? I'm being accused of stealing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I didn't steal anything. I'm certain I handed the money over. I'll just have to talk to Mr. Takenozuka about this. But what if he thinks I'm accusing him of stealing? Senpai, what should I do?
Let me do it.
I'm sorry. I know I can't just expect you to solve everything. This is my problem, so I need to figure it out on my own. Bookworms. I think I have to pass today. Sorry.
Those dickheads ruined my date night. No kiss.
All right, it's time. Let's get going.
They did steal it. Wanna play Persona 3 Reloaded? Actually, it's Persona 3 Reload.
How are you scared of ghosts, but totally fine with this?
Finish P5 first.
Because stuff you can't see is way creepier.
Actually, I'm more worried about the things I can see, like bats and knives.
And Nocturne.
Big deal, so it's a little dangerous. Come on, let's strike while the iron's hot.
Strike?
Yep, strike hard.
You're actually excited about this? Wait, serious? No way.
And they back here acting up. None of these niggas can dress.
Check out those rags. They're from Gecko High.
Oh man, this is even worse than I thought.
You must have taken a wrong turn. 'Cause this place ain't for you, buddy.
Well, I...
What I'm saying is, you being here is ruining our vibe. Beat it, goatee.
Goatee? Oh, you mean...
Junpei's scared as a bitch right now.
We don't need your permission to be here.
Hey, are you nuts? Read the room, won't you?
I can read just fine. Come on, don't be intimidated by these punks.
What'd you just say?
She just called us punks. Come on.
Yeah, it's tripping.
Post some
Again, there's
pictures that'll
nothing
make her
outside.
daddy cry. Hope you've been practicing your sexy poses.
Shut up, bitch. That's not funny.
That's too good. These guys are scum.
Oh, so now we're scum, huh? Man, I feel sorry for you, goatee. This bitch is a real pain in the ass, isn't she?
Damn. Good. Let him get up. Let him get up.
They didn't know what they were getting into. I'll make sure they leave. You good with that?
Who do you think you are, dumbass? They're not walking out of this. You want some too?
Mink? You don't fuck with Shinji, bro. He's him.
Cross the line. You think you're going home alive now?
Should we find out?
No. Or maybe not.
Oh man, what a loser.
Bastard. Your name's Aragaki, right? Yeah. Now I remember. Shinjiro Aragaki. You're from Gecko High too, aren't you?
Damn it, you're gonna regret this.
This nigga is a dropout.
Oh man, senpai, that was awesome.
I remember you. You guys were in Aki's room at the hospital. You idiots. Go home. You don't belong here.
Wait! Sorry, but there's something we need to know before we leave.
Did Aki tell you to come here?
No. Hey, Luke, can you... Hey, relax, pup. Chill.
What do you want to know?
It's okay.
Is this about that ghost story?
Yes, that's right.
Not gonna lie, y'all some idiots for pulling up. Dead ass.
The rumor's been going around. Those girls
I
who
forgot
wound
it's
up in the
Black History
hospital
Month.
talking
Yes,
shit
sir.
everywhere.
Show me some
They
respect.
brag about all the stuff they did to some girl named Yamagishi.
Yamagishi? You mean Fuka Yamagishi from 2E? They were picking on her?
That's why people are saying it's Yamagishi's ghost that did it.
Yamagishi-san's ghost? Wait, what do you mean by that?
You guys don't know? This Yamagishi girl might be dead. I heard she hasn't been home in over a week.
Wait, what? I thought she was just out recovering. So, you mean she's still missing?
Lou, don't leave.
So much for that ghost story.
Don't
Mr.
leave.
Akota is the homeroom teacher for 2E, right? Does he know about this?
Her head is so warm. Why is your head so warm?
It's you who can't
What are
let
you
go.
cooking up in there?
Nothing. Anyways, that's all I know. We done here?
Yeah, totally. Thanks a lot. Come on, show some appreciation.
Thanks.
I didn't do nothing.
Thank you for helping us, and for sharing what you know. That was really nice of you.
Huh?
Oh, sorry.
She's thinking too hard. Dead ass.
Just don't come here again.
Hell no. I'm drenched in cold sweat. But man, what Aragaki-san told us was shocking, huh?
Oh!
I'll let Kirijo-senpai know we found out about Yamagishi-san. The fact she's missing is no small matter. Man, we're totally gonna get yelled at for doing that without permission. Can already see it happening. I just made her mad. I was rubbing her head really fast and she didn't fuck with it. Wait, I want to see if I can get in the club now. Let's go. Oh yeah. They're not even moving. They're just frozen. Rarity fortune, gamble fortune. 3K! You got it. Oh, they are moving slightly. They're doing like a breathing animation. Where the fuck is Tanaka? He was usually at the mall. Oh well. I'm too poor for literally anything. We're going to study. Being out of Tartarus sucks. So broke. I need to go to the park today. To start this social link. What is it, a full? No, tomorrow's a full moon. Okay, we have time. 2 men hit me up. We're good. We're going to the park. Even though I'm going to the park to hang out with another man. It's fine though. Wait, is that fucking Ken?
Oh.
It's Ken!
Hey.
Where is bro? Oh shit. Let's hang out with the old people. Wait. I could go hang out with Maya. No, fuck it. Let's hang out with the old people. These are my folks.
Welcome.
What happened?
Don't you worry. She's crying because she's happy. She's an emotional woman, bless her heart. She's been like this since the day we met. You see, all the graduates from my son's class have come together. They're collecting signatures to save the persimmon tree.
Huge.
They say the tree is a memorial to their former teacher. They don't want it to be cut down.
That's great.
It was the same for our son's funeral. Many of them showed up for it. It's been so many years since then, but they still remember him.
They've given their precious time for our son. I don't know what to say. I'm so grateful.
You must be the one who called on them for this, right?
Hell no. That's right. Fuck it, we lied.
I knew it. I knew it from the very beginning. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were different from the other kids around here. You're a samurai. A modern-day samurai.
Yeah, bro's gassing me.
And before you know it, you'll graduate and step boldly into adulthood. Don't forget about us, you hear? Someday I'd love to grab a drink, you and me. But for now, you'll have to make do with this.
Tea? Cielo milk.
See you
Appreciate
again
you.
soon.
Alright, we get some plot tomorrow.
Oh, it's you. Wait.
Defeated clairvoyant relic. Okay, yeah, we've already done all that. Let's go study again. And then tomorrow, we game. I can't wait to be done with academics, bro. That shit is taking up all our time. Everything we do after school is in pursuit of academics. Anything for Mitsuru, though.
Oh, Kirijo
Alright, here we
senpai.
go. Plot time.
Same reason you are. Mr. Ikoda, I'm here to ask you about a student named Fuka Yamagishi.
No!
The Fook.
Please, I never thought it'd turn out this way. Fuka. Hey, I remember you.
What did you do to Yamagishi?
Hold on, Kirijo-kun. This isn't an interrogation. Stop scaring her. Moriyama, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to. You wouldn't want to give her the wrong idea.
Fuka, she always looked so frazzled whenever I gave her a hard time. That's when I realized she may be a model student, but deep down she's just like us. And because of that, I knew exactly which buttons to push. We were just messing with her earlier that day, too. It was May 29th. We took Fuka to the gym and locked the door from the outside.
Motherfuckers.
You trapped her inside?
That's fucked up.
That night, Maki got worried Fuka might commit suicide, so she went back to the school by herself, but she never came back. And the next morning,
She was found lying outside the front gate.
I went to the gym to let Fuka out, but the door was still locked. So I opened it and went inside, but she wasn't there. We all freaked out. Starting that night, we went out looking for her, but every night, another one of us wouldn't come back. And then they all ended up like Maki.
I see. Mr. Akoda, all this time you've been reporting Yamagishi as absent due to illness. But the truth of the matter is
They were
that
sending them bitches into
you had to have
Tartarus,
known
bro.
this. Explain yourself.
I
I
was
mean, you
thinking
can
of the
do.
students, of course. You children may not understand, but we have to consider the future of everyone affected.
Teachers
You
are
chose
so
not to
ass,
report
bro.
a missing child for the good of the class, and not because you didn't want the police involved.
It was in her best interest. I wouldn't want her record to
Shitty.
be shamed by something like this. Her parents agreed.
So to protect your career, you ignored your responsibility as a teacher.
Tell him, Mitsuru.
Despicable.
Tell him.
No, I didn't mean. I was just.
Fuck that guy. Teachers
You
ain't
can
shit.
go now. We'll handle the rest.
Wait, but.
Don't worry. This won't be the last you'll hear of this.
She's talking like she's his boss.
About your friends. Did you notice anything unusual about them before they went missing? Anything at all?
Let's
A
go.
voice. A creepy voice. They all mentioned it right before they went missing. They said they could hear it, calling their name.
Oh, man.
Senpai, could it be?
It's them. No doubt about it. Up until now, we've never been able to predict who exactly would become aware during the dark hour.
You got bro tripping over words and flabbergasted. Sent bro on his way, told him to get lost. Dead ass, bro. She's fucking fantastic.
After seeing all of this, they're clearly targeting humans. Shadows are most definitely the enemy of mankind. Stay at our dorm tonight. That should be the safest place. If you hear the voice, tell us immediately. And don't leave your room no matter what happens. If you can manage that, you should be fine. Don't worry. Yamagishi should be all right as well.
He's perfect.
Iori and Takeba too. We'll meet after school in the student council room to discuss tonight's operation.
Tonight?
Full moon
Yes.
time, boy.
We are going to rescue Fuka Yamagishi. If my guess is right, she's still inside the school.
Understood.
Good. You're all here. Tonight, we're infiltrating the campus. Our objective is to rescue Fuka Yamagishi.
I don't get it. Are you saying Yamagishi is inside the school somewhere?
He's in Tartarus, my
And
nigga.
why are we doing this at night? At midnight, this place turns into...
Yeah.
That's how Yamagishi wandered into Tartarus.
Wait! You mean Yamagishi-san's been over there ever since she got locked in the gym?
That's right.
Dude, she's been stuck in Tartarus for like a week.
10 days ago.
10 days in Tartarus,
Look at
bro.
it. She's gotta be.
She's built different.
Don't lose hope just yet. Tartarus only appears during the dark hour. So where does it go for the rest of the day?
It doesn't exist?
That's a good point.
This is just a theory. But I think time flows differently in Tartarus. So even though it's been 10 days for us, it could have only been 10 hours for her. There's a chance she's still alive.
That's still a long ass time.
Wow, you think so? But
These
wait,
boys get worn out after an
isn't the
hour
dark
in
hour
Tartarus.
pretty brutal though? Even for us, how could she last 10 days worth in there?
That is true. And even if she is still alive, we might not be able to get to her.
Are you just gonna abandon her then? I have an idea. Let's try to enter Tartarus the same way Yamagishi did. We'll go to the gym and wait for midnight. That'll be the quickest way.
Is that really gonna work?
In all honesty, I can't say I fully agree with this. If something goes wrong, you could all end up lost in Tartarus too. But
I'm not just gonna stand here and do nothing. If there's a chance we can save her, I'd never forgive myself. If you guys aren't with me, then I'm going in on my own.
Senpai?
Nah, bro, I'm in.
all right, we know it's risky, but we also can't just leave her there.
Right. And we won't know until we try.
Guess we're sneaking into the school then. In that case, I've got just the thing.
What now,
You
Junpei? What now, bro? I mess with him, bro's determined. Dead ass. He's hard.
This is a problem. I can't get a hold of the chairman.
Well, that's not a big deal, right?
There is one issue. Without the chairman's help, I'm not sure how we can get inside the school.
No need to worry. I've got it all set.
All set? An explosive? All right, I'll let you handle this.
There's no time to waste.
Junpei coming in clutch for once.
An actual explosive?
No. All I did was unlock a door.
Huge.
See? We got in no problem. Man, I'm a genius.
Is there really something to brag about here?
So you unlocked it earlier. Très bien.
Oui, good job. We should find somewhere to get ourselves ready. Your classroom should work, right?
What?
Trey Ben? Is that French or something? Why are they talking in different languages anyway?
It's like,
Can we turn on the light?
he's so stupid, but it's funny.
Aw, you scared?
No, I'm not.
Trey Ben?
Stupid.
Hey, that's uncalled for.
Quiet. We need to get started. It's better for us if the lights are off. They cut the power at night anyway.
I don't really like sneaking around.
First, we have to find the key to the gym. It should be in either the faculty office or the janitor's room. You three check the faculty office. Akihiko and I will take the janitor's room. After that, we'll meet in the main hallway on the first floor. Understood?
All right.
So, we're searching the faculty office, huh? Hey, maybe we'll find some test questions.
Maybe I should go to the faculty office too. It sounds interesting.
You're not planning to do something unethical under my supervision, are you? I suppose you'll need to be executed.
Hey, come on! Obviously, I was joking.
Luna's tripping to death. Nothing
All
is
I
happening.
meant by interesting was that there's a higher chance of finding the key there.
Enough with the excuses. Let's head to the janitor's room. Iori, you're coming with us.
All right, let's get this over with.
Head to the faculty office. Let's go.
Do you hear something?
She's tripping. Hold on.
It was just a security guard.
Okay. I've calmed the beast. Let's hurry.
I know. My phone. Why now? And of course, it's just spam. I mean, that would freak most people out, right?
No.
Come on, the thing just rang out of
I
nowhere.
got used to the barking. I mean, same. But like, I was looking at my OBS and I saw my mic picking it up every time she barked. That was cute. Let's riz.
What? That's not funny, you know.
She was so confused. Like, nigga, what?
No. It's so dark, I can barely read these. What does it say on this one? Really? Let me see. Yeah, this is it. I'm sure they won't mind if we borrow
Use your
this.
phone light, bro. Tripping. Yukari kind of elite in the remake. She's good. I like her. The new voice is
We're
Carrie.
supposed to meet up with everyone in the main hallway.
Lou, get over here, bro. Stop like looking for shit to bark at. She wants to bark, bro.
Did you find the key?
Sure did.
You know, I heard a scream that sounded kind of familiar.
Huh?
Wait, you actually did? I was just kidding.
Phones have flashlights back then? No, you'd have to use like the screen, the backlight of the screen.
All right, we'll divide into teams again. 3 of you will enter Tartarus, and 1 of you will remain outside with me. Once the dark hour begins, I'll pinpoint Yamagishi's position.
I'm going in. You come too. You can take the lead as usual.
Then I'll be the third.
Wait a second, Yucatan. Remember how I accidentally screwed up on the monorail? Give me a chance to make up for that.
Oh, come on. It's not always about you. Besides, you didn't accidentally screw up.
All right, Junpei, we'll give you another shot. And with that, the teams are set.
Sweet. Thanks.
What?
What's wrong, Takepa? Do you have a problem staying with Mitsuru?
No, it's fine.
It's almost time.
I want to be with Mitsuru.
That's right. Guess I'm alone after all. Fuka. No. No, I don't want to hear this. Calling me. I have to go to school. Tell her I'm sorry.
She's geeking.
So...
We still haven't heard back from them. The transmission range is at max, too.
I hope that girl Moriyama is okay at the dorm.
Unfortunately, no place is completely safe in the dark hour. But we couldn't risk bringing her here. And having one of us stay behind to watch her wasn't an option either.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, we are all here for Yamagishi-san's sake.
I'm here. I've confirmed your position. You're higher up than I expected. You're barely in communication range. Is everyone all right?
I don't know. Got separated.
Akihiko! Come in, Akihiko!
Is he out of range? That's worrying.
But yeah, isn't it weird how our flat ass cell phones have a built-in flashlight? I want my shit to have a built-in vape. I think there's phone cases that are like a vape that I've seen before. I don't know if they were real or not, but I have seen them.
Are you awake? This is the first time we've spoken outside of your room. Don't worry, you'll see them soon. But we don't have
But
much time
flashlights
to
on
talk.
phones are
Tonight,
relatively
there's
new.
more than one ordeal you must face. You should hurry. She's waiting for you. You guys will need her.
That shit used to just be a flash and not
I
a,
hope we meet again.
or a flash for pictures, not like an actual flashlight.
Are you alright? It's too far. I'm sorry. Find
Communication has been lost. We're on our own.
Who's there?
Book! Book, I'm coming.
What's your current location? Reply immediately.
Are you human?
It is her, the Fook.
Where am I? Why am I here? Please, answer me.
Voice actor sounding kind of good.
Is someone there?
But Suru, I'm a silent protagonist. I can't talk to you. Fook. It's F-U-U-K.
Hey, here he is. Man, we were worried about you.
Glad y'all boys are safe.
I don't think we should enter Tartarus this way again.
Oh yeah. Did you hear a voice on your way here? Yeah, kind of like.
Yeah, bro, I heard the
Who's
Fook.
there? Are you human?
Luna, bro. Hey, come here, bro.
Wait, didn't that come from behind us?
Lou! Get your ass in here! And relax. Bro, Lou?
Wow,
Chill.
You're alive. That's awesome. Never fear, the heroes are here.
Good to see you. Okay, come with us.
Thank you so much.
You're safe now, Fook.
Yes, I'll be fine. Sorry, I'm just so relieved.
Looks like I made the right call then. I'll see if I can contact Mitsuru.
What is this place? One second I was at school, and then...
It's kind of a long story. We can explain after we get out of here.
Mitsuru, can you hear me? No good. All I hear is static.
Oh, are you hurt anywhere? You've probably seen the monsters wandering around, right?
So, there is something dangerous in here then. I've
She looks
gotten by
really
without
good.
them finding me so far.
Wait, you've avoided them this entire time? How is that possible?
It's hard to describe, but I can sort of tell where they are.
What do you mean? Are you saying you're psychic or something?
She has the same power as Mitsuru, actually. She might be even stronger. Mitsuru's persona was always more combat-focused to begin with.
Persona?
Lou, please stop, bro. There's nothing to bark at. Just sit or something, bro. Please, damn.
Is this a gun?
Think of it as a
Is this a
lucky charm.
blick?
It doesn't actually fire bullets.
Okay.
All right, let's get out of here.
Whoa, check out the moon. It's huge. I don't think I've ever seen it so bright.
There's some research that
Just think
indicates
that all
the
Persona
shadows are
games after
affected
this
by
will
the
probably
phases
look
of
good
the moon.
visually from now
Although
on.
the same thing is
Dead
true
ass.
about
Like either
humans.
this good or
That
better.
would explain Yucatan's mood swings. Hey, wasn't it a full moon the night we went to the monorail?
Hmm? It was.
Is something wrong?
Hey, did you see the moon on the night the dorm was attacked back in April?
It was.
Today is June 8th. The monorail incident happened on May 9th. And the assault in the dorm was on April 9th. They were all on a full moon. Mitsuru, are you there?
Nico, shut those up.
Hey, can you hear me? Mitsuru, come in! Mitsuru? Mitsuru!
I already said that. He did.
Much bigger than the others.
I think Zach was streaming at the time, so he didn't get to get in on that combo.
Damn it!
What the hell's going on? I'm totally lost here.
It's one of them. If my guess is right, they come every full moon. We've gotta hurry.
Hey,
It's a boss.
wait for me.
What?
Mitsuru's bike now.
There's two of them? Mitsuru! Takeba!
They got caught lacking.
What's going on? Nothing's working!
Sonata-san, gotta draw the shadows away.
Yeah, I'm on it. Hey, if it's a fight you want, then you've got it!
Akihiko, be careful. Normal attacks don't work on them.
Hey, what the?
Fuka.
No, what are you doing here?
Stupid.
Moriyama-san?
Hey, come back!
Please, get out of here! It's not safe!
I had to tell you. I'm sorry.
Hey, look out!
Why does that bitch got jiggle physics?
I have to protect her.
Fuck it. Fook Awakening. Her design is really good. I love it. Kind of creepy, but I like it.
Yamagishi-san?
A persona?
I can see. I can see these monsters' weaknesses.
The true Navi has arrived.
Just as I thought. Mitsuru, let her take your place. We'll handle these guys.
Mitsuru gets to be on our team. Not now, but soon.
I'll begin searching for the monster's weaknesses. Please give me some time.
Wonder if they have new artists or something because the portraits look different. Yeah.
What to do?
Everything about this hoe looks fantastic. Or
Can't stop me now.
or
One step at a time.
or ooh, that was a cool animation.
It's done. I can start the analysis at any time.
Book. Analyze.
Please tell me when to activate it.
Now. Full analysis. Insel will deplete your SP. Bring out a full analysis will reveal the enemy's weakness. Use it to battle more effectively. Note that a full analysis can only be done after everyone, both allies and enemies, have ended their turn in the first round. Okay. Gotcha.
Never mind.
Which that's already happened, so... $35 SP.
I didn't know I had this kind of power.
Good job, Book.
Just what we hoped for. It's even more accurate than you.
This seems much better than it was in the previous game. Much better. Because it's immediate. Like, you don't have to wait a turn. You just go.
The enemy lines are broken. Now's your chance.
Let's go.
What's next? Can't stop me now.
Junpei's kind of useless in this fight.
It's all yours.
Sure. I'll go with. This is it.
The enemy.
Let's do it.
Better I'll take care of this. Go, Polyjuicer! It's all you.
Got it. What to do?
Come, Persona.
Might just have to block with Junpei. Since there's no pass. What is this? This changes their weaknesses? Yeah.
So they were changing their affinity. No wonder.
Slick. Okay, we're still busting ass. Let me see. We're still ready.
Come on, I'll show 'em.
Now Junpei can eat.
I'll give 'em hell. Persona. Now. Let's have it, fellas.
It's a cool boss mechanic, but like Book is just too good.
Can't stop me now. Like this.
Wow. Well, that bitch is dead? Good shit, Akihiko. We ball.
Who's gonna win this?
You take this one.
Right.
Alright, he should be dead. What? Bro, 22 damage is crazy. Weave. But my normal attack did more than the all-out attack. What the hell? Easy.
Damn, I'm getting jacked.
Are there more of them?
Don't worry.
I wonder if there's gonna be XP share in this game. Then, OG. The party members that weren't in combat simply got no XP whatsoever.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
It's all right. She's just exhausted.
Puka,
Where did those two shadows come from?
Somewhere outside of Tartarus. Just like with the dorm and the monorail.
Outside, huh?
What are we gonna do about Moriyama-san? She knows about the Dark Hour and the shadows.
It doesn't matter. She's not like us, so she won't remember anything that happens in the Dark Hour. The good news is she didn't fall victim to the shadows despite hearing their call. So I don't think she'll get drawn in again. She's safe now.
But doesn't that mean she'll forget Yamagishi-san saved her life?
It's for the
Doesn't
better.
seem right.
Actually, I get the feeling that things will work out.
I'm sorry, Fuka. I'm so sorry.
It looks like she's learned her lesson.
I'm sorry.
See, kids, this is why you don't bully. It wasn't easy, but we managed to rescue Fook. The mysterious boy appeared again. His warning doesn't seem to be just a dream. But I can't make any sense of it right now. I feel way too exhausted. Should get some rest as soon as I get back to the dorm. Give me Mitsuru now.
Good morning.
Hey, we got her. Not what I was talking about, but she's here. Yamagishi and Moriyama are recovering nicely. They'll be released from the hospital in the next few days. That's good to hear.
Precisely.
Yes, it is. Luna's tripping. Class is ended. Who we chilling with? Chihiro time? Put in a filler arc. So we gotta wait. No. Did I get any money? Hell no, I didn't get any money. What the fuck? Study. Study. Dude, Tartarus missions, like the actual plot shit, you get no bread. I think my neighbors are doing shit outside, and that's why Luna's barking. fucking annoying. Go out there with like a fucking tractor or something. Fucking up my game time. Not really. I don't really mind the barking. I just don't like it like all on stream. It's just loud. Hey, I was thinking. You think Kirijo-senpai saved Yamagishi-san because it was the right thing to do? Or is it because she's a Persona user and you need her? She has good intentions.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, I guess it's really up to Yamagishi-san whether or not she joins us. Sorry to bring this up out of the blue. Good. Fukari, good.
Our next topic.
When can I start Yukari's thing? What the fuck? Why is bro sending me hearts? Maiko Day. Wait, wrong place. This is also a filler.
Welcome back.
Hey, listen.
Still waiting for food. Study. I'm fucking poor. No one's even doing Tartarus. Oh, we can't go to Tartarus because Mitsuru's not here. So yeah, we're straight chilling. 4. Let's go. We might be able to Riz Mitsuru soon. That's fast, bro. 4 in June is fast. Holy shit. I probably could have got it a little faster if I would have recognized I needed to go to Wakatsu earlier. Yamagishi's being released today. I need to talk to her. Command room when you get home. Bet. Chihiro. Fuck it, bro. I'm collabing with Luna at this point. Let's go, Chihiro.
That missing fee money from the other day still hasn't turned up yet. No one said anything to me, but I know what they're all thinking. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. I'm supposed to be a member of the student council. I'm going to look for some books.
Yeah, there's no way it could have been anyone else. It's gotta be her. It's that
Bruh.
first year on the student council, Fushimi. The gloomy girl.
I'm
with the
right
long hair and
here.
glasses, the one who's always reading. I hear she stole all the class's money. 2,500 yen per person. Damn, I could buy a brand name purse with that much.
Well, I heard she has no father. So there's no way they could have that much money since her mom only works part-time.
See? How
Well,
could
they're
it
so
not be her?
mean.
And with such an innocent face, too.
Yeah, this is all a misunderstanding. Shut the fuck up. You finna
Is
find
he a
out.
friend of Fushimi-san's? Probably not. He doesn't look like the type that would hang out with her. Excuse me, this is the library. Please show some respect.
Yeah, please shut the fuck up.
Let's go outside. Well, we can finish talking there.
Bye bye.
I couldn't find any books.
Chihiro looks like she's about to cry. She must have heard everything.
Let's go.
Those rude bitches.
You heard all that, right? There have been rumors going around my class. The only time I feel safe now is when I'm with you. I don't really have anyone else I can count on.
I know you're innocent, bro. Fuck them.
Oh, thank you. You're the only one who's on my side. I don't know what I'd do on my own right now. I'm sure I sound like I'm helpless, but, I'm okay, just so you know. I don't think it's right for me to always be counting on you. I have to solve this on my own.
We're almost done with her social link. We're speedrunning this hoe.
I have to go now, Senpai. Excuse me.
Bye-bye. Fuka's home tonight. And I'm going into Tartarus as soon as I can. With Mitsuru.
So, you're Fuka Yamagishi-kun.
Yes.
Relax, there's no need to be nervous. Go on and have a seat.
Okay.
I just want to quickly mention that everyone did an excellent job uncovering the truth. And one other thing to report. I've heard that all 3 girls have regained consciousness.
Huge.
Great news.
From what I understand, they each came to the school around midnight and waited for the security guard to leave. Then, once the dark hour began, they were attacked by shadows near the gate. Because of the situation's similarities to an old ghost story, rumors naturally spread quickly.
I knew right from the beginning that it wasn't a ghost.
It's all my fault.
What? Where'd you get that from? You were the victim in all this.
But all of those rumors started because I was absent for so long.
That's totally not your fault.
I don't think we could have won that fight if you hadn't been there. You saved our lives. That's not something just anyone could have done. Take pride in that. You have a special power that you can use to help others.
A special power?
We call it Persona. And right now, our group absolutely needs your abilities. Can we count on you to help us?
Are you asking me to join you?
Dude, her new portrait looks so good.
Yuricho-senpai.
Only if you want to, bro. Room-kun.
I think you'd make a good addition to the team, too.
Sanada-senpai.
You know we're not trying to pressure you. So if you need some time to think about it.
I'll do it.
She's
It would be
in.
my honor.
Fuck all that.
What? Are you sure? If you do join, you'll have to move into the dorm.
That's fine. I'd rather live here than at home anyway.
Thank you. We really appreciate this. We'll have the school talk to your parents to resolve any issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait a minute. Aren't we dragging her into this a bit fast?
It's okay. Really.
One other topic I'd like to discuss is those special shadows. We had another encounter this month. While we still don't know where they're coming from, I do believe Sanada-kun is right. They seem to appear alongside the full moon. This, at least, will help us plan for the future.
So, the next full moon is showtime, huh?
Knowing when to expect them is a big advantage for us. Now, on the day of the fight, we'll be ready to get in the ring.
Figured out the pattern for when special shadows appear. Is this what the mysterious boy was trying to tell me? Should start paying attention to the moon's phases. Oh, trust me, I have been. I'm locked in. We study. I'm still poor. Gonna hit up Tartarus ASAP.
Morning.
Good morning. Hey, Room-kun, what do you think of Yamagishi-san? She's cute. That's not what I meant. It's just, doesn't it feel like she wasn't really given a choice in joining the team? Hope she'll be okay. Oh, you asked.
Hey, did you hear? Apparently, Mr. Akoda's in hot water.
Really? What'd he do?
I don't know, but I think it's serious. Sexual harassment, maybe?
Oh.
I can totally see that.
Oh.
Good morning. Hey, look! It's the ghost girl!
Quiet, she can hear you.
Oh, Fuka, you're here. Moriyama-san? I heard you started living in the dorms. Yes. You're looking glum today, as usual. Well, if you got something on your mind, you can always talk to me. You could probably use a friend, huh? Moriyama-san. Come on, you don't gotta be so stiff.
They're so mean to
Call me
food.
Natsuki. Thank you.
She did nothing wrong. Let's see. Who can we chill with today? No Chihiro. Damn, these all suck. Let's chill with XQC.
I must.
Fuck it.
So up, so down, so all around. If the Koku doesn't sew, then I will show it. We should take a break for now. You have gotten much better at this. Tsubarashi, wonderful.
Thanks, bruh.
I have to get better too. I am glad to have such a great Tomodachi as my rival. By the way, I have a question for you. I would like to make something Japanese, but what?
Kimono. That'd be hard.
A kimono! Yes! It has to be a kimono. But, kimonos are very hard to make. I don't really know where to start. And the material is not exactly affordable. I have to think about it. But I appreciate the advice. You are the only one I can talk to here in this country. As long as I have you, I will be okay. Daijoubu.
Jobu. What arcana? Oh, he's temperance.
Oh la la.
These social links during the day without like
See you later.
Chihiro and shit are kind of ass. I don't like hanging out with any of the guys. I never have.
Welcome back.
When can we Tartarus? Does it say limit on the moon? I've never seen that before. We got some plot.
You've prevailed yet again. Do you remember what I said before about everything coming to an end? Well, I recalled something else. I'm pretty sure the end is unavoidable. But it's kind of weird. It doesn't feel that inevitable right now, considering the vast potential inside you. Plus, it seems like your powers changed quite a bit. Hey, if you don't mind, can I be your friend? I'm really curious about you.
Sure, bro.
What do you say?
What's your name?
Name? Oh, I see. I need a name. My name is Pharaohs. I know we'll get along great.
He's excited. He did a little dance. And feel the beginnings of a bond with a mysterious boy, Pharaohs. Oh. Death. Fuck it.
Thou shalt have.
The mysterious boy.
Well, it's getting late, so I'm going now.
Wait, fuck. I needed to check with Elizabeth so I don't miss the date. I don't remember when I can start those, but I need to go be looking.
Good morning.
Good morning, room. Yamagishi will be living in the dorm with us starting today. From this point on, she'll be providing us with support in Tartarus. That means I can start joining battles. Let's go!
Yes.
Even if I'm a bit slow starting out, rest assured that I'll catch up in no time. Thank God, bro. I've been waiting for this. On my Akihiko shit.
Oh, good. You're all here. I know this is sudden, but the chairman will be coming by again this evening. I'd like everyone to gather at the usual place tonight.
He just came by the other day. Something happened?
Apparently, he's prepared some special gifts for us. I know it'll be busy with Yamagishi moving into the dorm, but I'd appreciate it if you could all come by.
Special? Does that mean we can expect something good?
I don't know. This is Ikutsuki-san we're talking about. He's probably just gonna tell us some new joke he made up.
I thought you go Chihiro. Chihiro. If she's available, I'm hanging out.
Thank you.
This is a filler.
Yamagishi-san, are you in there?
Yes, come in.
I think we should start heading to the command room and... Huh? You already finished unpacking? I was planning on helping you out later, too.
Well, I didn't have too much with me, so I finished a lot sooner than I expected.
Oh, are you good with computers by any chance? You think you could teach me? I'm really not good with stuff like that.
Sure.
Maybe girl brought the gaming laptop out.
Are you looking into something?
Yes. I figured I should know everyone's defining characteristics and whatnot to prepare for battle. I can't do any actual fighting, so I need to make myself useful.
Oh, I see. You're a really hard worker, Yamagishi-san. And you've got an amazing ability, too. Now that I think about it, everyone in this dorm is pretty amazing, huh? Sanada-senpai is hands down one of the strongest. And our leader has a power unlike anyone else's. I bet Kirijo-senpai is strong, too. And Junpei... well, he's... whatever. But what do I have? I'm only half the person everyone else here is. I couldn't even do anything the last full moon. Maybe I don't need to be here after all.
That's not true at all.
Huh?
I was told that a persona is the power of the soul, also known as your other self. That's why I think a person's personality and feelings are reflected in their persona. For example, Takeba-san, your persona has healing powers, right? That's because there's a kindness in you that no one else has.
I'm not kind at all. I just don't want to see anyone go down or get hurt, that's all. Come on. I think Ikutsuki-san's gonna be here soon. Oh, and you can just call me Yukari. I hope you like it here, Fuka.
I'm sure I will. Thank you, Yukari-chan.
Sorry for calling you all again so soon, but I brought something special today. Well, let me just show you before I get into explaining what it is. I'd like to provide you with some new equipment.
Wait, new drip? Hold up.
After spending quite some time in development, we're now ready for the battle testing phase. The shadows are getting stronger. You just barely won the last battle. We can only
This didn't happen in the last
even
game.
more powerful still. That's why you all need something more to stay in the fight. From now on, I want everyone to use these during your operations. Combat gear, complete with a matching armband. And your new trump card in the battle against the shadows. Cartridges that enable the use of Theurgy.
This is brand new. Theurgy.
Theurgy means spiritual magic that could reach the gods in Greek. To put it simply, it synchronizes with the user's emotions, and when the right conditions are met, allows them to unleash an attack of immense power.
Oh, you're
Huge.
talking about signature attacks. Oh yeah, I've been waiting for something like this. Okay, how does it work?
Well, about that, it's a bit difficult to explain. I think it might be easier if you just try it out for yourselves.
You're asking a lot.
Hold on. Isn't it dangerous to use something like this without knowing how it works?
Oh, don't worry about that. It's been well tested and determined completely safe. Oh, there's a manual for it as well. Take a look at it if you feel the need. Well,
I'm
sure
hyped.
glad I made it in today. With Yamagishi-kun joining us, Kirijo-kun can go back to being a frontline fighter. That means Cease is going to have a new lineup after today. And what better time than now to roll out this new weapon? Don't you agree? Oh, would you look at the time? I'd like to talk more about this, but I've been quite busy with the investigation into those large shadows. I think we're on the verge of a breakthrough, though, so I'll be sure to let you know what we find out soon. Okay, I'm leaving the rest to you, Kirijo-kun.
And there he goes.
I sort of thought this before, but he's rather laid back, isn't he?
More like careless.
It's fine. We should just give it a go like the chairman said.
In fact, since everyone's already here, now might be the best opportunity.
Let's go to
head into
Tartarus.
Tartarus and try out our new equipment. I've been wanting to get back into the swing of things anyway. And this will serve as a good test of our team lineup with
This
Yamagishi
Tartarus
as
session
backup.
is going to be huge.
How does that sound?
Hopefully they let me stay in.
Man, this trump card stuff is getting me so pumped up. I'm gonna be all like, take this, Super Ace Junpei attack! Or
Hell no.
A
Boo.
little nervous since it's my first time, but I'll follow your lead.
All right. We'll go into Tartarus once everyone is geared up.
Understood.
No, I'm excited to see what this Theurgy shit is. A cutscene? Yo, oh, new drip too. Ooh. You look good. New drip go crazy. I fuck with that.
Oh,
Looks
man,
really
this
good.
is awesome. We're like a super elite task force.
Come on, could you at least wear it like you're supposed to? Oh, but it does look like everyone's outfits are a bit different.
Each one is made to complement our physiques and fighting styles. And we're testing the prototype out on me. But it feels even better than it did before.
It's very light and sturdy. I wonder if it's the same materials they use in the military, or maybe even the ones for spacesuits.
Seems like this armband isn't just for decoration either.
According to the manual, there are a bunch of different features built into it. For example, it can give you a readout of your vitals. What else? There's also a function that notifies you when you can use your theurgy?
What does that do?
Sorry, it doesn't look like there's much information about that. All I can tell is that you load the cartridge into your evoker to use it.
Then let's make that our objective for today. Make sure to stay alert, everyone. All right, Yamagishi. You're going to be our backup, just like I mentioned before. This time, I'll be joining the rest of you in battle.
Fuck
I'm
yes.
going too. I gotta make sure my skills are still sharp.
Me too.
All right. Then including our leader, that will be our team.
Wait, I want to go too. I was so ready for this. You can't just put me on standby.
We can't go without our leader. You stay here and support Yamagishi.
Gotta keep our ace in reserve.
Oh, really? When you put it that way, how can I refuse? Don't worry, Fuka.
Gotta gas him up a little.
Okay.
There he goes again. Fuka, if it gets too dangerous, just leave him behind. And don't be afraid to smack him if he tries anything funny.
Okay, got it.
Huh? You get it?
Yamagishi, could you scout the area and find a good floor for us to start on?
Okay. It seems different in here from before.
Well, that's nothing new, right?
No, not like that. It seems distorted. It's probably just temporary. I'll try and find a stable floor for us to start on.
You can tell that much already? Wow, Fuka.
It could be because we didn't enter the usual way last time. Or because of those huge shadows. We have no idea what's gonna happen in here. Not that I'm complaining, though.
All right, let's go.
The game's about to open up.
Oh, that new sword looks pretty cool. And this bow I got is really light and looks pretty easy to use. I can't wait to see it in action.
So, the chairman got us all new weapons,
Oh,
too,
shit.
huh? Guess we should be thanking him.
He barely explained anything, though. Sometimes I can't tell if he's actually helpful or not.
All of this has been custom made for us. You can tell because of the C's mark engraved on everything. As always, you're in command. And make sure to check the equipment before we get started.
Nice. Bro hooked us up. Let's see what we got. 108? Goddamn. I don't even think Fuka needs any of that. She has no weapon. She has Futaba drip. This is nice. Let's go in.
Yes.
Once we get Aegis, we'll be in.
Looks like we're here. Yamagishi, do you copy?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you picking up any shadows?
It looks like there's one close by. Be careful.
All right, let's head over there and feel things out.
We could use this theurgy shit.
Honestly.
You're approaching a shadow. Get ready for battle.
Roger that.
Leader, are you ready?
It's just a normal boy.
Then let's go.
Now's our chance.
How do I do this theurgy shit?
What's next?
They'll probably tell me when
Never mind.
I'm able to.
Eliminated. Nice one, Sonata-senpai.
Oh, fuck.
I'll hit them where it hurts.
Oh god, she has fucking Mare and Karen. Fuck out of here.
Show you that I haven't lost my touch.
Go ahead, baby girl. Let's see it. Woo! Eating.
I'll slice you to pieces. Out of my sight. Crushing victory.
She's so bad.
Looks like everything went well.
I'm about to put her in Makoto's drip.
Amazing. Great job. Thank you, Yukari-chan. I still sense some enemies nearby. Keep an eye out if you decide to engage them.
Oh, we're engaging them, all right.
It's time. Cute. Maybe I'm just biased on this outfit, but who knows?
Do you see any shadows? They should be.
And you don't show us this theurgy shit.
Shall I move to strike? Persona!
Enemy defeated! Keep going, Kirito-senpai!
It's my turn now.
Hey, Kari has a lot of skills. Alright, let's eat.
By the way,
Combat uniform seems to be working out. What about that theurgy thing? Exactly, I've been wondering. Yamagishi, have you figured anything out on your end? I'm sorry, it's still unclear. I'm picking something up during battle, though.
I see.
There's no pressure, just continue your observation.
Oh, hello.
Let's do this.
Only one shadow left, you said.
We see them.
Whoop ass.
3 enemies!
What
Be
to do?
careful!
This is it.
Oh wait, we have Fuka now.
Enemy down!
Who's weak to just blunt? Do I have any blunt on me? Do not.
I'm ready.
Only 2 left.
Kirito-senpai, that was amazing.
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I wish Fuka would hurry up and pick out the theurgy so I can see what that shit is.
Perfect coordination.
Kneel before me, they last
I no
queen.
longer detect any shadows. All the
It's all coming back to me. It would be wise for me to keep battling.
Let's keep going then. Let's head to the stairs that lead up.
I'm going all the way to the top if y'all let me. They forcefully yoinked me out. I'm gonna be sad. Especially with Mitsuru here, bro. I just want to be here. I've been waiting for this shit.
Hang on. I'm sensing something on the floor above us. Something strange.
is it some kind of powerful shadow?
No, it feels similar to the distortion I felt earlier.
Roger. Let's move carefully and assess the situation when we get upstairs.
Actually, we got separated.
What? Why is it all dark? Where did everyone go?
Please, everybody, just stay calm. It looks like you were all sent to different locations on this floor.
So they separated us by force.
There's danger lurking in this darkness. We need to regroup as soon as possible. Yamagishi, can you guide us?
Why now? Fuka, where should I go if I want to...
Yukari-chan, look out!
Huh?
Bro. She's getting fucked on.
Leader, you're here!
Are they gonna make being separated, like, actually matter now? Damn. Hey, relax.
Not again.
Damn!
Everyone's
My
always
brother in
protecting
Christ,
me.
Yukari, help me.
Getting hurt because of it. What am I even doing?
Yukari-chan!
Fuka, I need you to back me up. I'll hold this thing off until everyone else gets here. Focus. One more. Help me.
Yo, she's going off. She's auto battling.
Wait, is this? Yukari-chan, load the cartridge into your evoker!
Oh shit, Yukari's the first one to use theurgy? Let's see this shit. When emotions run high in battle, you or your party members will be able to activate theurgy. They activate it on your turn when your theurgy gauge is at max. Unlike normal skills, they do not cost HP or SP. Press R2. Yo, let's go. This is sick. Deals severe wind damage to one foe, ignores resistances. Fuck yeah. That was pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. I need to see everyone's.
Are you okay? I'm sorry. It was all my fault.
Good to see you're okay, bro. She just
Thanks,
ulted.
But you shouldn't be so reckless.
Takeba, leader!
Looks like you both are okay.
Sorry I worried everyone.
It's all right. You did well in handling an unexpected situation.
Maybe we should consider starting over. Let's head back to the entrance for now.
That's pretty cool. I
Good
like
work
that.
out there, team.
I'm sorry. I should have been able to navigate better.
Baby girl, it is your first day in Tartarus. On a team, you're good. Yeah, first time, you did good, bro.
I agree. I'm convinced that you're the one we need on support.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Fuka.
I didn't do anything. It was all you, Yukari-chan.
That special attack sure was cool, though, Yuka-tan. How'd you do it?
How? I just focused really hard and thought to myself, I have to do whatever it takes. And while I was thinking that, I kind of felt something surging inside me.
When emotions run high.
The chairman did say the cartridge would synchronize with our emotions.
Right. Although, I'm still not entirely sure how it works. From what I could tell,
I wonder if everyone has like
Yukari-chan's strong emotions.
their own
So
gauge
this
to fill
weapon
up,
gives the user strength
or if it's
beyond
like
their
one
limits when their
one
emotions
gauge for the whole team, then one person gets to use it type shit.
I don't really get it. But basically, if we're fired up enough, we can really pop off, right?
And thanks to you, Yukari-chan, we have a good idea of how it works. From now on, I should be able to tell when someone can use theirs.
I didn't do much. I just got lucky. I don't know much more than anyone else.
I'll do more research into how the syncing with emotions works later. Everyone has different feelings when they're fighting, so the timing on when they can use these will probably be different too.
I'd like to give it a go myself, but we should call it a day for
And
now.
they're pulling me
Can't
out.
overwork our leader, and we've got some time until the next full moon.
I'm a little worried about the change with the floors, though. What if something like that happens again?
Yes. If something has changed in the tower, we'll need to be extra careful when exploring from now on. In any case, we may have had some problems, but we learned a lot today. Not only did we get to test our new lineup and equipment, but we also got to see that we're all improving at a remarkable pace.
Aw, Kirijo-senpai! Quit buttering me up.
Shut up,
Just leave
Junpei, bro.
everything to Junpei Iori,
Shut up, bro.
The soon-to-be MVP.
He always ruins the
Maybe
moment.
I shouldn't be the one to say this, but You literally didn't do anything today.
Dead ass. All allies can now use theurgy. Pog. Let's go. I'm going back into Tartarus as soon as they let me. I'm gonna grind.
Hello, this is Elizabeth speaking. I'm calling in regard to a recent change in Tartarus. It seems that a path that had been blocked off is now open. I thought it prudent to inform you. Well then, I wish you a safe journey.
I need to go talk to her too, see if I can take her on a date yet. Alright, who's hitting my line? Bro, hell no. These boys hit me up every Sunday without fail. Let's chill with Maya. It's been a minute. I'm in Shinagawa Dungeon. Maya's not logged in. Running a little late. I'll BRT, be right there. Okay, I hope that's what that means. Maya entered the area. I was on the phone with my mom. Whenever we talk, it's always the same. It's like all she cares about is marrying me off to some dude. Why is it her problem? Let's plan our wedding then. We're rizzing. Online. She fucked with it! Even without meeting me IRL? Take me, Tatsuya, we're in. Maya seems happy. Don't worry, I still got it even at my age. It's sexist to think women can only be happy when they're tied down. The other night, I got a little drunky and kind of passed out at Polonia. And then this old dude was like, "You'll never get a man looking like that." I told him to shut the fuck up. Sorry, kinda off topic. I guess I'm a little tired, but I do feel better now. Here, Tatsuya, this is for you. Maya used a heal potion, but there was no effect. Oh, guess your HP was already full. LMAO nade? Oh, fuck no. Trying to say thanks for listening to all my bitching. Why does she talk like that? LMAO nade. I've never heard that. You know that old lamer I told you about? He was hanging around Polonia, so if you see him, don't be nice. I saw him on this weird TV show too, super creepy. Alright, I better go practice being a good housewife for Tatsuya. I think she's talking about Tanaka. I met a man from TV. Oh! Okay, so I just didn't advance her social link enough for him to pop up. Da 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 da. I saw Mitsuru on your team? Yes sir, we're in. We're cooking. Once again, I'll be substituting for Kirijo Senpai as your navigator from now on. Please let me know if you want to go to Tartarus. I'll do my best. I love Fook. She's shitting on Mitsuru in the navigator department. Bro, we're about to be balls deep in Tartarus. I've been waiting for this. Oh yeah, we did get the card. The energy, or no, endurance, agility, luck of personas in your possession will increase by 2. You know, I'm Googling that right now. I don't know what those stats mean. Can you Riz yet? I don't know. I'll have to go try. I haven't been able to talk to her since I leveled up my academics yet. Alright. Strength and magic are pretty self-explanatory. The strength is it increases your physical damaging attacks. Magic increases the damage of your magic attacks. Endurance is defense power. High endurance means you take less damage. Agility determines evasion rate and turn order. Higher agility moves first. Luck is your critical rate and ailment infliction rate. Huge. Okay. I can't believe I'm just now learning about what those do. I've been playing Personas for this fucking long.
Marvelous. I'm looking. Are you accepting a request? Let's hear the result.
Dude, she's loading us up. I'd like to be gifted a bouquet of flowers.
By all means. Oh, yeah. By all means.
Give me them all.
I will await a report of success. I will await. I will await a. Oh, yes. I will await a report of success.
Alright, these have a deadline on them.
I shall. Very well.
Alright. Mitsuru, get on the team. Akihiko, get on the team. Oh, look, we have the theurgy meter now on the side.
Thanks.
Everyone has their own.
I'll leave. I'll do every.
Can you riz Elizabeth yet? No. She has a
Okay, let's get to it.
Okay, so how do I see what their theurgy does? What does it say? Did their fits change? Yeah, the boss guy hooked us up with new drip. Also, we put Mitsuru and Makoto drip.
Are you watching your health and stamina? Remember not to push yourself too hard.
Bro hooked us up with new drip and new weapons. Why the stairs wiggle like that?
Thank you. Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Alright, we are in Tartarus. Let's see, I hope they'll show us what the theurgy. Okay, it does tell us. After summoning a persona, power within gradually enhances. Cadenza? Look at that weak ass, goddamn. Wait, does my theurgy change when I swap persona?
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
What to do?
There's never anyone outside, bro. She's barking at nothing all the time. I have a lot of these fragments now. You find them bitches everywhere. Got a crate? No.
A shadow. What was...
She wouldn't know how to act on one of them bitches. Did I just fucking kill that thing? Fuck it, for old time's sake, let's Marin Karen with you. It's gonna miss. This shit don't ever hit, bro. It's so ass. Back when you couldn't control your party, she would exclusively do that move, and it would always miss. Shit was buns.
Just like we planned.
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good work.
I can't believe you couldn't control your party in P3 FES. That shit was rough.
That's a one-way teleporter, but there's no need to head back yet.
It seems like the total area can vary by floor.
Here's hoping the next floor.
Follow my lead.
You can do it!
What to do?
Have I got no wind on my ship? Crazy. Weep?
Nice reflexes, you pirate! How about
The enemy's down.
Have to watch her cook. Tama. Fuck it, give me HP.
Perfect coordination.
Oh, pretty well.
Careful. The enemy's nearby. Follow my lead.
Be careful!
This will do the trick.
I'll show you!
They're trying to insta-kill our asses.
Pull the trigger! It's a strong one! Be on your guard! One enemy eliminated! Should I scan on this enemy? Analysis complete!
First? Bet.
One enemy defeated! Keep going, Kirito-senpai!
Splash art kind of hard? Hell yeah it is. I want to see her theurgy animation. That shit's gotta be clean. Even Yukari's look good.
A victory well earned.
We almost have it charged.
There's a treasure chest. Excellent. Looks like we can head up.
Ooh, a rare one.
It's a rare shadow. Do your best to take it down.
I'll hit them where it hurts. I'll show you.
He's about to dip. Huge. Huge.
The enemy escaped. Looks like the fight's over.
Now then.
Those things'
Let's get back to
evasion
work.
is fucking through the roof.
I think I've finally gotten used to the atmosphere here.
Mega guard band? There you go.
It's one of those chests.
Found the stairs.
Boss time.
Spotted. Please be.
Oh, she has a DRG too. Benefit the party in battle with effects such as HP recovery, SP recovery, and buff. Nice. Bro, the battle system is so fucking good in this. This shit hits. DRG's kind of reminding me of SMT, SMT5 Magatsuhi skills.
All right, let's do this.
My ERG. I think I can use it now.
I'm not gonna use it yet.
Shall I move to strike?
I'll show you.
These babies are weak.
You're done.
Me?
Go,
I was weak to that shit. Free. Just gotta do the single targets.
Can't slow down now. Don't pull any
In this situation, pull the trigger. I won't lose.
Go ahead and debuff him. I haven't been debuffing or buffing a lot in this game. Probably start. Summon? You pussy.
Only two left. Ready. You've got this. Persona.
Oh wait, I need to,
Scan on this enemy.
analyze this man. Oh, she's probably not gonna be able to.
Analysis complete.
It works on bosses now? Holy shit.
The best bet.
Holy fuck, that's so good. Back in the day, she wasn't able to do that shit.
You take this.
Never mind.
Oh, he's weak to... I got something for that ass. I want the Urgy. I wanted Mitsuru to do the Theurgy. The bro died too fast. 6k XP! Holy fuck! Let's go. Can't let my guard down, especially not around those gatekeepers. Never seen you with your guard down though, not even in the dorm. When we're up late on a mission, I've never even seen you yawn, much less doze off. And the next day you're all dressed up and drinking black tea before heading to school 15 minutes later. I should follow her lead.
No.
Once it becomes a habit, it's all second nature. Besides, wouldn't you find it offensive if I were to take it easy? After all, I'm the one asking you all to attempt the impossible when taking part in these club activities. Asking us? What's the matter? Oh, nothing. Come on, leader, we've beaten them, so let's move on. Hurry, clock's ticking. About to go back down. Fuck you mean? We gotta save.
Picking up some signals of stronger shadows. I'll let you know when I pinpoint their location.
Chewing soul. Boxing shoes.
Not bad.
They're all yours, buddy. Bro started begging immediately. We barely even took any damage on that battle. It's too easy.
I'm picking up some signals of stronger shadows. I'll let you know when I pinpoint their location.
Okay, let's
I
head out.
think we're about to get to a new Tartarus layout.
We could head back, but it's your call.
As expected, my abilities are much better suited for the front lines.
I'm gonna rush the stairs.
Shadow up ahead. Taking it out.
Wait, is that a strong one? Oh no, it's a fucking... Damn! That bro was on my dick.
What? Seriously?
Is the Urgy ready? Fuck.
One step at a time.
Good work, Akihiko.
We cannot pass this up.
Now
What's the plan here?
I think I'm gonna put her back in her default drip.
Good job, everyone.
Like, it always happens that way. Like, I really fuck with the DLC outfits I got, but I always end up back in the OGs. They look too good. There it is. This is a new one. updated joint.
Oh, there's a treasure chest. Emmy got it.
Considering how quiet and spacious.
Another homunculus. Gigantic. We can manage to save those until the end of the game. We'll be so good.
What's the plan?
So this is where the stairs
It was made for her. That ass. It looks way too good.
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Who knew you could buy weapons from the police station?
What is that?
But I guess that's
Oh
a
shit,
good
that's a
thing for
strong
us.
one.
Yeah?
We got a box. We're approaching the 24-hour mark.
Shall I move to strike?
I think he's weak to win.
One step at a time. Go!
Ooh.
In this situation, they're wide open.
Yes, easy. Gonna take a break soon? No. I'm gaming. Fuck all that. We don't need no break. What am I, a bitch?
Never mind.
What am I, soft? God damn!
Are you okay?
Get the fuck out of him.
What's the plan here?
Oh god, laid the fuck out. Marin Karen. Miss. Oh, huge! That shit hit! That shit hit. Huge. I didn't say all that. Surprised you haven't munched yet. Oh, I ate right before I started stream. I had leftover pizza. Imagine taking a break from this game. Dead ass. But yeah, Zach, we did get Mitsuru. Baby girl is home. After all this time. Alright, let's see her theurgy. Ooh. Jiggle physics. And clean. Fuck it, let's see his too. Damn, alright. Bro just did a fucking Meggy Doleon type shit. This game is so good, bro. It's so good.
I've learned a new skill.
Okay, let's keep on exploring.
When do you get that? After you get Fuka, like right after you get Fuka.
Hey, there's a treasure chest.
Like the next time you go into Tartarus, you get it.
Chest.
Or the next time you go into Tartarus after Fuka, you'll do the tutorial for it. Endurance +3. Wait, endurance +5? Oh shit, give me that. Restores a tiny bit of SP after each turn. That shit is good. Mitsuru gets that. Her more HP, she's kind of soft. Apparently, the new Best Jiao team isn't mono animo anymore. Aw shit, what are they cooking? Does it involve Cloud Retainer? Should we start calling her by her name?
What do we run into next?
Shadow spotted. What's the plan?
Xian Yun.
You've probably already noticed this, but those shadows wandering around will always appear.
We'll just have to pick and choose our battles. Though sometimes.
Cloud, Zhao, Cloud, Faru, and Farina. What does Farina do?
Oh, stairs.
Other than like heal, does she like do any buffing?
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
Man, I want her so bad. I want her and Kokomi.
That chest doesn't look like.
Like, I tried to get Farina, but like I was using all the free pulls from that patch to get her.
We could head back, but it's your call.
And I didn't get her. And I refused to spend any
The
money.
enemy's nearby.
Everything? She can do literally everything. Yeah, she's a big buffer. The best, actually. Buffing, like, attack and, like, fucking... When you say everything, you mean everything? That shit sounds too good to be true. Can MC get some fucking multi-hit magic, please? Something, bro. I need to go fuse. Lacking.
This will do the trick. The enemy's down. Let's finish. Like fish in a barrel.
Oh, I'll take an Oberon.
Crushing victory. Perfect. Just what we hoped for.
Best to stay on your toes here.
I want to reach her new Tartarus layout.
Shadow spotted. What's the...
It's at the cost of 50% HP of all your allies. So basically...
One step at a time. Do it,
I'm waiting for the rest of the explanation before I yap.
We cannot pass this up. Doesn't look like we'll be needing a 10 cap.
That was excellent leadership. Keep up the good.
Me? Oh, fuck, I hate these things.
Theurgy. I think I can use it now.
Fuck it, let's get Fuka's Theurgy. Let's see what she's cooking.
Yes, for my friends.
Huge. Full party-wide buff.
What to do?
Never mind.
I'm about to theurgy. Oh, cadenza? Bro, this shit is ass. I better be able to change mine because that shit sucks.
This will do the trick.
He struck a weakness.
This work.
Damn, that's fuck hockey go up. They're reflecting it.
Now's the time.
God damn. We
That's our leader.
that deflecting shit.
Our leader took one out. That's a win for the team.
Gotta do everything myself.
All right, let's be on our way. There's a
There's a chest. I try it.
excellent. Looks like we
Ooh, boss.
Powerful enemy spotted.
Puka did not give us no warning, no nothing. Alright. I'm evaluating my snack situation. I've got a Snickers, a pack of oatmeal cookies, and like a quarter of a bag of Doritos left. I'm looking at the Snickers right now, bro. It's taking everything in me not to smash on that bitch. It's like, it's one of those double pack ones where it's got like 2 Snickers in it. I want to eat both of them bitches right now.
Let's do this.
Time for a fight.
All right, let's whoop ass. These boys are not ready. I want to say, I think those guys on the side are weak to electric, unless these are different ones. Oh, they're different. These Hulk Hogan ass bitches.
this will do the trick.
It's like kind of. I'll show you. And you have to like go in.
It has no effect.
Take them out to like.
Oh, God. These bitches blocking everything.
They've been shot.
What to do?
They're wide open.
Not that.
I can handle it. I'm ready. Roger that.
Let's try wind. We haven't tried it yet.
Pull the trigger.
Huge.
Yukari, knock one down. Now's the time. Come fun, Persona.
When everyone has 50% or higher HP, she will buff damage by 40% just for having a skill active. But FYI, it's active for 30 seconds and has a 15-second cooldown. Her ult basically gasses the healing received and damage dealt by your allies. The massive simplification, because you know Genshin likes their essays. Yeah, that's so good, bro. What the fuck? That, like, that bitch is stacked. Genuinely.
What's wrong with me? Is there anything you can do?
This should help.
What next?
Man. I should have spent money to get her. I'm lacking. Let's see what this bitch's weaknesses are. He blocks everything except physicals. That's insane. That's actually annoying. Also, Snickers all the way. Snickers is elite, bro. You know we love them bitches. Ooh. You come prepared. Bro, Yukari's about to eat. Shit, fuck it. Kazura. Or is that Venti?
I'll go with.
I'm ready.
We're about to eat.
One step at a time.
No, fuck it. Punch the bitch. She's soft!
Pull the trigger.
We're critting? Oh, we're not. Her personal damage is also really good. Her E1 is cracked. But I'm definitely pulling for her on the run back. I said I was gonna pull for Kokomi on the rerun, but fucking always forget.
Nice work.
It looks like you're in this situation.
Not that.
I'm ready.
What?
Oh shit. Hear me out. I want her weapon. Is that the like mud, what is it, like the metal pipe
One step at a time.
weapon?
Rita Senpai's distressed. I have to do this. It looks like you're distressed. That's a win for the team. Good job, everyone.
Cane sword? Got you. Fuck it, bro. When that 7K! When that shit rolls around, you're gonna have your paycheck. Go ahead, bro. Ball out. You get to start your Genshin fund again.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm over this fucking music.
Not that.
It's getting annoying. Stop.
No.
Luca's doing a good job.
I think my visual field has expanded a little. Maybe I...
Hey,
Sure. Hope the Genshin fun's looking nicer on the enjoyment's been at 0 for too long. For real. So, are you fully back into Genshin? Or will you be once you get the fund back up? Shy Lily's playing Grand Blue. He's doing like a subathon thing, right? Or Womp-a-thon? She called it, I think. Imagine playing Grand Blue over Persona 3, bro. Could not be me.
I think my visual field has expanded a little. Maybe I've gotten used to this. Great!
I'm about to catch him lacking. I have to kill this thing.
Yes, Arigato! Do your best to take it down.
Not that.
Wind isn't good on this one. You'll have to try something else.
I don't think I'll ever be as deep as I was, but I'll be in. Like how I was before. Like how I was before I streamed. I would love to, because to be honest, I was never like really into it. Like, I liked playing it, but I was never, you know, like super deep.
What's the plan here?
I just like running around and stuff mostly.
One enemy eliminated.
Come on, MC. Come on, Yukari.
Shall I move to strike? I'll show no mercy. Last one.
God damn! Stop fucking missing. I can't ever fuck with him. I was deep, but I spent all my time on Zhao and no one else, stunting my whole account for a schmeat. I feel you, bro. I stunted my account for Dia. Actually, no the fuck I didn't. I just had my whole account fucked up. From never building anything properly. Then when I wanted to start doing Abyss and shit, can't. It was like a whole account overhaul.
There's no room for carelessness. Stay alert. Always be mindful of your health.
The HP looking good. Fuck you.
Oh my.
Enemy spotted.
I could go back in time, I would have never pulled him. C3, nothing to show for it. Hey, bro, you can do Abyss.
I'm still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
to do.
No, I can't, bro. You 36 started before, haven't you?